Chapter 26, Oh One Night Guides. Soon enough, Sunny found himself hiding in the shadows of a spacious chamber on one of the upper floors of the mainmast pagoda, not far below Jet's private garden. Jet herself was leaning back on a chair, looking out the window with a relaxed expression on her pale, radiant face. There was a knock on the door, and a few moments later it opened, revealing a few familiar faces. Neve, Bloodwave, and Etha, the last saints of the fallen House of Knights. Sunny did not know the last one personally, but he had heard a lot of good things about the outstanding young man who used to be the most promising scion of a great clan once. Well, technically speaking, Saint Etha wasn't that young anymore. If he was considered young, then so was Sunny, and Sunny did not feel like a young man at all. If anything, he felt ancient. He felt way too old to be dealing with all this crap. I suddenly feel for the captain of the homicide division, back in Mirage City. His questionable relationship with age was probably the consequence of living 7 lives at the same time and containing a legion of dead shadows in his soul. That and the countless forgotten years he had spent in the tomb of Ariel. In any case, the House of Night had been absorbed into the government and was now a part of its forces. So, these 3 proud legacy saints were Jet's subordinates, which was a good thing, considering that they were the best candidates to solve the riddle that Weaver had left in the night sky. There were other surviving members of the House of Night bearing the title of Nightwalkers, but none were as powerful and knowledgeable as these 3. Jet smiled. "Gentlemen, please have a seat." They must have witnessed the celestial conflagration that had happened earlier, so there was little point in postponing the discussion. Sunny barely suppressed his curiosity. But before Jet could broach the topic, Bloodwave asked in a grim tone, "Is it true, Soul Reaper?" She glanced at him and raised an eyebrow. "What exactly are you talking about?" The 3 saints looked at each other. Eventually, it was Neve who spoke, his voice just as concerned as his uncle's. "That monster, Mordred of Nowhere, are the rumors true? He is a supreme now, and Lady Nephis strike a deal with him?" The rumors seem to have reached the Night Garden already. Hidden in the shadows, Sunny sighed. He himself was uncomfortable with the uneasy alliance between the human domain and Mordred. Few people trusted the King of Nothing. But no one had suffered from his wicked ways like the surviving members of the House of Night had. So, it was only natural that they would be unhappy with the news of his ascension to the throne of supremacy, let alone of the deal between him and Changing Star. Jet studied the Saints of Night with a neutral expression, then shrugged. "It's true." They were dismayed. Even Etha, who usually maintained nearly flawless decorum, allowed emotion to show on his face. How can this be? The air in the room had turned noticeably chilly and heavy with tension. Jet let out a long sigh, then looked at them with a dark expression. "Why, what did you want her to do?" She leaned back and crossed her legs. "Did you want her to start a new war, perhaps? It has not even been 2 years since the mess in Godgrave, but I guess another war between Supremes is just what we need." Neve frowned. "That's a very callous way of looking at things, Jet. You know what that man has done to us and to all of humanity as well. Lady Nephis cannot trust him. He must be eradicated." Jet smiled darkly. "I know, Neve. But I also know that he is immortal, supreme, wields a divine aspect, and inhabits millions of vessels. Who is going to eradicate him? You, me? Or do you want Nephis to kill him somehow while we cheer her on from the sidelines?" Neve gritted his teeth, unable to find an answer. In that silence, Bloodwave murmured in his deep voice, "Is that such a big deal, though? She killed 2 Supremes before, and seemingly without much trouble." It was obvious he was simply venting, so no one took his words seriously. Sunny was a bit hurt, though. "Hey, sure, from the sidelines, it must have looked like Nephis finished him off easily. But even if the whole thing had been an act, he still had his pride. Should I have resisted a bit more before being cut down?" Sunny shook his head, then assumed a tangible form. "Actually, she only killed 1 Supreme." Walking out from the shadows, he offered the Saints of Night a smile and sat down near Jet. Noticing their confusion, he then realized that they probably had no idea who he was. Oh, awkward. After all, very few people had known Master Sunless, and most of them had only seen him from afar on a calamitous battlefield. Well, apart from the regulars of the Eye Candy Cafe. The Radiant Emporium, I mean the Radiant Emporium Cafe. In any case, for most, the Lord of Shadows was associated with his fearsome mask. The Saints of Night had not participated in the Godgrave military campaign, so they would have met either of his incarnations. So, Sunny smiled and offered helpfully, "Oh, I am the Lord of Shadows. You can call me Lord Shadow or simply Shadow. I also respond to the Dark Lord or Sunny." The three saints stared at him with wide eyes. Sunny's smile dimmed a little. He cleared his throat. "As you can see, the news of my death was grossly exaggerated. Well, actually, I did die for a bit, but being dead grew old pretty quickly, so now I'm back." He remained silent for a few moments and then added in a light tone, "So, as far as killing Supremes goes, Nephi's and I are tied for first place. For now, we are." Chapter 26:02 Lost among the waves. Despite Sunny's friendly tone, the Saints of Night did not seem inclined to respond in kind. They stared at him with expressions of concerned apprehension, not saying anything. The silence was a little heavy. Eventually, they turned to Jet. Bloodwave was the one to speak first, his tone wary. "Soul Reaper, what is the meaning of this?" She met his gaze, held it for a few moments, then chuckled. "Oh, relax, he's on our side." It probably looked like she was conspiring against Nephi's with an old enemy who had mysteriously risen from the grave. The two of them shared that last part in common, strangely enough. And if Jet was conspiring against the Immortal Flame clan, then it was safe to say that the government had secretly switched sides. As well, she was its de facto leader, after all. Obviously, Saints of Night would feel a great amount of apprehension, considering that they, their families, and all the survivors of the fallen Great Clan were part of the government now. It seemed that they did not wish to become traitors to the human domain, which warmed Sunny's heart a little. He shrugged. "For reasons that I am not too keen on explaining, the Lord of Shadows had to be considered dead. So Nephi's and I pulled a little prank and convinced everyone that I died. In truth, however, we've been working side by side. Very closely, I might add, ever since. One sovereign guides humanity in the sunlight, the other helps it from the shadows. Something like that, granted, I am somewhat limited in what I can do." Looking at the grim faces of the three saints, he shook his head. "Needless to say, you will need to keep my existence to yourself. I would not have revealed myself in front of you if I didn't believe that you could keep a secret, but still, it is worth saying aloud. Do not mention the fact that I am not entirely dead to anyone, please, including those you implicitly trust. Everyone will be safer that way." He lingered for a moment, studying their faces, then chuckled. "No, but why do you look so glum?" These are not at all the expressions of people who have just learned that humanity is actually twice as strong as they had believed. Neve shook his head slowly. "I am sorry, Lord Shadow. Sunny, it's just a lot to take in." Sunny smiled, hiding his bitterness at not being recognized by his old war buddy. He forced himself to think about something else. Now that's a reaction. The daughters of Kai Song had been so nonchalant about his stunning resurrection, except for Deathsinger, who immediately proposed. "I should probably be happy that none of these three is confessing, I guess." He sighed. "Regarding that bastard, Mordred, believe me, I'd love to see him gone as well. However, what we want and what reality dictates do not always coincide. I understand your desire to exact revenge, but at the moment, attempting to dispose of him would only invite disaster. You lost family members to his machinations, but you also have family members left to protect. Considering that the world is literally coming undone as we watch, I suggest you concentrate on that." An uneasy silence settled in the meeting chamber. Neve, Bloodwave, and Etha wore somber expressions, but his words seemed to have reminded them what was at stake. Eventually, Etha spoke up, his voice quiet and reserved. "Welcome back to the world of the living, Lord Shadow. To what do we owe the honor of hosting you aboard the Night Garden?" The youngest of the three saints, at least, seemed to be ready to face reality. Sunny knew that Neve would follow suit, as well. He had his daughter to protect, after all. And if the two of them made peace with the current situation, Bloodwave would follow suit. He smiled faintly. "Lamb, glad that you asked. In fact, I am searching for something that I believe will help us weather the storms ahead better. I thought that it would be hidden on the Night Garden, but as it turned out, there was only a clue to where I must go. Or rather, a map. You've seen what happened to the sky, right? Neve nodded slowly. Of course, everyone saw. Is that why we were called? He paused for a second and then smiled bitterly. I guess it makes sense. Who else but us? Jet looked at him with a hint of compassion and said in a neutral tone, Indeed, we think that the stars are showing a path to somewhere. So I need your help to read the constellations, to determine if it is indeed a map, as well as where it leads to. The three saints looked at each other. Strangely enough, they kept silent for a long time. Sunny did not think that they had a reason to refuse to help, and on top of that, they seemed to be quite friendly with Jet. Neve's daughter even treated her like an aunt, so he was surprised at their hesitance. The reason why they had hesitated, however, surprised him even more. After a long while, Neve finally spoke, looking at Jet and Sunny with a complicated expression. It is a star map, without a doubt. As for where it leads to, there's no need to guess. We already know. Sunny and Jet looked at each other, surprise apparent on their faces. You know, Neve nodded slowly. The House of Night used to possess a map just like this one, a long time ago. It was one of the most important relics of our clan. Sadly, it disappeared along with our leader, Nightwalker. Bloodwave's face fell at the mention of the founder of the House of Night. Sunny scratched the tip of his nose. So where do the stars point? T small cap H E S O U R C letter 1D07 of TH small cap IS content small cap IS Nov I tilde fire. Net Neve inhaled deeply. They point to the Eternal City, a mythical place lost among the waves. That was where the Night Garden was built, and that is where the lineage of Storm God is hidden as well. Chapter 26:03 Immortal Abode. Sunny remained silent for a long while, a little confused by Neve's words. There was something strange about them. Eventually, he frowned. Wait, did you say that it is hidden there? Not that it was hidden. Neve looked at Etha and Bloodwave, then nodded. Yes, the lineage of Storm God is not like the rest. The rest of them, as far as we know, came from lineage memories that outstanding individuals, or possibly simply lucky ones, earned either in the first nightmare or while exploring the dream realm and conquering the first citadels of humanity. But the source of the lineage of Storm God is not a memory, it is a place. Sunny just stared at him in surprise. A faint smile appeared on Neve's face. After all, the existence of the House of Night is a bit of a contradiction, isn't it? As you might know, initially, it was an alliance of lesser clans populating the Stormsea, created in large part to answer the rising influence of powerful factions like Valor or Immortal Flame. There was no blood relation between the various families forming the House of Night, so how did we all come to share the lineage of Storm God? He coughed. I know that there are a lot of salacious rumors about Nightwalker, but no, he did not conceive children with women from each of the founding families. Although there have been countless internal marriages between the various branches of the House of Night since then, he only had one child of his own. A shadow briefly ran across his face. Neve paused for a few moments, then sighed. However, he did share the lineage of Storm God with the other founding families of the House of Night. To explain how it was possible, I will have to divulge the most guarded secrets of our clan. Would have asked you to keep it, but I guess it does not matter anymore, now that the House of Night is no more. Bloodwave grimaced at his words, but did not say anything. Etha, meanwhile, looked away with a wistful expression. Jet shook her head. The House of Night might not be an independent force anymore, but it still exists. Don't sell yourself short. Neve offered her a brief smile. Thank you for saying that, in any case. The House of Night and the Eternal City are inseparably intertwined, because that was where our clan was born. Back then, Nightwalker was sent to the Eternal City on his first winter solstice. Other sleepers were, as well, but he was the only one who survived, and the only reason he survived was because he fled that terrifying place aboard the Night Garden, which had been drifting in the waters nearby. Sunny raised an eyebrow. How dangerous is this Eternal City exactly? Neve hesitated. Nobody knows for sure, because Nightwalker rarely spoke about it. He was not a very social person in general. However, the greatest treasures of the House of Night all came from the Eternal City, the Night Garden, the lineage of Storm God, and the map charting the course back to its shores. He paused for a moment and then looked at the stars beyond the window. As far as we know, the Eternal City used to be an immortal abode, a utopia that death could not reach, where enlightened beings lived in peace and prosperity for many years, reborn anew every time their bodies and souls grew frail with age. It was also a place where weary deities came to rest. That was a long time ago, though. Nobody really knows what hides in the depths of the Eternal City today. Even Nightwalker himself only saw a few areas on its outer edges: the piers, the wharf, and the lighthouse. Sunny studied him with a curious expression. What about the lineage of Storm God, then? Where did he find out, and how did he share it with other people? Neve remained silent for a few moments, then looked at Bloodwave. I think my uncle will know better, since he was one of those who received the lineage directly. Bloodwave frowned, then let out a long sigh. Well, as that scoundrel Nightwalker told it, the lighthouse of the Eternal City is also a temple dedicated to Storm God. It does not shine with ordinary light. Instead, a star is trapped within it. That star is the source of the lineage. Anyone who finds their way to the Eternal City and enters the lighthouse will be bathed in its silver light. Then, they would be reborn as descendants of Storm God. He paused for a moment and then added somberly, "Or die, many do." Neve nodded. Yes. Nightwalker entered the lighthouse and survived. He also received the lineage of Storm God, which eventually allowed him to escape the Eternal City. Before escaping, however, he collected a bit of that starlight into a special memory. In the end, the memory made it possible for the founding members of the House of Night to receive the lineage as well, even if a few of them perished in the process. Sunny inhaled deeply. Neve confirmed something that he suspected all along, that not just anyone was fit to receive the lineage of a god. Sunny had felt it himself all those years ago when absorbing blood weave. He had just barely survived the process, and that was despite possessing an innate affinity to fate and therefore sharing some degree of kinship with Weaver. Not to mention wielding a divine aspect. Warden of Valor, Immortal Flame, Nightwalker, Ravenheart, and the Unknown Awakened, who had inherited the lineage of Heart God to later pass it on to Asterion. Each of them had been a special person. It was no coincidence that they had earned lineage memories, so it was no surprise that they survived using them. The founding members of the House of Night were different, though. Unlike those who received a lineage memory after being judged worthy of it by the spell, they, just like the daughters of Kai Song, were exposed to a divine lineage arbitrarily. To some of them, it had become a fatal gift. And those were already people sent to the Stormsea by the Nightmare spell, so they had to have possessed some degree of affinity to the various aspects of Storm God. The drop of Ichor gave me a lineage that eats other lineages. It seemed that, just like in all things, he had been both incredibly lucky and terribly unfortunate when receiving his lineage. Go figure. Chapter 26, 04 Mindset of a Sovereign. After remaining silent for a while, Sunny spoke in a contemplative tone. I am guessing that the starlight stolen by Nightwalker was not infinite, though. Neve nodded. Indeed. The light contained within the star lantern was merely a wisp, so it was exhausted eventually. Etha was the last person to have benefited from it directly. He paused for a moment and then added in a complicated tone. Not every child born in the House of Night inherits the lineage, either. And with how often awakened die, our bloodline has always been at risk of vanishing. There are fewer of us now than ever before, and no one has been able to manifest the lineage as strongly as Nightwalker himself, yet. So, that was one of the reasons why he wanted to return to the Eternal City. He glanced around the spacious cabin they had gathered in, then gestured to its walls. The Night Garden is another. It is no secret to those who know it well that the Night Garden is in a state of disrepair. Some of its functions have deteriorated, while some have broken down entirely. It had been drifting in the Stormsea for thousands of years before being discovered by Nightwalker, after all. He believed that this great ship had been built at the wharf of the Eternal City, and therefore, that it could be repaired there, too. Sunny frowned faintly. He knew that the Night Garden had been built by the Demon of Repose. Did the Eternal City have a connection to her as well, then? It was quite possible that it did. A city where living things were reborn anew every time their bodies and souls grew decrepit with age, and were therefore unfamiliar with death, sounded very much like something that the demon-wielding powers of restoration and rejuvenation could have created. What the? Had the demon of repose not only sailed the seas on a luxurious ship, but also operated an exclusive resort? Sunny smelled a kindred spirit. Neve sighed. And lastly, Nightwalker only explored the outer fringes of the Eternal City before making his escape. The mystery of what was hidden in its depths, what treasures the immortals had left behind, had always drawn him back, so he always intended to return there one day. Sunny hesitated for a moment. So why didn't he? He had the map. Bloodwave spoke instead of Neve, his deep voice betraying a hint of unease. Because he only escaped those waters by miracle, the first time around. People tend to think of the Storm Sea as just another region of the dream realm, but actually, it is as vast as the rest of the explored area of this cursed world, encompassing waters that are as different from each other as Godgrave is different from the lawn in front of Bastion. He smiled darkly. We humans are able to exist in some parts of the Storm Sea, but that does not mean that we can sail it freely and go wherever we want. In fact, those who are not careful to stay in relatively safe waters all die terrible deaths. And among those who do steer clear of the more perilous parts of the Storm Sea, only some die. Neve nodded. The Eternal City is hidden in the very heart of the Storm Sea, so even with a map, reaching it is a dangerous task. At least it was, in the times when Nightwalker lived. You must remember that the most powerful of his contemporaries were only masters back then. Still, he never abandoned the plan of returning to the Eternal City one day. Sunny and Jet looked at each other. Was that where he vanished? Did he leave on a voyage to the Eternal City and never come back? Neve remained silent for a while. Yes. Some say that he died while exploring the dream realm. Some say that he perished while attempting to conquer the third nightmare. But the truth is that Nightwalker left on a voyage to return to where he had first entered the dream realm. No one has heard anything about him since. Sunny frowned. Neve believed that Nightwalker had vanished without a trace while attempting to reach the Eternal City, and that no one knew what had happened to him. But that was not entirely true. Mordred knew something, it seemed. At least he let slip that Asterion had forcefully taken the lineage of Storm God from Nightwalker, which led Sunny to believe that the Dreamspawn had something to do with the disappearance of the founder of the House of Night, even if the details of their confrontation, as well as its timing, were murky. In any case, Neve had given him a lot to think about. After a long bout of silence, Sunny asked in a reserved tone, "So what you're saying is that there is a wondrous city, no doubt the most monstrous hell imaginable, by now lost somewhere in the Storm Sea, full of mystical treasures and divine light. Not only does it hold the key to restoring the bloodline of Storm God, but there's also a wharf there where the Night Garden can be returned to its true glory. And the map to that city has just become visible to everyone in the Storm Sea just now." Neve nodded cautiously. Sunny hesitated for a while, then looked at Jet. He stared at her for a moment. "So, we are going there, right?" She did not seem to share his enthusiasm, though. "Sunny, are you asking me if I am willing to take my ship, complete with millions of people living aboard it, on an expedition to who knows where, knowing full well that there will definitely be untold horrors waiting for us along the way?" Sunny scratched the back of his head. "Yes." Jet shook her head slowly. "Why would we take that risk?" Hearing that, Etha nodded. "I agree. It is too perilous, even if the rewards promised by that expedition are great." Neve and Bloodwave remained silent, but they seemed to share his opinions at least to some degree. Sunny looked at them with dark amusement. "Why?" He shook his head with a wry smile. "Well, it's easy, really. Actually, I am quite surprised that I, a sovereign, have to spell it out for you." Leaning forward, he looked at Jet and the Saints of Night with no hint of humor in his eyes. "It is because I am desperate. Nephise does not show it, but she is desperate too. You don't seem to be nearly desperate enough, though, despite being weaker than us while knowing that the world is ending. There is barely any time left before all kinds of cursed and unholy beings descend upon us and consume us all. But you want to pass on a chance to increase the collective strength of humanity, and by a large margin at that. He leaned back and took a deep breath. Allow me to dispel your illusion then. Being cautious is great, but caution is a luxury we cannot afford. The time for caution is long gone. It had been squandered entirely before any of us was even born. Our only inheritance is necessity, and necessity dictates that we must take risks, whether we like it or not. Jet stared at him for a long while, her icy blue eyes betraying no emotion. Eventually, she sighed. Is that the mindset of a sovereign? Sunny smiled, being desperate. Oh, it is. No one becomes supreme by living a good life. Believe me, I am the most honest person in the world after all. 2 worlds even. Chapter 26:05 Risk and Reward. Sunny meant what he had said to Jet and the Saints of Night. Their situation was indeed desperate. The end of days was swiftly approaching, and the fate of humanity was woefully undecided. Perhaps the rest could ignore that ominous truth, but as one of the Supremes, Sunny was personally responsible for what would happen to the world in the end. So, unlike those who wielded less power, he could not allow himself the solace of willful ignorance. Things would have been easier if I could. He missed the time when all he worried about was making enough credits to fill his belly and live a lavish life. Well, that, and surviving another day in a world where everything seemed both unfathomably powerful and hellbent on killing him, somehow. In any case, Sunny could not allow himself excessive caution. That said, he was not suggesting that they had no room for caution at all. He had merely pointed out that their choices were limited, and that erring on the side of caution when calculating risk and reward was a luxury they could not afford. Sunny was not advocating for complete recklessness, though. He had valid reasons to believe that an expedition to the Eternal City would be successful, or, at the very least, not end in disaster. There were several factors mitigating the risk of following the star map. First and foremost, there was the night garden itself. The living ship had spent thousands of years drifting in the storm sea, and nothing had managed to sink it yet. So, Sunny believed that it could weather any danger they would face on the voyage to the Eternal City. Even if they did stumble onto something too terrifying, though, there was one thing that the night garden was better at than almost any other citadel. It was escaping danger. Not only was the Titanic ship highly mobile in and of itself, but there was also the ability to open the dream gate between 2 points in the dream realm that it granted navi's. Should the need arise, the night garden would be able to retreat to safer waters almost in an instant. That way, the safety of its passengers could be ensured. Sunny did not want to risk millions of lives, after all. He would not have suggested taking the night garden into perilous waters if he was not reasonably certain that they would have a reliable way to protect its passengers. And lastly, there was the fact that Nightwalker had escaped the Eternal City once. Not only that, but he had managed to escape it as a sleeper. Now, an army of seasoned awakened warriors would be heading there, led by 3 saints of the House of Night and Soul Reaper Jet herself. Most importantly of all, there was Sunny. And Sunny alone was the equivalent of having 7 sovereigns, a cohort of supreme shadows, and a vast army of undying shades guarding the night garden on its journey. If that was enough to reap the rewards of the Eternal City, then what was? And those rewards promised to be bountiful, indeed, for Sunny, for the night garden, and for humanity at large. So, he judged that the risk presented by the expedition to the Eternal City was more than worth it. Of course, Sunny was not going to make that decision unilaterally. In truth, he did not really need the night garden to follow the map left behind by Weaver. He just needed someone capable of reading it to accompany him. It was just that the Eternal City offered an opportunity to strengthen the living ship as well. If not for that, Sunny would have preferred to venture into the misty waters alone. Regardless, Jet and Sunny needed to consult navi's and Cassie before deciding whether to take the night garden into the depths of the storm sea. Preparations for a lengthy voyage also had to be made, so a few days passed in discussions and strategic meetings. navi's was busy beyond belief, too. Cassie and she were still dealing with the fallout from Mordred's unexpected rise to the throne of supremacy. There was the public reaction to deal with, but also the King of Nothing himself. He and his countless vessels had to be allowed passage to the Hollow Mountains, and someone had to make sure that things did not go awry in the process. So, after many years, Mordred had returned to the Chained Isles. There, the members of the White Feather clan escorted him and Nephis to the northern edges of the region, where the Night Temple had once stood. A new crossing was built to breach the wide divide between the floating islands and the misty slopes of the Hollow Mountains, which Mordred then used to leave the territory of the human domain behind and claim ownership of his own. At the same time, the eastern quadrant had to be salvaged now that the Skinwalker was gone. Troops had to be transported to other flashpoints, and on top of that, powerful nightmare creatures stirred in the death zones south of Godgrave. So, Nephis and the Firekeepers were in the process of preparing for a military expedition as well. In the end, it was decided that the expedition to the Eternal City had to happen. While the preparations were being made, Sunny pulled the Shadow Legion back from the depths of the burned forest. He wanted to consolidate his position on its southern outskirts and secure his new citadel in case of a potential attack. But more than that, he wanted his army to be free and ready to be deployed on the shores of the Eternal City, if need be. The same went for his other incarnations. After experiencing 2 deadly adventures while not having access to his full power, Sunny was dead set on meeting the dangers of the Eternal City armed to the teeth. About a week after the initial meeting with the Saints of Night, the same people gathered in the private council cabin of the mainmast pagoda once again. This time, they had more practical issues to discuss. How bad will this particular adventure turn out, I wonder? Chapter 26, 06 Dreadful Beings. We are self-sufficient in numerous areas, but food production still lags behind the consumption rate, despite the special influence of the night garden on soil and flora. So, the latest shipment of provisions was increased to account for unexpected delays during the journey. Not that we know for sure how long sailing to the Eternal City will take. What about those special seeds from Ravenheart? I thought we were supposed to receive one of the first batches. Those are not ready to be planted yet. Apparently, the latest strains are too aggressive, whatever that means. Well, if Bliss says so, I assume we also stocked up on medical supplies, household items, and so on? Yes, but what about the consequences of your absence, Jet? Won't it have a negative effect on the situation in the northern and western quadrants? The old man is still alive and kicking. Effie and Kai can pick up the slack as well. In any case, we received some breathing room because of what had happened in Australia, so I might as well take a vacation. Gods know I need a break. Jet, break. Original content can be found at Novelfera. Net Sunny smiled faintly, listening to their conversation. At that moment, Etha, who had remained similarly quiet, spoke up from his seat. I think we are overlooking an important issue. The rest of them glanced at him, somewhat surprised. Sunny raised an eyebrow. What issue is that? Etha considered his words for a few seconds, then gestured to the night sky visible through the open window. The stars. The journey to the Eternal City was hazardous because of where it is located, but only those who possessed a map knew where to go. Now, however, the stars charting a path to the Eternal City are visible to anyone who can look up at the sky, and anything. Sunny frowned faintly. Are you suggesting? What I think you are suggesting? The youngest of the Saints of Night nodded. Yes, Lord Shadow. We are willing to risk the dangers of the Stormsea because of the treasures hidden in the Eternal City, as well as the great secrets that mystical place holds. But will we be the only ones lured by its promise? I don't think so. Sunny blinked a couple of times. So we'll have competition? Etha shrugged. That is what I would assume. After all, why would powerful nightmare creatures not want to get their claws on a city that was once populated by immortals? All the things that we want to find there are the things they would want to consume, desecrate, or make their own. Leaning forward a little, the young saint said in a quiet voice, You showed us a way to the Eternal City when you ignited the stars, Lord Shadow. But I am afraid that you also began a race among those who can interpret the celestial map. And the participants of that race would not hesitate to tear each other to shreds to make sure that they get to the prize first. So, this expedition is going to be even more hazardous than it was supposed to be, since we will have to contend against alarming beings making the same journey. Sunny remained silent for a while, then leaned back with a concerned expression. Eventually, he sighed. Ah, but you are forgetting something, Saint Etha. A pale smile split his face apart. I am a terrifying being myself. I just have better manners. Sunny was not boasting, simply stating a fact. If he considered his powers separately from his personality, they painted the picture of quite an eldritch horror. Nephi's was largely the same, if not more frightening. Wait, come to think of it, Sunny's personality was not that great either. He remained silent for a few seconds, staring into the distance with a strange expression. Anyway, moving on, in any case, Sunny was not too worried, which was not to say that he was not taking Etha's theory seriously. Looking around, he lingered a little, then asked in a neutral tone, "Does the Night Garden carry some kind of armaments, like cannons or enchanted siege engines?" Jet smiled lazily. "The ship itself is a living armament. But no, it does not. In theory, we are its armaments, Neve, Etha, Bloodwave, and I, as well as awakened and ascended warriors stationed aboard." Sunny hummed in contemplation. So, it is more of a carrier than a battleship. It made sense. A Saint was far more capable and could deliver far more damage than any siege engine ever could, enchanted or not. So, if there was something that the hull of the living ship could not handle itself, its transcendent passengers were there to solve the problem. With a Supreme aboard, the firepower that the passengers of the Night Garden could unleash would increase tenfold. The problem was that Sunny could not reveal himself openly. He considered his options for a short while, then shook his head. "That is good and all, but having a few powerful cannons never hurts. You were in Falcon Scott, weren't you? I hear the railguns on its walls were quite something." Jet's relaxed smile turned a few hues darker. "Yes, I was. And yes, mundane armaments were of great help. Not that it mattered, in the end. The Saints of Night had guided plenty of naval convoys in the waking world, so they were well acquainted with the benefits of having powerful armaments, as well." Neve gave Sunny a confused look. "Where would we find enchanted siege engines, though? Ones worthy of the Night Garden, no less. I don't think those are just laying around, unused." Sunny shrugged with a smile. "There's no need to search for them. I'll just forge them." He was currently developing vast defensive spells to reinforce the citadels of humanity, aided by Cassie. Arming the Night Garden was not entirely the same, but it would serve the same purpose. Plus, the idea of making a huge, destructive magical cannon made Sunny excited. His smile widened. "Yeah, let me scrounge something up." Chapter 26, 07 Naval Engagement. Several weeks later, the battered Night Garden flew across the waves as the sea foamed and boiled around it. Space was unpredictable in the storm sea, and time was unpredictable, as well. Day was sometimes so short that it could be missed in the blink of an eye, while night often overstated its welcome. Most of the time, however, the vast expanse of undulating water was shrouded in twilight, with pale stars shimmering in the distant sky. At the moment, though, the storm sea was bathed in sunlight, with not a cloud in sight. There was no wind, no storm was coming to unleash its fury on the Night Garden. Despite that, the sea was turbulent and eerie, the water foaming as it seethed and roiled all around the living ship, as far as the eye could see. There were harrowing scars marring the hull of the Night Garden, slow to heal despite the ancient vessel's startling ability to mend itself. The civilians were safely sheltered below the main deck and remained in the sprawling vertical city hidden there while martial law was in effect. So only awakened soldiers and ascended officers were in sight. That had become the norm over the last few weeks, as the Night Garden had engaged in countless battles and clashes with the nightmare creatures rushing to reach the Eternal City. All of Stormsea seemed to have gone mad once the celestial map was revealed, but now that they were getting closer to the goal, only the most dreadful contenders remained in the race. "Captain, it's surfacing." In the runic hall of the main pagoda, Jet gave one of her subordinates an amused look. "Captain, huh? If memory serves, I was a lieutenant general last time somebody bothered to formally promote me. Shouldn't you fools call me an admiral at least?" The man blushed, embarrassed by her calm tone. Sorry, ma'am, but that thing it's..." He did not get to finish the sentence, though, because at that moment the foaming sea seemed to move. At first, it seemed as if two towering waves swelled on both sides of the ship. Then, however, the water continued to rise, as if the sea was pregnant with two towering mountains. A few heartbeats later, the surface tension broke, and two gargantuan tentacles burst from the depths into the vast expanse of the sky. Each was at least half a dozen kilometers long. And that was only what was visible of them above the surface. Who knew how deep they stretched into the abyssal depths of the bottomless sea? And who would want to know what was hidden there in the depths? The colossal tentacles rose from the sea like two black cliffs, casting their shadows on the night garden. Port and starboard fire? Jet did not raise her voice, but somehow it could be clearly heard despite the roaring of water and the howling of the wind. A signal was given, and a few seconds later, the cannons stationed along the sides of the Titanic ship thundered. There were 24 of these cannons, in total 12 per side, and each of them was a colossal beast. The cannons were 12 meters in length and more than 2 meters in diameter, firing iron balls that were almost as tall as a person and weighed so much that only Ascended could load them into the barrels. The cannons were not cast from metal, but rather carved from seemingly indestructible black stone, their surface engraved with intricate carvings. When Jet asked where that material came from, Sunny simply said that he borrowed some obsidian from the Shadow Realm. She was still not sure whether he was joking or not, and when she asked what function the engravings served, he gave her a strange look and told her that they were there to make the cannons look pretty. That, he seemed to have been deadly serious about. That man. The most update and zero vels are published on Novel Fire. Net in any case, the cannons were enchanted with simple but ingenious magic. They were able to absorb soul essence and then convert it into kinetic energy to propel the cannonballs with devastating force. The projectiles themselves were charged with essence. As well, that way, they were able to wound even nightmare creatures of high ranks. Of course, while only the quantity of essence mattered when charging the cannons, which meant that they could be operated by crews of awakened, it was the quality of essence that mattered when infusing the cannonballs. So, if the night garden faced abominations of the corrupted rank or higher, a master had to be in charge of the artillery crew to make the shots count. Or better yet, a saint. Sadly, the transcendent defenders of the night garden had better things to do than run around fueling cannons with their essence. And the abominations they faced on this particular expedition were often of the great rank instead. However, the Lord of Shadows had thought of a solution for that, as well. To solve the problem, he designed the cannons in a way that allowed them to consume essence not only from awakened, but also from soul shards. And luckily enough, he seemed to possess literal thousands of transcendent soul shards. At the moment, the spoils from the conquest of the Burden Forest, no doubt. These soul shards had been distributed among the government soldiers aboard the Night Garden, resulting in a significant increase in their overall POW. These days, there was hardly any awakened or ascended here without a fully saturated core. The remaining shards were assigned to the cannon crews and were being used to feed powerful essence into the cannonballs. As the cannons thundered, massive orbs of shining metal streaked through the air and tore into the colossal tentacles. Enormous chunks of flesh and torrents of oily black liquid filled the air, and one of the tentacles folded under its own weight, falling back into the waves. The aim of the starboard cannoneers fell short of the mark, though, and the second tentacle continued to rise above the night garden. When its massive shadow fell upon the living ship, Jet looked up with a somber expression. Brace. As the enormous tentacle fell, wrapping itself around the night garden, 4 more rose from the foaming sea. Chapter 26, 083 Serpents and a Whale. The night garden shook as the colossal tentacle fell from the sky, wrapping itself around it. The invisible shield protecting the deck of the living ship from the fury of storms prevented it from wreaking havoc across the superstructures, and it avoided skewering itself on the tall masts as well. However, the vessel still ended up captured in a dreadful embrace. The hull groaning as unimaginable pressure descended upon it. The tentacle constricted, trying to crush the night garden into splinters and pull it under the waves. Jet did not seem too concerned, however. Looking at the southern horizon, where a strange haze was gathering above the sea, she frowned slightly. Reload the cannons. Divination team, I need a weather forecast as soon as possible. The chain of nightmares had been a disaster to awakened wielding powers of divination, who became far less capable in its wake. However, they still had their uses, and some seemed to have been affected less than others. Nightfall is imminent. Jet's frown deepened a little. How imminent? Her question was met with silence, but even those who were affected less were far from precise. The sea boiled as 4 gargantuan tentacles rose from it, and the hull of the night garden groaned as the 5th one constricted around it. Jet pursed her lips. Ah, I think I am starting to hate water too. At that moment, 2 human figures plummeted from the great height of the living ship's main deck, flying toward the water. The fall would have undoubtedly killed anyone below the transcendent rank on impact, but these 2 simply dove into the waves. A heartbeat later, 2 massive shadows moved under the water, rushing toward the gargantuan tentacles. They were Neve and Bloodwave, the saints of the fallen House of Night, who had assumed their transcendent forms. Jet looked at her shadow. She was sure that a subtle presence was hiding in it before, but now the shadow felt empty. The Sovereign of Death seemed to have departed to join the battle as well. There, below the waves, he could unleash his power without being seen. So Jet shuddered to imagine the horror of what would happen in the depths before too long. She glanced south. There, far away, the mist was gathering. Far below the night garden, in the murky depths, Sunny was hidden in Neve's shadow. The water was boiling around them, and the gargantuan shapes of the black tentacles rose from the vast darkness below like long stalks of some abyssal flower, twisting and swaying as they stretched toward the surface. Bloodwave had assumed the shape of a grotesque killer whale, his giant body moving through the water with chilling ferocity. The enormous blue eyes of the great predator suddenly ignited with an ominous red glow. In the next moment, the sea around them was painted in hues of crimson, and the frightening presence of the oldest surviving saint of night became even more daunting. As much as the shape of Bloodwave was enormous, however, Neve almost dwarfed him. Having turned into a colossal sea serpent, he rushed toward a different tentacle with terrifying speed. It was not just that the serpent was swift, rather, water itself parted to let him pass and flowed in the direction he chose, supporting his feral charge. Due to his transcendent form and the nature of his aspect, Neve reminded Sunny of the Serpent King sometimes. There were a lot of similarities between their transformations, but there were subtle differences as well. Sunny had not noticed it before, but now that he had observed Neve closer, he realized that the gorgeous scales of his transcendent form were actually formed from glacial ice. In fact, he suspected that Neve's entire transcendent form was made not from flesh, but from various shapes of altered and finely controlled water. So, in a sense, the gorgeous sea serpent was not a ferocious beast. Instead, it was a hydraulic death machine in the form of a mystical aquatic monster. It did not make Neve any less fearsome, though. Just as his maw opened, glistening with a palisade of razor-sharp icy fangs, Sunny judged that they were deep enough for his arrival to remain unnoticed. He allowed himself to slide off Neve's azure scales and then summoned a torrent of shadows from the shadow lantern. In the next moment, a gargantuan serpent forged from onyx and darkness roared under the vast mass of restless water, making the sea ripple and boil. His tenebrous form far surpassed that of both Neve and Bloodwave in size, casting a shadow so deep that it felt darker than the lightless expanse of the abyssal depths. And in that shape stirred. As Sunny tore through the mass of water in the shell of the onyx serpent, Soul Serpent separated from him and rushed the other way, moving with chilling grace in the crimson darkness of the storm sea. Snakes everywhere. Sunny felt a hint of vicious glee as he, Serpent, Neve, and Bloodwave each tore into one of the gargantuan tentacles. The distressing violence of it all was simply beyond comprehension. The water boiled, rivers of oily black blood spilled into its depths, grotesque pieces of shredded flesh slowly sank into the darkness, and annihilating shockwaves rolled through the water, causing towering waves somewhere far above. Well, naturally, the violence was harrowing. There were 2 transcendent descendants of Storm God and 2 supreme titans assaulting the unknown horror of the depths. After all, it was difficult to imagine a calamity on a larger scale than that. The twisting tentacles were too gargantuan and tough to be torn apart, though. Even Sunny, with the prodigious size of his shell, could not bite one in two, far from it. So, instead, he tore into his target, shredding it and ripping huge chunks of flesh out. As black blood clouded the water around him, slowly melting the impregnable barrier of the jade mantle, he felt the tentacle weaken. The goal was to deal enough damage to make it collapse under its own weight. If enough muscle tissue was torn and shredded, the horror of the depths would not be able to control the tentacle anymore, and would therefore be forced to pull it back into the abyssal depths. The problem with that, however, was that it wasn't easy to continuously attack the same spot on the swaying, twisting tentacle, and if they were not careful, they would be caught and crushed by the thing they were meant to hurt. Sunny, Serpent, and the Saints of Night were managing fine, though. After all, it was not the first time the Night Garden was attacked by this particular horror. They had battled it several times before, and each time they managed to drive it back. The soldiers aboard the living ship had even given the terrifying depth dweller a nickname, calling it Old Tom. Sunny was not sure about the naming sense. Personally, he could have undoubtedly come up with something far superior, but it did not really matter what the terrifying dweller of the depths was called. Today, Sunny wanted to accomplish something more than simply repelling Old Tom back into the depths from which it had come from. As each of the 4 shredded tentacles retreated into the dark depths, he let out a low growl, and then followed them down into the abyss. Neve, Bloodwave, and Serpent did as well. Soon, all light disappeared from the vast expanse of cold water around them, and they found themselves in utter darkness. Chapter 26, 09 Deadly Racers, back on the surface, the 4 tentacles plummeted into the water and disappeared from view. The 5th, meanwhile, was still straining to crush the Night Garden in its awful embrace. The living ship refused to shatter, though. Instead, at the points where the gigantic tentacle was wrapped around its hull, Old Tom's flesh seemed to boil, and torrents of oily blood flowed down the surface of the weathered wood, painting it black. But soon enough, the coating of black blood was absorbed into the Night Garden as well, and it regained its original color. The titanic struggle continued for some time, and then the dark tentacle shuddered. It tried to extricate itself from the living ship, but the hull of the Night Garden would not let it go. In an eerie change of pace, the previous situation seemed to have been reversed. Instead of trying to crush the ancient vessel, the immense tentacle was now straining in an attempt to escape. Slowly, the revolting flesh of the mysterious horror ripped, and finally, the tentacle tore itself free of the wooden hull, not without leaving enormous chunks of flesh behind, though. With all its underside skinned and stripped of a layer of flesh, the tentacle whipped into the air, raining black blood upon the sea. Convulsing, it then retreated into the surging waves and disappeared from view. A new scar was added to the hull of the Night Garden, with pieces of the gigantic tentacle slowly sinking into the surface of the living wood. The ancient vessel was going to consume Old Tom's flesh like it had that of countless nightmare creatures before, and use these nutrients to mend whatever damage the horror of the depths dealt it. Granted. The previous scars left on the hull of the Night Garden by Old Tom were slow to heal, still marring its surface. Another tentacle was already rising from the foaming water, but despite that, Jet let out a relieved sigh. Old Tom was one of the most persistent contenders in the race to the Eternal City. Countless of the abominations they had clashed with during this dangerous voyage had already perished either slain by humans or torn apart by fellow nightmare creatures. But this harrowing creature continued to follow the Night Garden like a curse, attacking it from the depths from time to time. Hopefully, the Lord of Shadows and the Saints of Night would destroy it today, or, if not, then at least gather information about what Old Tom actually was. No one had seen the source of the terrifying tentacles since it was hidden too deep. The horror of the depths was not what Jet was worried about, though. The mist is coming. Cursing quietly, she looked south. There, the eerie haze had already turned into a rolling wall of ghostly mist. Cold winds suddenly assaulted the Night Garden, and the wall of mist moved across the surface of the water, slowly devouring the world. Jet studied it with a tense expression, and so did everyone else in the runic hall. Far below, on the main deck, the soldiers charging the cannons stopped, as well, watching the approaching mist with pale faces. Will it come? As if to answer Jet's question, a massive shadow moved in the mist. A dead silence enveloped the night garden as everyone looked south with wary expressions. Then, the silhouette of an eerie ship slowly revealed itself in the fog. Although not quite as titanic as the night garden, it was still enormous, towering above the sea like a fortress built of rotten wood. Its tattered sails swayed slowly in the ghostly winds, and an eerie glow emanated from its broken, deserted deck. The ship looked almost translucent, as if it was there and not there at the same time. It moved at the edge of the rolling wall of mist, looking like it was guiding it. Dutchman, it's the Dutchman. Just then, the ghostly shapes of smaller vessels revealed themselves from the veil of fog, being drawn by the same ethereal winds that carried the Dutchman. That was what the soldiers had named the flagship of the ghostly fleet. Jet wasn't sure what an old tale from before the dark times had to do with abominable nightmare creatures of the storm sea, but the nickname stuck. Diviners. Nightfall within half an hour, ma'am. Jet closed her eyes for a moment. Half an hour, huh? Half an hour was a long, long time. Move the starboard cannons to port, pull the awakened soldiers below deck, send all ascended officers to the battlements. Summon every echo we have. Etha, the bridge is yours, you know what to do. Etha gave her a guardedly worried look, then bowed slightly. Yes, Lady Jet. Jet blinked a few times. Right, I'm a lady now. Smiling crookedly, she raised her arms above her head and stretched like a cat, then let out a long sigh and summoned the mist blade. Commanding it into the shape of a war scythe, Jet then took a step forward and turned into a torrent of mist herself. Descending from the height of the mainmast pagoda, she rushed across the great span of the night garden's main deck and reached its edge. There, the awakened soldiers were already retreating hastily, while the ascended cursed as they pushed the heavy cannons into place. Flowing upward, Jet returned to her corporeal form on top of one of the great cannons, standing at the very edge of its long obsidian barrel. The water foamed and surged far below her. Placing the scythe on her shoulder, Jet looked south at the eerie shape of the Dutchman. A few moments later, she felt a chill run down her spine. She knew that someone, or something, was looking back at her. She raised a hand with a faint smile and beckoned the captain of the Dutchman with her finger, inviting him to come. In the next moment, the sails of the ghostly flotilla swelled, and dozens of rotting ships tore free of the wall of mist, flying across the waves toward the night garden. Come, come, you're bastards, I was hungry anyway. Chapter 26, 10 Wraith Armada. Jet could have sensed the advance of the ghostly armada even with her eyes closed. That was because the moment the captain of the Dutchman commanded his spectral fleet to sail forth, the winds vanished, plunging the world into a dead calm. All around the night garden, the water was restless because of the harrowing battle happening in the depths, but further away, it turned still and glass-like, reflecting the boundless sky like a vast mirror. There was no wind, and yet the wall of mist continued to roll forward from the south, slowly devouring the world. The sails of the ghostly ships were swelling, and the ethereal vessels flew forward across the still surface of the motionless sea. The tentacles of the old Tom rose from the water on one side of the night garden, while from the other, the Wraith Armada swiftly shortened the distance, ghostly fires igniting on the dimly glowing decks. Jet grimaced. They just had to attack at the same time, damn it. But then again, maybe they did. The race to the Eternal City was coming to an end, after all. They were no more than a day or two away from reaching the finish line. Countless contenders had perished along the way, and only the strongest ones remained. Old Tom, the Dutchman, and the Night Garden were among those. Today was their last chance to dispose of the competition, so it was no wonder that the horror of the depths and the nebulous wraith commanding the Dutchman chose to attack. Honestly, if Jet had a reliable way of tracking either of these foes, she would have been tempted to hunt them down herself. She and the Lord of Shadows had already eradicated more than a few rival contenders that way, leaving the waters of the storm sea red with blood. Fire! Etha's command was relayed to the cannon crews, and the Ascended activated the enchantments of the great siege weapons. Jet took a step back and braced herself as the obsidian barrel beneath her shuddered and roared, sending an enormous ball of luminous iron flying forward with harrowing speed. The force unleashed by the sorcery of the Lord of Shadows was so terrible that the enormous cannon, weighing hundreds of tons, rolled a few meters back. It would have rolled further, too, if not for black chains that kept it in place. Jet easily maintained her balance on top of it, watching the radiant cannonball streak across the sky. The thunderous roar of 24 of these cannons firing in quick succession was both deafening and violent, but she endured the palpable sonic shock of it as well. It was like music to her ears. A powerful gale of wind sent her raven-black hair dancing, and her icy eyes glowed with chilling blue light through the chaos of the devastating salvo. A few moments later, the cannonballs struck the ethereal ships. Some missed their marks, plunging into the sea and sending towering plumes of foaming water into the air, but the rest had been aimed true. A dark smile illuminated Jet's pale face. At least a dozen of the ghostly vessels were severely damaged, a few of them even dissolving into halos of ghastly, ephemeral light, as if dispelled by the violent force of the sorcerous bombardment. Sadly, the Wraith Armada was an insidious enemy. Both the ships and the bloodthirsty ghosts populating them were spectral in nature, so only those attacks that targeted the intangible could harm them. The annihilating physical force carried by the radiant cannonballs was wasted on the ghastly fleet of restless souls. However, the soul essence that the cannonballs had been charged with could still wreak havoc among the spectral ships, even if the damage was not as destructive as it could have been. Several ships were dispelled, and several more slowed down, damaged by the bombardment. Reload the cannons. Jet evaluated the speed of the Wraith Armada and the remaining distance between the fastest ship and the Night Garden. The cannons were powerful, but it took time to saturate them with essence, not to mention the laborious process of loading new cannonballs into the enormous barrels. There was no time for the second salvo. The eerie form of the Dutchman loomed in the mist behind the Armada, towering above the advancing ships like a lumbering beast, drawing closer. Jet did not even know if the vessels the bombardment dispelled were truly gone, or simply returned to their source, and would be summoned again later. The Night Garden had seen the Wraith Armada from a distance a few times and clashed with it once. But back then, the Dutchman had not seemed inclined to commit its forces to a full-scale battle. Perhaps its owner had been wary of the dead captain of the Night Garden and the ghostly monarch she was hosting aboard her ship, seeing a perverse kinship between them. Or maybe, he simply saw no reason to bother. But now, the Wraith Armada was descending upon the living ship in full force. "Want aboard my ship, huh?" Jet exhaled slowly, then changed the grip on her war scythe. A moment later, she leaned forward and sent it flying with a throw as powerful as what the great cannon beneath her was capable of. At the same time, she turned into a torrent of mist and wrapped herself around the ice-gold blade, riding it across the sky toward the advancing Armada. Her aim was true. The war scythe bit into the spectral deck of the leading vessel, causing the glow of the entire ship to dim. Jet assumed her human form and stepped onto the rotten wood, placing her hand on the trembling shaft of the mist blade. "How about I board yours instead?" All around her, ethereal figures rose from the ephemeral glow, the ghastly shapes of dead sailors still bound to their sunken ship, knowing no peace or solace. Looking at them with a chilling hunger, Jet grinned. The Dutchman commanded a fleet of restless souls. New small cap N letter 1D0F letter 1D20 letter 1D07 small cap L letter 1D04 hapters are published on NovelFire. Net and now, he had delivered them to Soul Reaper. Chapter 26, 11 More Dreadful Wraith. The ghostly crewmates of the spectral ship all wielded power similar to that of corrupted abominations. Most were akin to beasts, while the captain was akin to a monster. At least that had been the case during the brief skirmish between the vanguard of the Wraith Armada and the Night Garden in the past. Jet could feel that this particular crew was more powerful than the scouts who had attempted to board the living ship before, and had no doubt that there were far more harrowing, terrifying beings among the ghosts. The Dutchman commanded demons, devils, and even nightmare creatures of the great rank. But it did not matter. The ghastly Armada was vast, and there seemed to be an endless number of lost souls populating the ethereal, rotting ships. They were wraiths, which meant that most awakened would be in great peril in a battle against the Dutchman's otherworldly army. But for that very reason, Jet was their natural adversary. Her aspect allowed her to directly destroy the souls of her enemies, after all. Not only that, but she grew stronger with each enemy she killed. Her essence was replenished, and the cold, shattered star of her soul core grew both in size and volume, one dark, jagged shard at a time. After 2 relentless decades of chaos and slaughter, her jigsaw soul core had become vast and expansive, looming above her soul sea like a broken sun. And that, in turn, allowed her to augment her undying body with essence far past the limits of what any other awakened was capable of, both granting her fierce power and allowing her to sustain that ferocity for a longer time, almost indefinitely. As long as there were living beings for her to kill, or undead beings, it mattered not to Jet. As the crew of the spectral ship rose from ghostly light and rushed at her, she saw them clearly. Their ancient armor was shredded and torn, their phantasmal bodies underneath were covered in terrible wounds, and their cold, empty eyes burned with ethereal green flames. There was no frenzied hunger or demented fury in their gazes, though, like in those of most nightmare creatures. Just torment. Lunging forward to meet the flood of murderous wraiths, Jet spun her war scythe and easily sliced the nearest of specters in half. A mundane blade, or even an enchanted one, would have simply passed through his ephemeral body as if it were passing through mist, but her scythe severed the soul of the spectral abomination just as easily as it would have severed flesh. The silhouette of the ancient wraith rippled and dissolved into a dying flash of pale light, disappearing forever. Those who had managed to slay these peculiar beings before reported that the nightmare spell did not announce their deaths, and there were no soul shards left behind them either. But Jet could clearly feel the end of the ghostly sailor's existence. A stream of essence entered her soul, and a new shard was added to the jagged orb of her broken soul core, making it a fraction bigger. The spell whispered into her ear as well. "You have slain A, you have slain A, you have." However, its voice suddenly faltered and grew indistinct, as if it could not process or express the truth of what had happened, like a machine encountering an error. How curious. It seemed that even the nightmare spell did not quite know what the Dutchman and his wraith armada were, or at least could not speak it. Jet ignored that information, for now. Continuing the motion, she took a step forward while reversing the grip on her weapon and thrust it forward to pierce the chest of the next wraith. Since their ethereal bodies offered the mist blade no resistance, she then fluidly transitioned from a downward thrust into a spin, beheading the one rushing at her from the back. "You have slain A." Jet exploded into a hurricane of ice-gold steel, moving across the deck of the ghostly ship like the Grim Reaper. She was a transcendent being, while the spectral sailors were all corrupted. So, in theory, each of them wielded power equal to hers, or at least power that existed in the same realm. Nevertheless, they all fell under her scythe like stalks of wheat, vanishing forever. And whatever essence she burned while harvesting these lost souls was immediately replenished by the streams of essence she received from the kills. The captain of the ship was far more powerful than his subordinates, but he dissolved into ghostly green light in mere seconds, as well. In an astonishingly short amount of time, the deck of the rotting ship became empty, with only Jet standing there, bathed in an eerie glow and the echoes of the brutal violence that had just been perpetrated here. Still, she felt like her job here was not finished, yet, so Jet plunged the blade of her scythe into the deck itself, aiming to destroy the soul of the ship. That, she felt, was the real monster. It took several blows, and just as she suspected, a torrent of essence more potent than all the previous ones flowed into her soul as the shape of the ship dimmed, slowly disappearing into the bright daylight. At the same time, an explosion of radiance escaped from somewhere deep within its hold, accompanied by a litany of otherworldly groans, as if a swarm of tortured souls was suddenly set free. Jet smiled darkly, thinking that she was starting to unravel the secret nature of the sinister Wraith Armada, or at least the nature of its lesser ships. Just before the spectral ship disappeared completely, she pushed herself off its broken deck and soared high into the air, flying across the sky. Breaching hundreds of meters with that single jump, Jet landed on the next ship in a maelstrom of cold steel, wreaking havoc among its crew and harvesting their souls to empower her own. Behind her, the night garden towered like a fortress of weathered wood, and her soldiers were feverishly rushing to reload its mighty cannons. Chapter 26, 12 Horror of the Abyss. While Jet butchered the specters aboard the leading ships of the Wraith Armada and the towering walls of mist slowly approached the night garden, another immense tentacle descended on the living ship, aiming to swipe the ascended cannoneers off its deck and destroy the mighty armaments. The invisible aegis protecting them held, but it seemed to be straining in the crushing grasp of Old Tom. Just then, a black arrow fell from the secluded garden on the roof of the mainmast pagoda, followed by an enormous javelin that seemed to be forged from pure darkness. The violence of their impact was so horrific that the immense tentacle was torn open and maimed, releasing its hold on the night garden in a flood of oily blood. That was Slayer and Saint entering the battle from the privacy of Soul Reaper's garden. Sunny had not left the great citadel unguarded before diving into the dark depths, of course. And there, in those dark depths, Sunny, Serpent, Neve, and Bloodwave continued to descend into the crushing cold abyss as they pursued the wounded tentacles of the ancient horror. No light penetrated the mass of water far enough to illuminate their surroundings, so they found themselves in utter, absolute darkness. Of course, Sunny could sense the movement of shadows and pierce the veil of darkness with his gaze. The Saints of Night, meanwhile, navigated the lightless abyss with their own powers. If anything, they were more at home in the depths than he was. Still, Sunny was certain that even the descendants of the House of Night didn't dive that deep often. The wounded tentacles retreated downward with spectacular speed, leaving billowing trails of oily blood in their wake. As he pursued them, the water grew colder and colder. Much more palpable, however, was the mounting pressure of its great mass. They had long passed the point where mundane humans, or even machines they created, would have been crushed by the pressure of the dark abyss. Then, they passed the point where awakened would have been killed as well. By the time they reached the point where Ascended could have survived, even Sunny could feel the terrible pressure constricting his movements. The intricately shaped plates of the jade mantle groaned as they scraped against each other, and the onyx serpent shell was sustaining minor, but continuous damage, forcing him to mend it as they continued the descent. The water had turned eerie here, acting in odd ways. And yet, the tentacles continued to flee into the darkness, and Sunny still could not sense their source. Just, how deep does that horror dwell? The irreverent nickname made one forget what Old Tom truly was at times, as well as the fact that nobody truly knew the shape and nature of that eldritch horror. All they had ever seen of it were the immense tentacles that reached toward the surface from far below. And now, Sunny finally sensed something. It was not the body of Old Tom, though. Instead of it, a swarm of immense tentacles suddenly shot from the dark abyss, rising toward them like a terrifying forest of slithering, gigantic vines. Sunny was taken aback for a short moment. During the previous attacks, the terrifying Dweller of the Depths had never attacked the night garden with more than 7 of its long limbs. Now, however, there were dozens of them reaching toward Sunny and his companions, each comparable in size to the immense tentacles that could wrap themselves around the titanic vastness of the night garden. It was as if the abyss itself had come alive to destroy them. Now, where the hell has good old Tom been hiding all these? Sunny shook off his bewilderment and pushed his enormous body forward to meet the dark forest of colossal tentacles. It seemed that they had underestimated old Tom. A tad. There was no time to regret this failure of imagination, though, because soon the tentacles were upon them. Sunny was the vanguard of their group and the most powerful among them as well, so it was his duty to break the momentum of the harrowing tide of dark flesh. Just before the tentacles reached him, he gritted his teeth and released the defensive barrier of the onyx serpent shell, allowing it to dissolve into the darkness. He released the constraints giving his own shadow a shape, as well, and let it spread to its true, unfathomable vastness. In the next moment, Sunny turned into a vast cloud of formless darkness. And from that darkness, dozens of long tendrils stretched forward, clashing with those of old Tom. Of course, Sunny was not quite as immense as the horror of the depths. But his will was infused with the essence of death, so his touch was far more lethal. The grotesque clash tore apart the abyss, forcing the mass of water crushed by the unbearable pressure to flow like a current. Somewhere far above, grotesque waves rose, scattering the ghostly armada and making the night garden sway. Serpent, Neve, and Bloodwave swam through the carnage of intertwined tentacles and tendrils of darkness, sinking their fangs into Old Tom's flesh. The frightening chaos of the deepwater battle continued unabated, and at some point, seething from murderous rage and pain permeating his wounded shadow, Sonny realized that the sea around them was changing. It seemed that Old Tom was pushing them toward the surface. At the same time, he sensed that the number of tentacles the terrifying depth dweller unleashed upon them was gradually reducing, as if not all of them were long enough to reach that far up. It's trying to retreat. Old Tom might not have been wary of Sonny and the night garden, but it seemed reluctant to let them close to its hidden body. So, it wanted to retreat back into the depths. They had dealt it enough damage to make the horror of the depths take them seriously, at least. Or perhaps it simply judged that the night garden itself had sustained enough damage to stall its arrival in the Eternal City. The question was, would Sonny let the eerie horror escape once more? Damn it all! Sonny forced himself to coalesce back into a human shadow and covered it by the fearsome carapace of the jade mantle, using the feather of truth to make it just buoyant enough to stay in place. Casting a dark gaze at the battered tentacles of Old Tom, he gritted his teeth. The sea had turned black from the blood of the horrid creature of the depths, but he wasn't unscathed either. There was a decision to be made. Chapter 26, 13-2 Captains. Far above, the night garden swayed as gigantic waves crashed into its hull. The Wraith Armada was scattered, but remained unscathed, continuing its swift advance as the towering wall of mist devoured the world behind it. The forward ships of the ghostly fleet were gone, though, their spectral crews eviscerated by the ruthless blade of the Reaper. Jet had sustained some wounds, but the chilling slaughter she had perpetrated effortlessly overshadowed their severity. And, unlike how any other awakened would, she was not growing tired. If anything, the more enemies she slayed, the more alive she looked, as if the dark splendor of the unending slaughter filled her with vitality. There were two problems, though. The first one was that the deeper into the Wraith Armada she went, the more powerful her enemies became. The last captain she had killed was definitely strong enough to have been a great nightmare abomination, and the ship itself refused to be destroyed in just a few strikes. In the end, she had nearly taken it apart with her scythe before the spectral vessel finally succumbed. The closer a spectral vessel was to the Dutchman in the formation of the ghostly fleet, the more sinister it seemed to be. On top of that, deeper into the Armada, the ships had not been damaged by the initial bombardment of the Night Garden's mighty cannons, so their crews were entirely unscathed when she attacked them. The bigger problem, however, was that Jet was just one woman. No matter how powerful she was, there were too many ships in the Wraith Armada for her to take on alone. Already, countless vessels were overtaking the area where she rampaged, sailing toward the Night Garden outside her reach. And the Dutchman itself was drawing closer and closer. Severing the mast of a ghostly ship and shattering its deck with a devastating strike of the flat side of the scythe, Jet paused for a moment and looked back. How much longer? She seemed to have bought her soldiers enough time. With Jet destroying the forward ships and the tall waves slowing down the advance of the Eerie fleet, they managed to reload the cannons in time. Looking up, she saw the dark chasms of 24 enormous barrels staring at her from the living ship's deck. It was only then that Jet realized how unpleasant it was to be on the receiving end of these dark, terrifying siege weapons. Damnation. In the next moment, the cannons thundered, sending 24 radiant orbs of essence-infused metal flying at the ghostly fleet with terrible speed. It was really like a swarm of meteors was plummeting from the sky. The impact was not that different from a celestial calamity, either. The spectral ships that had overtaken Jet's area of control were erased from existence, exploding into pale flashes of eerie light. The Night Garden had received a bit more breathing room, but it was still not enough. Jet knew that there would be no third salvo. The ghost ships would reach her citadel, and the ancient wraiths would board it soon. With her most powerful warriors lured away by Old Tom, the defenders of the Night Garden would inevitably sustain casualties while trying to repel the attack. And then, the mist would swallow the world, heralding the arrival of the Dutchman. What would happen next, Jet did not know. Pursing her lips, she delivered the finishing attack to the mangled ghost ship and leaped to the next one. Landing on its deck, she slaughtered her way to its stern and climbed the steps there, gazing at the vast wraith armada over the vanishing phantom of the slain captain. By then, there were already wisps of mist floating over the restless water around her. She could see the Dutchman far better than ever before, too. Its tall sides, the countless scars marring the battered expanse of its hull, the gaping wounds where it had been breached by untold attacks. Its tattered sails, its skeletal masts, the eerie desolation of its vast deck. And the ethereal figure standing at its bridge, shrouded in a torn cloak. Jet looked at the captain of the Dutchman and felt him looking back. From that distance, she couldn't discern much about him. The man, if it was indeed a man, was tall, with broad shoulders and an imposing posture. His figure was elusive and ghostly, as if he were there and not at the same time. She couldn't see his face, but she thought she glimpsed his eerie eyes. Two piercing, sea-colored flames were burning in the pale shadow of his ghastly face, regarding her with a chilling calmness. Sensing a subtle change in the motion of the sea, Jet smiled slightly as she met his gaze. Finally. Just then, the world underwent a strange transformation. The sun plummeted into the waves, leaving a trail of light behind it. Darkness enveloped the world, and radiant silver streaks crossed out the sky. Then, the sun shot from behind the eastern horizon, chasing away the darkness, only to drown in the west a few moments later. The breathtaking spectacle repeated itself several times, as if someone had hit the fast-forward button and sent time flowing at an astonishing pace. But it all ended swiftly, and the storm sea was suddenly enveloped by the darkness of the night. Countless stars ignited in the vast black sky, which meant Jet's smile widened a little. In the next moment, the radiance of the distant stars grew brighter, and the starlight was woven into a vast silver net. It fell upon the Wraith Armada, slicing dozens of ships apart and destroying them in mere moments. A cold wind blew across the sea, sending Jet's hair flying. That was Etha unleashing his aspect. Now that the night had fallen, he could finally call upon the stars to destroy their enemies, and the starlight he summoned seemed like the nemesis of the ghostly fleet. The first time the Night Garden had clashed with the wraiths commanded by the Dutchman, it was the young saint of night who had turned the tide. Jet remained still, looking at the captain of the Dutchman with a cold smile. He looked at her too as the starlight poured on the spectral vessels of the ghostly armada, piercing them like a rain of silver spears. Well, what will it be? Would he press the attack or call a retreat? Was she imagining things? Or did she see an echo of a faint, terrifying smile on the face of the mysterious wraith as well? A few moments later, the captain of the Dutchman looked away. The mist swelled, and the fearsome silhouette of the ghastly flagship was swallowed by it, vanishing without a trace. The vessels of the Wraith Armada disappeared, as well, gone like the vestiges of an eerie nightmare. The wall of mist was torn apart by the wind. Soon enough, the surface of the sea calmed down, and nothing hinted that there had been a fleet of phantoms on its surface just a few moments ago. The battle in the depths seemed to have concluded as well, since no tentacles rose from the depths to attack the Night Garden anymore. Jet lingered for a few moments, then let out a relieved sigh. It seemed that they had survived another day. Chapter 26, 14. Late to the party, the battle was over. The mist dissipated, and the foaming water calmed down. The Wraith Armada was gone, having vanished like a fleeting apparition. Old Tom had retreated back into the abyssal depths. The Night Garden had earned several new scars, its living hull slowly repairing itself in the pale starlight. The awakened soldiers emerged from under the deck, and the ascended officers who had manned the cannons were catching their breath while leaning on the railings, a cold breeze caressing their pale faces. Soul Reaper Jet had already returned aboard her ship, somewhat battered, but mostly unscathed. Her armor was in need of some mending, so she dismissed it in favor of a set of comfortable mundane clothes. Not long after, the Saints of Night climbed onto the deck of the Night Garden, as well. They were met with loud cheers. Facing Old Tom in the dark depths of the storm sea was an admirable act, after all, not to mention the awesome feat of driving the dreadful creature away. On top of that, everyone was under the impression that they had fought the fiend alone. While Neve and Bloodwave were being celebrated by the awakened soldiers, Sunny crawled out of the shadows in the quiet seclusion of Jet's private garden and sprawled on the grass with a groan. He felt absolutely miserable. All that for nothing. In the end, he had let Old Tom go. It was unclear whether he could have defeated it otherwise, out there in the abyssal depths. But Sunny still felt disappointed that he had not even received a chance to try. He would have probably pursued the eerie horror if he had been alone. But at the moment, he also had to consider the night garden and its passengers. So, Sunny had chosen the less unhinged strategy and swallowed his desire to tear Old Tom limb from limb, returning to the surface instead. Now, he was enduring the torment of his wounds with nothing to show for it. At the end there, he had been forced to face the horror of the depths without the defensive barrier of a shell, in his true form, that of a vast, formless shadow. That had helped him salvage the battle, but also left him vulnerable to receiving soul damage. That was fine, though, because Soul Weave was already mending his tattered soul. And somewhere in the depths, Old Tom was suffering as well, having been poisoned by his death will. Thinking about that last part made Sunny feel much better, filling him with vindictive joy. Saint stood silently to his left, guarding his sprawled form. Slayer, meanwhile, was leaning against a tree some distance away, almost indistinguishable from the deep shadows around her. Soon enough, Jet joined him in the garden as well. Sitting down nearby, she let out a long sigh and said in a wistful tone, "It's strange, isn't it? We did not lose the battle, and yet it doesn't feel like we've won it either." Sunny spared her a brief look and shrugged. "Doesn't seem odd at all." He lingered for a few moments and then asked, "That creepy feeling I got while fighting Old Tom, the Dutchman made an appearance, didn't it?" Jet nodded. "Yes, just as expected. It vanished once the night fell, though." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Did Etha chase it away?" Jet remained silent for a while, then sighed again. It was not so much that it was scared away by Etha as that it chose to leave once the stars, and the map hidden in them revealed themselves once again. We, Old Tom, and the Dutchman are not the only candidates left in the race, after all. So, I think it simply decided not to waste time, especially considering that the night garden had already sustained some damage by then. She paused. "In truth, I managed to vanquish a few ships, but the ones destroyed by Etha and your cannons are not really gone. They were simply dispelled, so they'll return after a while. So, the damage we dealt to the Ghost Fleet was negligible." Jet gave him a dark look. "If I am correct, then the ghost sailors are merely emanations of the ship, lost souls bound to their sinister vessels and imprisoned by them forever. Every time the sailors are destroyed, they return into the holds and then get summoned to man the ships again later in a never-ending cycle." She exhaled slowly. "Well, unless someone like me ends it. The ships themselves are merely emanations of the Dutchman, though. When they are destroyed, the wells of souls contained within them are drawn back into its great hold, in turn, so the ghost armada can never really be vanquished unless the Dutchman itself is destroyed. It's like one big cursed nesting doll. That is what I concluded after sinking a few of those creepy ships, at least." Jet sighed and looked at the stars. "The only thing I am not clear on is the captain of the Dutchman. Is he just another prisoner of that cursed ship, or are the ship and its curse manifestations of his power? I do not know." Sunny smiled faintly. "I have no idea either." Jet remained silent for a while. "The Dutchman and its ghost fleet remind me of something, though. I've met a similar being before, I think. His shadows shared a kind of kinship with wraiths, and they too could never truly be destroyed, only vanquished for a while, banished back to the dark expanse of his soul, where they were mended and repaired by its tenebrous flames. Unless someone like Jet got involved, that was." She shook her head slowly. "No, I don't mean you." After considering something for a second or two, she added, "A while back, I killed a great devil, the Heart of Kanakit. It commanded a swarm of imprisoned souls as well." Sunny blinked a few times, thinking about the implications. Eventually, he shrugged. Well, we will inevitably learn more about the Dutchman soon, whether we want to or not. The night garden was resting now, drifting among the waves, but it would continue the journey to the eternal city soon. Whatever dangers they had faced along the way would most likely pale in comparison to what was waiting for them there. He hesitated for a few moments, then asked, "So, what are we going to do? Chase after old Tom and the Dutchman in hopes of getting to the eternal city first?" Jet shook her head slowly. "The night garden is damaged, and you don't look too good either. It is better to wait a couple of days and arrive at the party in top form. There's no telling what will meet us at the end of the road, after all, but there's definitely going to be a slaughterhouse just shy of it. So we should give the other contenders a chance to properly greet each other before joining the fun." Sunny smiled lazily. "Fun, you say? Aren't you afraid that they will get to the prize before us?" Jet chuckled and shook her head. "Not at all." He gave her a surprised look. "What? Why?" Standing up, she looked at him with pity and shook her head. "I mean, the road to the eternal city is already that bad. Whatever is hidden there is bound to be 10 times worse, though. And that's not something even the likes of old Tom or the Dutchman can deal with in a day or two." Laughing quietly, Jet nodded at Saint and walked away. Left alone, Sunny turned to the stars and spent some time enjoying the quiet rustle of the leaves in peace. After a while, he murmured, "That makes me wonder. Maybe I need to get myself a garden too." Chapter 26:15 No Regrets. Several days later, the night garden had largely repaired itself. There were still marks left on the weathered surface of its hull, but they did not affect its overall durability. Sunny was feeling better, as well, and the soldiers had received a much-needed reprieve from the draining intensity of the perilous voyage. Guided by the stars, the living ship resumed its journey. Sunny and Jet had both turned somber and taciturn, knowing that the eternal city and the unknown dangers waiting for them there were drawing close now. Jet had entrusted the helm of the night garden to Etha and walked to the bow of the Titanic ship, looking at the distant horizon with a contemplative expression. Starlight infused the darkness with a pale silver radiance, and the cold breeze was blowing from the west, ruffling her raven-black hair. Her icy blue eyes seemed to glow with a chilling shine in the dark expanse of the quiet night. After a while, a black crow landed on her shoulder, waited for a few moments, and then pecked her on the cheek as if to see if she was alive. Jet pushed the echo off with an irritated scowl. "This again? In your dreams, idiot." Pushed off her shoulder, Crow scrambled to take flight and flew up to land on a piece of the ship's rigging a few meters away. There, it opened its wings and stared at her with righteous indignation. "Corpse! Corpse!" It jumped up and down a couple of times, as if wanting to express a complaint. "Food, food!" Jet gave it an unamused glance. "Not this corpse." Then, looking at it darkly, she added in a husky voice, "Bird, soup." Crow stared at her silently for a few moments, then folded its wings and took a few hurried hops away. Just to be safe. A pale smile appeared on Jet's lips. Not long after that, Sunny emerged from her shadow and leaned on the railing, giving Crow a curious glance. "I've always meant to ask. That echo of yours, it's unusually animated, isn't it?" Jet remained silent for a bit, then turned to him and shrugged. "I guess." She called Crow over and ruffled its feathers. It was a gift from the old man, so Crow is a bit special. Sunny raised an eyebrow. "The old man, wake of ruin?" Jet nodded absent-mindedly, then glanced at him with a wry smile. "Why, is that so surprising?" Sunny scratched the back of his head, not sure how to answer. Wake of Ruin was a cantankerous old man, and his personality left a lot to be desired. It was hard to imagine him giving gifts to his subordinates, even if there seemed to be a complicated relationship between him and Jet. "No, it's just, he doesn't strike me as a generous man." Jet grinned. "You're an astute judge of character, Sunny." Sunny remained silent for a while, remembering the bits and pieces of what he knew about Jet's past. The kind of advice she gave him in his youth spoke volumes about what her own experiences had been, but Jet never mentioned the details directly. Eventually, he asked with a hint of caution in her voice, "Your work for the government, it has not always been entirely voluntary, has it?" Jet lingered for a few moments, then offered him a noncommittal shrug. Well, as far as relationships go, that one used to be a bit toxic at times. She sighed and glanced at the dark expanse of undulating water in front of them. But you are wrong if you think that it was not voluntary. It is true that after discovering my flaw, they put a leash around my neck and exploited me. But I chose to be exploited myself. I needed to kill in order to survive, and I knew that the government would provide me with plenty of prey. So I was using them, as well. It was a mutual relationship, no matter how toxic. Jet fell silent for a bit and then shuddered faintly. Gods know it was way better than what would have happened to me in a legacy clan. That I don't even want to think about. Sunny raised an eyebrow. What about going independent? Jet glanced at him with a faint smile. You must have always been strong, Lord of Shadows. Most awakened can't survive in the dream realm alone. I certainly couldn't, especially considering the demands of my flaw. I haven't always been the Soul Reaper, after all. I was quite weak and unremarkable, out there in the beginning. She looked away and let out a sigh. But even if I could have, I am glad that I didn't. Left to my own devices, I would have rapidly gone feral. And then, I would have truly become a walking corpse, slowly rotting away while not caring about anything except satisfying my base desires, until there was nothing left of me except for an unfeeling, murderous husk. Jet shook her head. People like us tend to value independence, Sunny, but there has to be something in our lives larger than us. It is fine to live an unremarkable life. But it all falls apart when power is added to the equation. We did not choose to wield power, but it was thrust upon us nonetheless, not that we would have refused it if we could. No one who had tasted true weakness would ever refuse power, after all. She turned and looked at him, her usual laid-back smile long gone. But power corrupts, Sunny. Its corruption is no less insidious than the corruption of the void, so one needs something greater than themselves to stave it off. Just like Neff and her domain stave off corruption from the millions of mundane humans living in the dream realm. It can be principles, conviction, duty, devotion, or faith. Anything that keeps you going even when all you want to do is fall down and reminds you where you were heading in the first place. Jet studied him somberly, then suddenly gave him an easy smile and looked away. Personally, I sort of stumbled on what keeps me going by accident. I joined the government out of necessity, developed a misguided sense of professional pride, and only then found meaning in what I do. So, despite all the ugly things that happened along the way, I consider myself lucky. Oh, and it wasn't all bad. There were nice moments, too. Really, if you think about it, I am nothing short of blessed. Sunny remained silent for a long while, looking at her with a subdued expression. Then, inhaling deeply, he asked, "So, no regrets?" Jet chuckled. "Life is too short for regret. Plus, look at me." She smiled faintly. Wielding fearsome power, ruling a gorgeous city, enjoying the respect and adoration of many people, and living in a fancy palace with a private garden. Who would have thought that a dull, timid girl from the outskirts whom no one cared about would end up that way? For a dead woman, I did pretty well for myself, don't you think? Sunny smiled. Yes, pretty well, I'd say. He lingered for a bit, the smile slowly draining from his face. So, let me ask you a question. Jet gave him a curious look. Sure, go ahead. Sunny considered his words for a while. He wanted to ask Jet the same thing he had asked Effie and Kai, whether she would discard personal freedom in pursuit of something that demanded complete submission, whether she would surrender herself completely to something that left her no choice but utter devotion. But now he realized that there was no point in answering, because Jet had already answered. Her answer remained the same as it had been all those years ago, remaining as firm as her quiet, unassuming determination. Sunny sighed. Well, that place where you are heading to. What does it look like? Jet laughed. Oh, that old thing? She paused for a few moments. Why, it's a world where people can live in peace and prosperity. A world where everyone is afforded the dignity they deserve and doesn't have to suffer bloodshed and strife. A gentle world, a place where kindness trumps cruelty. Saying that, Jet looked away and smiled wistfully. Funnily enough, it is also a place where someone like me can never exist. Isn't that ironic? There is no space for me in the world I am building. So, in a way, that makes me the architect of my own destruction. Sunny remained silent, not knowing how to answer. Perhaps there was no need to answer, to begin with. They stayed quiet side by side as the night garden sailed across the waves, drawing closer and closer to the mysterious places, the path to which was written in the stars, where untold horrors and terrifying creatures were waiting for them, ready to tear them apart. The stars shone softly, illuminating their thorny path. Chapter 26:16 Finish line. Carried by invisible winds, the night garden could reach truly astonishing speed. Still, it took the living ship 2 more days to reach the area pointed out by the stars, a measure of time largely meaningless in the storm sea, where the movement of celestial bodies was odd and unpredictable, but was still used by humans both out of habit and out of necessity. Most of that time had been spent battling a calamitous storm, but at the end of the second day, the winds died down, and the unbridled fury of the storm sea was replaced by an eerie calm. Instead of the blinding radiance of cascading bolts of lightning and an unceasing torrent of rain, wisps of fog drifted above the endless expanse of rolling waves. The stars revealed themselves from behind the cloud, just long enough to give the saints of night an opportunity to confirm that the night garden had reached its destination, and were then quickly swallowed by a veil of mist. The world brightened, leaving the cold embrace of darkness in favor of the pale ambivalence of twilight. Not needing the star map anymore, Sunny deactivated the enchantment that had revealed it to the world. The night garden might not have been the first to reach the destination, but that way it would be the last. The living ship slowed down, drifting cautiously through the mist. Nobody knew what to expect from this place, so both the soldiers and their commanders were tense, staring into the gray vastness of the misty sea with apprehension. Sounds traveled far in the fog, so the measured murmur of waves splashing against the hull of the night garden could be heard even from the great height of its deck. Well, this has gone better than I expected. Jet and Sunny were at the observation deck at the bow of the Titanic ship. No different from the soldiers, they stared into the mist, trying to determine what was awaiting them ahead. The Eternal City was supposed to be here, somewhere. But the map was not exactly rich with detail about what it looked like and what obstacles approaching it posed. Of course, they were not merely looking. Sunny had cast his shadow sense far and wide, enveloping a vast swath of the storm sea in a net of his perception. Jet, meanwhile, had sent Crow to scout ahead and report its findings to her. Feeling a little disturbed by what he sensed, Sunny raised an eyebrow. Better than expected? How do you mean? She shrugged with an easy smile. I mean that we reached the destination without suffering catastrophic damage or grievous casualties. The worst that has happened is being beset by a dozen or so of chillingly powerful abominations and an unimaginable horror or two. Smooth sailing, really. Sunny gave her a dubious look, then said in a slightly offended tone, "You had really low expectations for the feasibility of this expedition, it seems." Jet grinned. Having low expectations is the secret of living life free of disappointment, after all. She lingered for a few moments, then inhaled deeply and furrowed her brow. What is that smell? The water was far below them, but underestimating the senses of a saint was never a good idea. Sunny still gave Jet a surprised look. You can smell it. He looked down somberly. It's blood. Jet could not see it because of the mist, but actually, this entire area of the storm sea had turned a vivid shade of red, having been contaminated by an unimaginable amount of blood. Sunny could not discern its color either, but he could sense other things. The night garden drifted forward, sailing on a sea of blood. It wasn't simply moving through the red waves, though. The hull of the living ship was absorbing the blood, subtly clearing the water around it. From time to time, a mangled chunk of flesh would brush against its bow and be consumed as well. It was quite an eerie scene, to say the least. Sunny sighed. This whole area is drowned in blood and littered with Tom corpses. Pieces of Tom corpses, at least. I think your decision to arrive late was wise. It seems like a terrible battle concluded here just recently. The nightmare creatures who were still in the race must have clashed for the chance to reach the Eternal City. There was old Tom and the Dutchman, but there must have been many more abominations whom the night garden had never encountered. The storm sea was vast, after all, and not every contender had been following the stars from its eastern reaches. The weaker of the dreadful fiends would have perished on the way, but the strongest and truly harrowing ones would have all made it here. And then they would have eradicated each other, with the most awful one emerging as victor. Sunny hummed. Maybe we should find mysterious star maps more often. Then, the nightmare creatures would do us a favor and all kill each other. It wasn't half bad to have some of the greatest threats in the storm sea reduce their own populations so thoroughly. That said, the being who had slaughtered all these ancient horrors and came out on top was still out here, somewhere, already approaching the Eternal City. Sunny would have to face it there, so his satisfaction was overshadowed by dark anticipation. As if to illustrate his description, a dark shape suddenly revealed itself from the mist. It was as wide as a small island, protruding a few hundred meters above the waves. So, it seemed small and insignificant in front of the towering wall of the night garden's hull. It was a chunk of flesh tom from the body of some enormous monstrosity. Google SE a small capar letter 1D04H small capen OVELFIRE. Net as the living ship drew closer, it dwarfed the hideous island of mangled flesh even more, then effortlessly pushed it aside. Sunny sighed. All this meat. Going to waste. Jet gave him a strange look, then rolled her eyes. Nothing is stopping you from diving down to salvage it, you know? Sunny shivered. No thanks, why would I? I don't even need to eat, actually. She looked away with a faint smile. For a while, there was nothing but silence between them. Tendrils of mist moved slowly across the deck of the night garden, and countless lanterns illuminating it shone like islands of warm light in the cold expanse of twilight vastness. Some time later, Sunny frowned. Noticing his somber expression, Jet raised her scythe a little. What is it? He lingered for a few moments, then grimaced. Nothing. That's the thing, I sense nothing. There is no sign of the Eternal City anywhere around us, for at least 100 kilometers in every direction. There were no signs of anything that could lead them to it, either, like a stele with runes carved into it, or ancient gates that opened a portal to some unknown location. Considering that the Eternal City could not be reached by usual means, Sunny would not be surprised to encounter something like that. But there was nothing except for the vast expanse of the bloody sea, the mist, and the morbid remnants of the terrible battle that had happened here. Not long after, Crow returned from its patrol and landed on Jet's shoulder, cawing loudly. Crow, back! She winced and tilted her head, moving her ear away from the small bird's black beak. Yes, good job. Did you find something in the mist, yes or no? Crow stared at her for a few moments, then fluttered its wings proudly. No. Jet let out an exasperated sigh. After remaining silent for a short while, she asked in an uncertain tone, that map wouldn't have led us to nothing at all, would it? Sunny shook his head. Definitely not. Everything Weaver did had a reason. Plus, whoever won the battle is nowhere to be seen. They would have hung around if there had been no path to the Eternal City here, searching. The fact that they are not here suggests that there is a path after all. I think, Jet sighed. Well, let's continue exploring. The night garden continued to drift through the fog, but even after several hours, Sunny could not sense anything in the vast area around them. In situations like this one, it was usually best not to hurry. They could slowly explore this region of the storm sea in search of clues, spending days or even weeks to accomplish the task. However, Sunny was pressed for time. Time was not standing still in the rest of the world, after all, and things that demanded his attention were slowly accumulating. Plus, they had competition. The monster who had triumphed in the dreadful battle was already ahead of them in the race, nearing the finish line or already there. So, Sunny could not wait that long. Luckily, or unfortunately, he had a way to save them quite a bit of time. Grimacing, Sunny summoned Weaver's mask and said as it settled on his face, "Oh, I am looking forward to this so much." Chapter 26:17, Black Skies. The last time Sunny had used Where Is My Eye? Enchantment of Weaver's mask, his own eyes were burned, rendering him blind. In fact, his vision recovered fully only just recently, so, naturally, he did not want to lose it again on the eve of a perilous battle. However, there was a learning curve to everything. The fact that he had been seriously harmed the first time around did not mean that he would suffer just as badly now. Back then, Sunny had not known what touching the strings of fate implied, so he treated them carelessly. He believed that things would be different now. If he held himself back, the damage he sustained would probably be significantly reduced. Granted, he would learn much less as a result, as well, catching maybe only a glimpse or two. And even if his expectation was proven wrong, he would still be able to fight quite well by relying on shadow sense. The danger of witnessing something he was not supposed to see still remained, though. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. With a sigh, Sunny gave Jet a poignant stare. Would he end up on the floor again? No, but seriously, what is it with Jet and slapping me back to my senses? That was how their relationship started, and even all these years later, things were still the same. Knowing that there was no point in stalling, Sunny activated Where Is My Eye? Once again, the inconceivable vastness of the Tom tapestry of fate revealed itself to him, and once again, he was completely overwhelmed by it. This time, however, his experience helped him shut most of it out faster. Following the steps he had taken before, Sunny limited the scope of his perception to only one tiny fraction of the unfathomable infinity of endless threads, concentrating only on those of them that had to do with this area of the storm sea. He had an easier time searching for a thread having to do with the Eternal City because he knew that the night garden was connected to it had been built there, even. So, the string of fate he was searching for would pass through the living ship as well. It did not take him long to discover a worthy candidate. Not too far from him, a strange thread extended from the sky into the sea, piercing the deck of the night garden. There was an odd duality to it, with the upper reaches of it being woven out of silver starlight, while the lower were woven out of impenetrable darkness. Reaching for the unusual string of fate, Sunny brushed his fingers against it. This time, he was careful to only touch for a brief moment and instantly pull away that way. He hoped the truth revealed to him would be modest in scope, and therefore, his eyes and his mind would be spared most of the damage. His hope turned out not to be unfounded, but before Sunny confirmed it, he was assaulted by an astonishing vision. What the hell is this? He was horrified for a moment because what met him was a boundless, dark void. However, thankfully enough, it was not the void. It was merely a void. An infinite, silent, empty expanse of vacuous darkness where nothing existed, no life, no warmth, not even air. Only deadly rays of cosmic radiation and invisible blossoms of gravity fields. And in that darkness, countless stars burned with beautiful silver light. Sunny was stunned. Holy hell, I'm in space. Indeed, this was the great vacuum of space, but at that moment he realized something else as well. That this was also the black skies, the true realm of the goddess of night. And there, among the stars, a beautiful city with tall silver spires bathed in the starlight. Sunny pulled his hand away, and the vision of the eternal city vanished from his straining mind. So it's in space? Sunny remained motionless for what felt like an eternity, but only lasted a brief moment. No, that did not make sense, as much as everything never made sense in the dream realm. Nightwalker had managed to board the night garden and sail away from the eternal city, and at the moment, the night garden could not fly, let alone travel between stars. Sunny hesitated for a while, then tentatively touched the string of fate once more. He saw the eternal city once again, only, this time, it was in a state of chaos. It was under attack. A vast presence moved in the darkness beyond the city. Its form and shape were impossible to discern, since it was indistinguishable from the darkness of space. Perhaps it was the darkness itself, and the only way to perceive its existence was by watching the vast swathes of stars be obscured by its passing. The presence was horrifying, unfathomable, and full of cold, indifferent, obliterating intent. Wherever her pale gaze fell, the immortal denizens of the eternal city were unmade. The silver spires melted and fell, and the very fabric of the celestial abode was consumed by entropy. But then, the city rose from the dust. Its fabric was mended, the spires coalesced from incandescent pools of liquid matter, and the living beings were restored to their pristine youthfulness, only to be destroyed again. A million cycles of death and restoration passed in the blink of an eye. It was an eternity of devastation. The immortals screamed in terror as they died and wept in horror as they were mercilessly brought back to life. Moments flowed into seconds, and seconds flowed into minutes. Minutes turned into hours, and hours turned into days. Days. Sonny pulled his hand away and staggered, horrified. What did I just see? Trembling, he imagined the dreadful scene once more. Slowly, hesitantly, he realized what he had witnessed. It was a battle. It had been a battle between Storm God and the demon of repose. Then, there was only one thing he needed to learn. Drawing in a shaky breath, Sonny extended his hand toward the string of fate once more. He saw how the eternal city fell. Chapter 26:18, Fallen City. Sonny dismissed Weave's mask and stared into the mist with a hollow look on his face. Jet, who was standing nearby with a raised hand, lowered it slowly. Huh, your eyes are not cooked. Sonny remained motionless for a few moments, then turned to her, the golden glow slowly disappearing from the deep darkness of his dilated pupils. Eventually, he grimaced. Still hurts like hell, though. His eyes had not turned into embers this time, but the last image he had seen did end up burned into them, so his vision was a bit blurry. It was going to pass swiftly, though, so he did not mind that much. Jet studied him, then asked in a neutral tone, Well, did you divine any clues? Sonny could not understand what she meant, then realized that she considered his mysterious ability a form of divination. Which, it was, in a sense, he nodded slowly. Yes. It fell into the sea. Jet blinked a few times. What fell into the sea? Sonny just stared at her. The eternal city. It fell into the sea. Turning around, he raised a hand and pointed at the sky. Well, he pointed into the mist, but his intention was to point at the sky. It entered the atmosphere, burning like a falling sun, glided majestically down to the horizon, and hit the water like an enormous asteroid. That thing was the size of NQSC, too, so the explosion its impact caused. Well, I guess it was in the same weight category as when Nephi's detonated 6 of her cores in Godgrave. Catastrophic on a global scale. That latter happened below ground, however, while the former had happened in the middle of a damn sea. He inhaled deeply. Needless to say, the entire city was vaporized. But the demon of repose did not care, I guess, because it still restored itself to flawless condition, complete with all the immortals populating it. And then it drowned. Sonny looked down at the wooden deck beneath them. So, the map is pointing to the right spot. It's just that it doesn't have a vertical axis. We are in the right place, but way above our destination. Jet scratched the tip of his nose. How did Nightwalker manage to sail away on the Night Garden, then? Sonny smiled darkly. I have no idea. Why are you asking me? Go ask Nightwalker. He remained silent for a while, then sighed. Perhaps the Night Garden was at the bottom of the sea as well. Actually, it is good news for us. Jet raised an eyebrow. It is. Sonny nodded. It is a fact that the Eternal City is at the bottom of the storm sea. And it is also a fact that Nightwalker used the Night Garden to escape the Eternal City and sail to the safer waters near the coast. Which proves my theory that this ship is not just a ship. It can also be a submarine. He lingered for a moment and then smiled in bewilderment. It can also be a spaceship, actually. We're on a spaceship, Jet. She gave him a suspicious look. That's cool, however, don't think I don't know why you're saying that. Sonny looked at her with an oblivious look. Huh, whatever do you mean? She smiled dangerously. You said it to distract me from the fact that you want to sink my ship, didn't you? You want to try submerging the Night Garden and diving to the bottom of the sea. Sonny let out a chuckle, as if amazed by the preposterous nature of that remark. Then, he added in a small tone, Yes. Jet let out a long sigh. I'll give you that we can probably submerge the Night Garden by flooding the freshwater reservoir. However, your theory about the Aegis holding the water at bay is questionable at best, and completely unfounded at worst. And since we can hardly test it without causing severe damage to the surface infrastructure of the city, it's a no. Sonny, who was secretly reeling from catching a small glimpse of the dreadful battle between a god and a demon, smiled weakly. Who says that we can't test it? He commanded the shadows to rise, manifesting them into a miniature model of the Night Garden. Then, he built a translucent dome above its deck, and another one, a little smaller, and completely black below it. I don't think I ever tried manifesting shadows on that scale, but I am certain that I can cover all of the night garden with an airtight dome. We will submerge the ship until its masts are underwater and see if the aegis prevents the water from reaching that dome. It does, we can descend further. If it doesn't, we simply surface again, send the night garden back to the coast, and venture to the bottom of the storm sea by our lonesome. You and I, Jet still had a dubious expression on her face. Why are you so keen on taking the night garden to the Eternal City? Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then sighed. Because the dream spawn is on the moon. Jet raised an eyebrow. So WHO. She fell silent for a moment, then gave him a calculating look. You're hoping that if we restore the night garden to its former glory, we will be able to attack that man before he attacks us. Sunny lingered for a while. It is one of the reasons, yes. I might not seem like it, but I am actually quite nervous about that guy. Don't get me wrong, I am not worried that he'll be able to defeat me in Nephi's. However, I am almost entirely certain that if he brings the fight to either the waking world or the dream realm, there will be a lot of collateral damage. A lot of it, if we take the fight to him, though. There are no civilians on the moon. Jet studied him for a bit. Eventually, she grimaced and looked away. We can try flooding the reservoir. However, we will only continue the descent after making sure that the citizens of the night garden are completely safe, and that we can summon Neph's dream gate underwater to retreat at the first sign of overwhelming danger. Sunny simply gave her a nod. Naturally. Then, glancing into the mist, he hesitated for a few seconds and asked, "What's on the bottom of the storm sea anyway?" Jet turned around and started walking away, a troubled expression on her face. Her answer did not make him any less apprehensive. Nobody knows. Because nobody has ever reached the bottom of the storm sea. If we do, we will be the first humans to learn. Chapter 26:19. Immersion, the night garden slowly sank into a sea of blood. The deck had been cleared by then, with all the soldiers joining the civilians in the city below. The runic hall was cleared of all non-essential personnel, with only the Saints of Night keeping Jet and Sunny company. The enchanted circle shimmered faintly as Jet deepened her connection to the living ship, drawing more and more water into the vast reservoir at the lowest layer of its vertical structure. The trees growing in the parks and groves on the main deck of the night garden swayed, and the water in the lakes rippled. Far below, the waves foamed as the titanic ship slowly began to submerge. Sunny observed the process from the great height of the runic hall for a while, then closed his eyes and took a deep breath. As the ship submerged, the deep shadows populating its main deck stirred, growing deeper and darker. Then, they started to flow upward all across its outer perimeter, climbing higher and higher into the air. Jet and the Saints of Night observed the process with guarded expressions, their eyes widening slightly. It was an incredible sight, indeed. The night garden was more than a dozen kilometers in length, and at the moment, darkness rose all across its vast expanse like streams of ink flowing up the surface of an invisible glass dome. Sunny frowned, concentrating. Soon enough, the streams of darkness fused and climbed higher than the roof of the towering pagoda, where the runic hall, the bridge of the night garden, was located. The dome of shadows closed, obscuring the twilight of the outside world. It was as if the living ship was hidden in a great cavern, the warm glow of its lanterns illuminating the echoing darkness. The shadows hardened, turning into black obsidian. I wonder. Sunny found himself wondering if maybe the shadow realm itself had been created in a similar fashion, only on a much, much greater scale. Jet let out a quiet sigh. Damn. No matter how many times I witness a sovereign unleashing their power, it never gets any less humbling. Sunny looked at her, suddenly curious about what Jet's own supreme power would be. He remained silent for a few moments, then turned away. We are not called demigods without a reason. Attaining supremacy means crossing the threshold between what is mundane and what is divine. So while we are not deities yet, we have a foot in the door. He lingered a little before adding in a more grim tone. It is the next step that is truly vexing, because to take it, one has to discard what little mundane and therefore human is left of them. As his words echoed in the darkness, the night garden continued to sink. Soon enough, half of its immense mass was already underwater, and the main deck grew much closer to the surface of the sea. Jet glanced at the Saints of Night, then addressed Neve in a calm tone. "Neve, please check how things are going below deck." The citizens of the night garden knew what was happening. Some had been apprehensive, but most seemed excited about the thrilling new development. Diving into a bottomless ocean full of eldritch abominations. Wasn't that an exciting change of scenery? Perhaps spending time on the indestructible living ship had made them feel too safe, but the denizens of the wandering city were quite a carefree bunch. As far as Sunny was concerned, they rarely showed the level of fear and anxiety one would expect from people living in the perilous waters of the storm sea. But then again, Sunny could somewhat understand the strangeness of their mentality. After all, most humans were tied to their homes, and therefore to their cities. If danger arrived, they ultimately had no choice but to face it or succumb to it, since escaping was usually not an option. What would a citizen of NQSC do if some unholy abomination descended upon the city? Escaping into the wilderness was hardly an option, since it would mean dying of starvation, contaminated water, poisonous air, or simply the elements. Similarly, nothing but death awaited those who would want to flee Bastion or Ravenheart. But what if their city itself could tum around and flee from danger, taking them with it? That, Sunny thought, was a fundamentally less stressful way of life. So he mentally patted himself on the shoulder for procuring himself a wonderful moving castle. Good job! Come to think of it, once Sunny became sacred, Mimic would probably be able to tum into something of a similar size to Night Garden. And while it did not possess many of the wondrous abilities that the living ship did, it had its own marvelous qualities. I should feed it well. In any case, many of the passengers of the Night Garden gathered in the sorceress observation halls below the deck to watch the ship submerge, instead of hiding in their homes and praying to the dead gods. They could not see what was happening on the main deck, and the mist obscured most of the world, but still. Once the surface of the sea drew close, they saw red waves breaking against the weathered hull of the living ship. And then they were below the water. Moment of truth. The Night Garden finally submerged enough for the waves to wash over its main deck. Of course, the Dome of Shadows was protecting it at the moment. But depending on how the situation developed, Sunny would either ride the Night Garden comfortably into the depths or would be forced to dive into the abyssal darkness himself, protected by nothing except the onyx serpent shell. It's a pity I didn't kill old Tom. Summoning its shade would have been quite useful, considering the circumstances. While Sunny shivered at the memory of the gargantuan horror of the depths, the Night Garden fell deeper into the water. Finally, the waves closed above the Shadow Dome, and the tip of the main mast disappeared below the surface of the sea. For a while, tense silence reigned in the runic hall. Eventually, Jet asked in a hushed tone, "Well?" Sunny smiled, bone dry. The Shadow Dome had been built to be just a little bit smaller than the invisible aegis protecting the main deck of the Night Garden. So, if that mysterious barrier was not capable of holding water at bay, the water would have washed over the manifested shadows. However, not even a single drop touched the surface of the dome, which meant that Sunny had been right. The aegis was indeed capable of allowing the Night Garden to dive into the sea. Jet let out a quiet sigh. She remained silent for a while, and then said in a neutral tone, "I guess that means that we are diving into the abyss." Chapter 26, 20 Sea Quest. The Night Garden continued to descend into the cold waters of the storm sea. Sunny had allowed the Dome of Shadows to collapse into a torrent of flowing darkness and vanish, thus allowing Jet and the Saints of Night to see what was happening around the Titanic ship. It was a wondrous sight. There did not seem to be anything standing in the way of water, and yet it failed to wash over the decks of the Night Garden as if pushed away by an invisible barrier. Strangely enough, that made Sunny feel like he was a colossal aquarium. Of course, an aquarium was supposed to keep aquatic shapes of life alive on dry land, not the other way around. What is the opposite of an aquarium, though? A terrarium. It was probably a terrarium. His odd thoughts were interrupted by Jet, who glanced around with a wary expression on her face and said, "We will proceed slowly. Be ready to summon that dome back if the Aegis begins leaking. Their initial success did not guarantee safety. After all, there could be a limit to what the invisible barrier, isolating the surface decks of the night garden from hostile environments, could do. Beyond that, they did not only have water to worry about. There was also pressure, oxygen, and a dozen other things that had to be accounted for in order to ensure the safety of all passengers. Personally, Sunny was sure that the Demon of Repose would have built and enchanted her ship properly, but he was all for taking all the necessary precautions. After all, demons were different from people. Who knew if they had even needed to breathe or cared about not the weight of an entire ocean resting on their shoulders? So, there was no harm in keeping a close eye on things. Soon, Etha and Bloodwave departed to perform various checks, leaving Sunny and Jet alone on the bridge. They watched the water flow upward past the night garden in silence, both secretly haunted by the memories of the tomb of Ariel. The sea around them was red, but the deeper the night garden descended, the paler its morbid hue became. Less and less light could penetrate the great mass of water, as well, so their surroundings were growing dimmer. The grotesque remains of slain nightmare creatures drifted past them from time to time, sinking at their own speed. After a while, the living ship was surrounded by utter darkness, shining with myriad lights in its embrace. The lanterns illuminating the night garden were the only source of light in the cold abyss. So, surrounded by their vibrant glow, it fell into the dark depths like a radiant nebula. The only sounds in the dead silence of the deep sea were the quiet rustle of leaves and the soft whispers of wind that blew between the masts of the Titanic ship. Jet sighed lightly. At least there's wind. That is a good sign. The presence of wind indicated that the night garden was producing its own oxygen, probably absorbing it from the surrounding water. The carbon dioxide generated by millions of people breathing in its depths was probably being absorbed by the trees growing on the main deck. Which didn't really make sense, considering that there was no sun here. However, the living ship was known to have a mystical effect on all flora growing aboard it. So Sunny would not be surprised to learn that the groves on the surface decks of the night garden could thrive even in these conditions. He himself had a tree that thrived in the darkness of the forgotten shore, after all, out there in the courtyard of the nameless temple. In any case, checking to see if the air was not growing stale was one of the tasks Etha and Bloodwave were going to perform. Neve, meanwhile, was busy monitoring the situation on the lower decks and in the cavernous holds of the living ship where the passengers were hidden. Everything seemed to be going fine, at least for now. So, Sunny allowed himself to relax, but only a little. Both he and Jet were still tense, keeping themselves in a state of battle readiness. After all, they did not know what problems the night garden could experience while descending into the dark depths of the storm sea after decades of only sailing on its surface. On top of that, there were external threats they could encounter as well. And the nature of their environment dictated an entirely different approach to battle, one that was inherently disadvantageous for land predators like them. Even if the descent proceeded without any accidents, though, what awaited them in the abyssal depths was the Eternal City, all the horrors populating it, and the unknown calamity that had slaughtered all the other nightmare creatures in the waters above them. How exciting. Time passed slowly. But even after a long while, nothing seemed to happen. The darkness of the surrounding waters had grown even more absolute. Then, it grew eerie and frightening. Jet glanced around with a total lack of amusement on her pale face and leaned on her scythe, seemingly seeking comfort in the cold steel of its ghostly blade. Ah, I don't like this at all. Sunny, however, was not inclined to agree. I am quite happy, though. She looked at him and raised an eyebrow. He nodded to the eerie darkness outside the shimmering sphere of light produced by the night garden. I think we have more or less reached the depth where I gave up on pursuing old Tom. The pressure was giving trouble to Neve and Bloodwave back then, but do you feel anything now? No, the hull may be creaking a little, but it seems like the night garden is protecting its passengers from the weight of the sea, too. Jet smiled faintly. That's true. Sunny lingered for a few seconds. Have you been to the Chained Isles before the war? Jet tilted her head a little. Not really. Why? He shrugged. It's just that diving this deep felt like experiencing the crushing all over again, not the most pleasant experience. Of course, on the chained isles, enormous chains prevented islands from rising too high, so he had only ever suffered the most harmless extent of the crushing. Its full wrath was far more devastating, capable of obliterating even the most powerful abominations. The master of the Ivory Island wielded the crushing as a component now. If used as a weapon, it could decimate entire regions. If used as a shield, it could prevent even a god from reaching the heavenly island unscathed. Sunny wanted to comment on how the pressure of the abyssal depths was similar to that, but then fell silent abruptly. Out there, in the darkness beyond the light of the night garden, a colossal tentacle slowly drifted in the cold void, moving past the descending ship in the distance. It was oddly limp and still. Noticing his expression, Jet frowned. "What's the matter?" Sunny peered into the darkness for a while, silent. Eventually, he responded in a quiet tone. "I think it's old Tom. It seems to be dead." Chapter 26:21 Good old, dead Tom, out there in the vast, cold abyss beyond the fleeting radiance of the night garden, a grotesque form drifted slowly on the powerful underwater currents. Its eerie shape was so vast and inconceivable that Sunny failed to fathom what he was looking at for the longest time. Move forward slowly. The night garden was not pushed by the wind or by oars, relying on unknown magic to sail instead. So, it did not matter whether it was gliding across the waves or moving beneath them. Jet could control its speed and direction all the same. She did as Sunny told, changing the angle of their descent. Before, the night garden had been simply plummeting down through the dark abyss, but now it pushed forward through the crushing mass of water. Jet drew a deep breath as her gaze grew distant. Sunny raised an eyebrow. "What?" She remained silent for a moment, then shook her head. Letter 1D1C, letter 1D18, letter 1D05, letter 1D00, letter 1D1B, letter 1D07, small kappa, letter 1D0F, letter 1D0da, nov I letter FF46 IRE. Net, no, nothing. It just feels different when we move underwater. The night garden has to push through its mass, after all. So there is a different relation between the effort I need to exert and the speed it can reach. There's a learning curve. Jet sighed. It feels nice and liberating to glide across the sea, but here, it's a bit of a chore, like running with weights tied to your ankles. Sunny gave her an odd look. "Did you often run with weights tied to your ankles?" Jet stared back. "You didn't." Sunny scratched the back of his head. "When I ran, it was usually from something trying to eat me. Why would I go around weighing myself down?" A corner of her mouth curved upward. "You make a good point." They fell silent as the night garden slowly drew closer to old Tom's remains. Sunny had to admit that he had misjudged the distance between them and the grotesque corpse. There was no curvature to the depths of the storm sea, so there was no horizon, and there were no landscape features to serve as reference points either. Only the boundless darkness. Old Tom turned out to be much larger than Sunny had thought after beholding it for the first time. What does that thing look like? By then, Jet could see one of the tentacles trailing behind the sinking corpse, but the main body of the horror of the depths was still hidden in the darkness. Sunny did not hurry with the answer, though, trying to understand what old Tom was. Had been, rather. Himself, it took him until the pain of his flaw became almost unbearable to finally make sense of the horrid visage. "It's an oyster, I guess." Sunny said that, but he was not sure that he was correct. There was indeed a hard shell akin to that of a bivalve mollusk, somewhere in the terrible mess of formless flesh and tentacles that spilled from its open frame. The shell itself was the size of an island, covered by a forest of eerie black growths. Beneath them, however, it glistened with dull gold, as if cast entirely from precious metal. The gargantuan shell was dwarfed by the lifeless mass of flesh and colossal tentacles spilling out of its mouth, though. It was impossible to imagine that all that revolting flesh could have fit inside the vast confines of the golden shell. And there were other things drifting in the water beside it, as well, things that must have escaped from within old Tom after its violent death. There were titanic bones that must have belonged to abominable leviathans, empty shells of indestructible chitin that had once sheltered horrid monsters, rotten carcasses of countless ancient ships, mangled masses of rusted metal, vast shards of something that looked like diamond glass. Old Tom must have gorged itself on all kinds of things over the eons. All of it trailed behind the slowly sinking corpse like the tail of an horrid comet, dwarfing it in size. It was obvious that all these remains had been expelled from within the hideous shell, and yet Sonny could not quite understand how. Their volume was far greater than the gargantuan shell. Eventually, he narrowed his eyes. I think that good old Tom wielded dimensional powers. There must have been a pocket dimension hidden inside its shell. A dark and harrowing hell that nothing could escape after being swallowed by it. Only it was destroyed when old Tom died, so now its body, as well as everything it had failed to digest over thousands of years, is spilling out. If old Tom had been able to fold space, Sonny could better understand how its tentacles were so impossibly long, as well. The night garden was close enough to the colossal shell, and the vile mass of formless flesh protruding from within it for Jet to catch a glimpse of the trail of debris left in its wake, too. She moved the ship to the side, deftly avoiding a gargantuan tentacle, and then asked in a somber tone, "What killed it, though?" Sonny studied the unimaginable mess of old Tom's flesh for a while, and then said quietly, "Both halves of its shell are shattered, with jagged holes at the center. Judging by the positioning and the size of the holes, as well as the pattern of cracks spreading from them." He fell silent for a moment, and then added with a hint of unease in his voice, "Old Tom was killed in a single strike. Something unimaginably powerful pierced its shell through and destroyed whatever it was that had kept it alive." Jet shivered. What the hell could have killed that thing in one blow? Sonny did not answer immediately. Eventually, however, he was forced to, "I don't know, I don't think I could have, though." They both remained quiet after that as the night garden slowly sailed past the corpse of the eerie horror of the depths and moved deeper into the abyssal darkness of the storm sea. Just as they were passing the terrible mass of flesh, Jet suddenly asked, "Do you know what I'm thinking about?" Sonny raised an eyebrow. "No." She hesitated for a moment, then smiled faintly. "I was thinking, if old Tom is a sort of oyster, do you think there's a pearl somewhere inside its shell? What would that pearl be?" Sonny stared at her for a while, then shook his head energetically and looked away. "I don't know, and I am sure as hell not climbing inside to find out." Laughing quietly, Jet led the night garden deeper into the abyss. Her laughter, however, did not mask a somber wariness that she felt. Sonny was wary as well. Chapter 26, 22 Gaze into thee. Although Sonny did not want to admit it, old Tom's death had disturbed him quite a bit. It was not only because of the fact how vast and terrifying the remains of the ancient horror of the depths looked, and it wasn't even because of the fact that it had been killed. What disturbed him the most was the manner of old Tom's death. Sonny was not entirely sure that he could have killed the immense creature. What he was sure about, however, was that he would not have been able to finish it off in one blow. But it had been. Old Tom had been crushed like an annoying pest. Knowing that there was something out there capable of doing something like that made him feel uneasy. That creature, whatever it was ahead of them in the race toward the eternal city, so they would inevitably clash with it in the end. Sonny could not help but wonder if he could withstand a similar blow. The answer he came up with was not very reassuring. The night garden continued its descent. It plummeted into the dark depths. And then deeper, deeper, and deeper still. The water had long started to behave strangely, and so did the world itself. At times, it felt like the very space was starting to bend and crack, crushed by the terrible pressure exerted by the vast expanse of the storm sea. But mostly, everything around the living ship seemed terribly still. Sonny was not sure that even his supreme body would survive at this abyssal depth anymore. They did not encounter any nightmare creatures after sailing past the grotesque, enormous corpse of the old time, dead or alive. Perhaps even among the abominable horrors of the depths, very few dwelled in these unfathomable depths. Perhaps there was simply something special about the area where the eternal city had drowned, repelling the abominations. In any case, the descent of the night garden was eerily quiet. At some point, Sonny and Jet found themselves talking simply to hear the sound of human voices. He shared his knowledge of obscure facts about the dream realm, while she told stories and anecdotes about her days of serving as a government enforcer. Eventually, however, even their voices failed to keep the suffocating silence at bay. Hours passed, slowly flowing into days. It seemed impossible that any body of water could be this deep, and yet the night garden continued to descend at great speed with no sign of the seabed in sight. The soldiers and the civilians were safely hidden below deck, so the only ones who had to face the absolute silence of the black abyss were Sunny, Jet, and the Saints of Night. If not for the rustle of leaves and the glow of the lanterns illuminating the night garden, they would have probably long begun to struggle mentally because of the unnatural lack of anything out there around them in the darkness. It was easy to imagine people going mad from the mere, eerie absence of everything. Thankfully, they were too busy to lose their minds. Despite the draining monotony of the endless descent, Sunny and his companions had a lot to do. There were countless checks to be performed to ascertain the condition of the ship, as well as other measures to ensure that everything was going according to plan. Taught by the bitter experience of his previous 2 expeditions, Sunny was regularly testing the connection between himself and his other incarnations. He also kept sending mental messages to Cassie at set intervals to make sure that nothing interfered with their link. As the night garden descended into the unfathomable depths, Cassie's voice slowly began to sound distant in his mind. However, it never disappeared altogether. One of the most complicated tasks they had to perform was to make sure that Nephi's could still open her dream gate near the night garden despite the great mass of water separating her from it. Everything seemed to be fine in that regard, too, even if coordinating the tests was growing progressively more difficult because Nephi's herself was in the middle of a dangerous expedition. The most persistent threat to Sunny so far was boredom. Leaning on one of the arches of the runic hall, he exhaled slowly and asked in a thoughtful tone, "What do you think will happen if Nephi's opens a dream gate between the storm sea and somewhere like the Nightmare Desert, then pools water in?" Etha was controlling the living ship at the moment, while Jet was sitting on the floor and leaning her back against a pillar. She gave him an amused look. "Wow, that's a great idea. Actually, that can be used as a weapon of mass destruction. Well, mass irrigation, at least." She fell silent for a few moments, then shrugged. I guess she would quickly run out of essence despite being supreme, considering the great volume of water that would be passing through her gate. A new sea might still appear in the area she decides to flood, though. Sunny whistled, already imagining where he would put a new sea. Jet, meanwhile, sighed. It has little practical use, however, because it would all be seawater. Otherwise, we might have been able to boost agriculture in several desolate regions of the Dream Realm by now. Etha, who had been silent until then, suddenly spoke, or she could pour it into a volcano. Both Jet and Sunny looked at him in surprise. "What? Why?" Etha coughed in embarrassment. "Oh, it's just, the explosion would be quite spectacular. I read that that was how the Minoan civilization had disappeared." Sunny blinked a few times. He did not know what the Minoan civilization was and why its supreme had decided to pour a sea into a volcano, but more importantly, "You really think that Nephi's needs new ways of producing spectacular explosions?" Etha blushed. "Ah. I did not think about that." He wanted to say something else, but at that moment, Sunny's expression changed. "Stop the ship. Slow it down quickly." Jet tensed while Etha looked at him in surprise. Then, the runic circle shimmered slightly, and the rate of the night garden's descent slowly started to decline. Torrents of water were expelled from the reservoir, and for a few brief moments, the living ship was surrounded by small, fleeting flashes of light. Those were bubbles of air bursting from the obliterating pressure. Jet jumped to her feet. "Did you sense something?" Sunny remained silent for a while, then nodded. "Yes, I sensed the bottom of the sea." Indeed, his shadow sense had perceived something solid far below the night garden, a vast, never-ending plain of solid ground, in fact. It seemed that the storm sea did have a bottom, after all, and they were about to reach it. Soon enough, the night garden came to a stop, hovering just a few hundred meters above the ground. Neve and Bloodwave had joined them at the bridge by then, and all of them stared down with stunned expressions. Eventually, it was Neve who spoke first. It's flat." Sunny nodded slowly, confirming that it indeed was. Below them, a perfectly flat surface stretched in all directions, with nothing at all rising above it even by a centimeter. There was no seaweed or coral, no dirt, number. Anything. Just an endless expanse of flawlessly smooth, glistening glass. Or at least of something that looked like glass. It was as if they were somehow pulled into a video game where a level failed to render, or maybe had fallen through the map. The bottom of the storm sea looked like a placeholder excuse of proper geometry. A glaring error in the usual messiness of the natural world. Sunny looked closer and realized that the floor of the vast sea was not actually black. Instead, it was simply perfectly transparent, but this odd glass-like material stretched so far down that there was nothing beneath it except the lack of light. "What is this?" His voice was full of bewilderment. After a long stretch of silence, Etha answered in a calm tone. "It's water." They all looked at him, failing to understand what he meant. Etha hesitated for a moment, then explained. Under extreme pressure, water changes from a liquid to a solid state. And the solid state of water is ice. Only it can't become ordinary ice here, since it can't expand to form its molecular structure due to the pressure. So, it can only become a solid with a denser crystal lattice, a kind of crystal comparable to diamond in hardness. That is what we're looking at. He smiled faintly. So the storm sea doesn't really have a bottom. It's just that its waters turned solid under their own weight here. Sunny stared at Etha for a few moments, then looked back at the flawlessly flat plane of glass-like surface below them. Eventually, he shook his head. "That's creepy. I can't help but feel like something is going to stare at us from below this endlessly vast, infinitely thick, perfectly transparent crystal seal." At that moment, Jet's hand firmly blocked his mouth. Looking at him with desperation, she whispered loudly, "Sunny, please, please stop saying these things aloud." He stared at her for a moment, then nodded slowly. When Jet removed his hand, he smiled. "Why, if the abyss gazes at us for too long, I might just gaze back." Then Sunny shrugged. "Don't worry, though. I am completely sure that there's nothing there." Instead of answering, Jet simply groaned. Chapter 26-23, Light in the Abyss. The night garden glided above the vast expanse of dark glass, pushing through the cold, crushing abyss of unfathomable depths. The light of its lanterns glistened in the smooth black surface, and a faint reflection of the living ship traveled below it, as if the night garden was being pursued by its ghost. After the first hour or so, the novelty of the flawlessly flat plane of smooth glass had grown old. From time to time, eerie shapes appeared from the darkness and slowly drifted past the living ship. Those were the remains of beings and things that had sunk to the bottom of the storm sea throughout the eons, and were too durable to be destroyed even by its impossible pressure. There were gargantuan bones, broken frames of ancient ships, and unrecognizable ruins. At some point, the hands of a gargantuan statue revealed themselves from the lightless void, outstretched toward the distant surface. They were followed by an immense face, its features long erased by the passage of time and the broken lines of a shattered crown. Sunny and his companions observed the titanic statue in silence. Eventually, he sighed and shook his head. What was it with the people of the dream realm and enormous statues? It's almost impossible to go anywhere here without stumbling on at least one or two. Or 7. Neve, who had returned to the bridge, shrugged. Maybe it's because many of those people were giants themselves. Jet, who had been resting by a pillar, opened her eyes and gave them a quiet look. Because they had not been born in it is simply because they could. They could afford to spend time and resources on creating majestic statues, so they did. They did not need a reason other than that dying world being consumed by an apocalyptic war, like we were. Her calm words ushered in a somber silence, and soon, the gargantuan statue disappeared into the darkness behind them. The night garden moved aimlessly, searching for the eternal city Sunny had cast his shadow sense as far as he could, trying to find its ruins. Jet and the Saints of Night, meanwhile, were preparing for battle. "Where are you?" Sunny hated to admit it, but the long period of tense anticipation was starting to negatively affect his mental state. Entire days spent in a state of battle readiness, surrounded by utter darkness and suffocating silence, had tired him. The fact that nothing had happened was only making him more frustrated, And if he felt that way, then Jet and the Saints of Night were probably worse off. Well, maybe not Jet. After all, she had always seemed relaxed and comfortable in any environment, no matter the circumstances. Now, too, it looked like she was taking a nap without a care in the world. One of her eyes opened as soon as Sunny suddenly rose to his feet, though. Looking ahead, he remained silent for a moment and then smiled darkly. Found it. Out there, countless kilometers away, he felt a vast mass of shadows being cast on the bottom of the storm sea. His perception of them was muddled and unclear, but he perceived at least several towering structures resting on the black glass. Sunny looked at his companions. "We found the Eternal City." The Eternal City had let itself be known long before they could see it. At first, Sunny thought that his eyes were playing a trick on him, but then he had to admit that what he saw was true. Out there, far away in front of them, the absolute darkness of the abyssal depths was chased away by pale light. The distant radiance illuminated the great mass of water, resembling the auroras he had seen in Antarctica. That was the great lighthouse of the Eternal City shining from the bottom of a boundless sea, still intact even thousands of years after the demon of repose, its supposed creator, had perished. That radiance had served as a beacon for those traveling through the cold darkness of the black skies. Now, it was a guiding light for those traversing the crushing black abyss of the lightless depths. "It's a bit crazy, isn't it?" Jet gave him a brief look. "What is?" Sunny shook his head in bewilderment. That place, the Eternal City. It survived the wrath of Storm God, fell from space, crashed into the ocean, and spent thousands of years enduring the crushing pressure on the bottom of the sea. And yet, it still seems to be intact. He let out a chuckle. "That's one hell of a building standard." She smiled, then sent the night garden forward. Gradually, the distant radiance drew closer. The living ship moved toward its source. Slowly coming into view of the drowned city soon enough, Sunny saw the vast ruin laying on the endless smooth expanse of black glass, illuminated by the light of its silver spires. Only he wasn't sure that the Eternal City could be called a ruin. It seemed to be completely intact and in pristine condition, after all. Beautiful silver spires rose above the endless expanse of black glass, emanating radiant light. Smaller buildings made from stone stood between them, with streets, squares, and vast parks. The Eternal City seemed to be protected by an aegis of its own. Similar to the night garden, a gargantuan dome surrounded it, preventing the water from drowning the streets. The entire city seemed to be separated into dozens of large islands, with roaring rivers flowing between them at great speed. At the heart of it, a magnificent palace, or maybe a temple towered above the landscape. The Eternal City was vast, easily competing in size with Bastion, Ravenheart, and NQSC, so Sunny could not discern the details of the palace. And that was not what he was paying attention to anyway. "Crazy. It's absolutely crazy." His expression turned somber. Because out there, on the streets of the Eternal City, he sensed something else. Countless shadows were moving their shadows that belonged to living beings. It seemed that just like the buildings, the immortal citizens of the fallen city had been restored to pristine condition as well. Chapter 26-24, Eternal City. Jet's icy blue eyes turned even colder as she regarded the distant forest of silver spires. She inhaled deeply and then said in a dark tone, "I smell nightmare creatures." Sunny looked at her silently. His shadow sense could not reach deep into the dome surrounding the Eternal City, but he could still perceive some things. After lingering for a few moments, he smiled. "Well, I have a bit of news. There's bad news and worse news." "Which do you want to hear first?" She looked at him with no amusement in her eyes. "Ah, I'll have the bad news first, please." Sunny nodded. "The city is full of powerful beings. There are hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of them crawling all over its streets." The Saints of Night looked at each other with unease. Jet, however, remained unperturbed. "What's the worst news, then?" Sunny sighed and looked at the silver lights of the distant city. Was he imagining it, or were they painted ghostly green in a particular area? He grimaced. "It seems like the Dutchman has already made landfall. I think some of those countless living beings are currently engaged in a battle against its wraiths, out there on the outskirts of the city." It was nice to imagine that the civilization of the Eternal City had survived, and was currently repelling the invasion of horrid specters. However, Sunny had little hope of finding a city full of ancient, enlightened immortals. Things never went that way in the dream realm, after all, and Nightwalker had described the Eternal City as nightmarish on top of that. So, it was most likely a situation where one horde of abominable horrors was fighting a different, even more horrifying one. They were going to find out the truth soon enough. There was another anomalous zone on the other side of the city, too. That one, however, was different. If the battle between the Wraith fleet and the denizens of the Eternal City was expressed through a cacophony of motion, even if ghosts did not cast shadows, the beings fighting them did. That area stood out because of the total lack of movement. As if every living being there had already been obliterated. Sunny could only sense the very outer reaches of the Eternal City, so he could not say more. However, that alone was enough to make a few conclusions. The Dutchman had arrived earlier than they, and its forces had already established a foothold within the dome. Currently, they controlled one of the outer islands and were staging a fierce attack to push deeper into the city. Jet frowned. "So, what do you suggest we do? Join the fray?" Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then shook his head. Facing the Dutchman is already bad enough, but facing it and a legion of unknown nightmare creatures at the same time is even worse. And why should we? This is a large city. We can just as easily land on the other side of it and see who can conquer it faster. Then, we will have far more information and a chance to earn a territorial advantage before clashing with the Dutchman's forces. Ideally, the Wraith Legion would have been wiped out by then, and they would only have to deal with the other eerie horde of horrifying abominations. That, and the unknown being that Sunny suspected of being somewhere out there, inside the dome. The third contender, whatever that thing was, Old Tom's killer, unless it was the captain of the Dutchman who had finished the malevolent oyster off. Sunny looked at the vast expanse of the night garden, then added, "Plus, our primary goal right now is to find the wharf that can repair the night garden. It should be somewhere on the outer rim of the Eternal City, so let's sail around it and see. We can make further plans after securing a safe stronghold for our ship." Suppressing a feeling of urgency, they slowly sent the night garden circling the Eternal City from a distance. As the living ship moved through the abyssal depths, Sunny managed to explore the fallen city a bit better. It was strange. His shadow sense could easily pass through the aegis of the night garden, and it seemed to be able to penetrate the dome of the Eternal City as well. But not too far beyond the invisible barrier, his senses betrayed him, as if something else was stopping them. Those things inside the city, what do they look like? Sunny turned his head, remained silent for a few moments, and then answered Jet with a hint of uncertainty. "I can't actually see them. I can only sense their shadows, and their shadows. Well, outwardly, they seem like human shadows. They had 2 legs, 2 arms, and 1 head at least. However, there was something profoundly disturbing about the shadows of the immortal denizens of the Eternal City." Sunny could not describe what exactly alarmed him, but he sensed a subtle, unnerving wrongness about them. "I think I see the wharf." Eventually, Neve's voice distracted him from his unease. Looking forward, Sunny saw a massive structure protruding from the dome of the Eternal City. Before it, however, a massive steel was forcefully thrust into the black glass just outside the invisible barrier, with a net of jagged cracks marring the smooth surface around it. Sunny did not know what strength one had to possess to actually shatter the bottom of the storm sea, but the sigh of it made him shiver. What is this? As the night garden drew closer, and its light fell onto the surface of the towering steel, he could vaguely discern runes carved into its surface. They were written on the outward side of the steel, facing the boundless expanse of the storm sea. The script was strange, but he could still somewhat translate it. Sunny exhaled slowly as he read the words written on the stone steel. As he did, his eyes quaked slightly. The runes read, "I am Daron, the Serpent King, heed my warning, wanderer, come back. There is no salvation from eternity and no respite from its bond. Beyond this line lies hell." Chapter 26-25 Titanic Wharf, Jet, and the Saints of Night studied the runes, their expressions turning somber. The spell must have provided them with a better translation than Sunny's own, but he was reasonably confident in his interpretation. Hell, huh? Bloodwave's voice did not sound enthused. Sunny smiled. Well, you know how it goes for us awakened. We always get sent into the depths of hell, only to find another, even more dreadful hell at the bottom of that one. I've been to a place or two that are way worse than the worst depiction of hell humans could come up with. You must have too, Bloodwave grunted in solidarity. Still, sounds quite ominous. Sunny had no retort to that. He remained silent for a bit, then sighed. So Daron visited the Eternal City as well. Neve was looking at the towering steel with an expression that betrayed a hint of reverence. Hearing Sunny speak of Daron, he tuned to him. The Serpent King was the lone supreme of the Stormsea civilization before it was consumed by the Dream Realm. We knew very little about him until recently. Actually, it was the exploration report on the tomb of Ariel that shone a light on his eventual end. Maybe you've heard about it. Sunny glanced at him and smiled. Yeah, I've heard a thing or two. Neve nodded. But even if we knew very little, we did discover traces of him all across the Stormsea. Most of the citadels the House of Night used to inhabit are ruins of Daron's fallen kingdom, after all. Even if most of it had been swallowed by the depths. He is a mythical figure. Neve paused for a moment and added in a quiet tone, so, it feels strange to stand where he once stood, looking at the runes he personally carved into stone. Sunny remained silent for a while. He felt strange as well, but for a different reason. To him, finding a message left by Daron of the Twilight Sea felt like meeting an old friend. Do you think he came to the Eternal City once to claim the lineage of Storm God? Neve hesitated. I am not sure if he did. It did not help him and his people in the end. Sunny sighed. He studied the Great Steel some more, then said suddenly, I met Daron once, you know. Neve, Bloodwave, and Etha turned to him in shock. Jet raised an eyebrow too. Sunny smiled. He was a tough bastard. One of the toughest Sunny had ever met, in fact. His soul still quaked in the throes of phantom pain at the memory of the Serpent King's sharp fangs. Sunny had met the nightmare version of Daron of the Twilight Sea and killed him. Then, he received a blossom from Windflower, Daron's daughter. Her farewell gift. If Daron felt it necessary to leave a warning here, this place must be really bad. Which meant that Sunny needed to change his plans a little. As the Saints of Night stared at him silently, he turned to Jet. The wharf is empty, so it is safe to dock the night garden there. I will scout ahead. With that, he stepped into the shadows and vanished from the runic hall. A second later, ignoring Daron's warning, Sunny appeared inside the dome protecting the Eternal City. He respected the Serpent King a great deal, but knew that the hint of Daron's name invoked in him was a vestige of the past. In the past, Sunny had been a mere master, while Daron had been a supreme. He had been an obstacle of such imposing height that even the thought of overcoming it seemed impossible. Even if Sunny did kill him, in the end, it was only because Daron had been a pale shadow of his former self, and half dead from battling other ancient horrors on top of that. But that was the past. Now, Sunny was a sovereign himself. In fact, he accomplished more than Daron had managed. He made it further. He and his cohort conquered the Great River, at least. And while Daron had seen no hope for his realm, except to lead his people into the tomb of Ariel as one last desperate gamble, Sunny and Nephi's were steadily preparing to face the looming calamities on the battlefield. They had a good chance of making it to the very end, as well. They were stronger. And their people, the children of war, were stronger than the children of storm had been, as well. So Daron had not necessarily known better than Sunny, and his advice was not necessarily implacable. Maybe he was right, though. As soon as Sunny appeared within the dome of the Eternal City, he was overwhelmed by an ominous feeling, as well as a far more mundane feeling of discomfort, caused by the fact that the air here was thin and cold, making him feel like he was suffocating. Grimacing, Sunny glanced around. Something is telling me that dying in the Eternal City is a very, very bad idea. There had to be a reason why Daron had warned those trying to enter the drowned city to fear eternity. The wharf worthy of accepting the night garden was similarly titanic, spanning more than a dozen kilometers in length and half as much in width, with walls that were as tall as mountains. Literally. At first glance, Sunny judged that they were at least 3 kilometers high, partially submerged in water. The water surprised him, actually. He would have thought that the dome would prevent it from flowing into the Eternal City entirely, but strangely enough, while the invisible barrier prevented the unfathomable mass of the sea from plummeting at the city from above, some of it did cover the black glass. The water seethed and swirled, flowing as it glistened in the silver light of the magnificent spires. The main structure of the wharf surrounded a horseshoe-shaped berth, with huge gates facing the vast expanse of the storm sea. The gates were currently open, and the berth was partially filled with water. The walls of the wharf were built from stone, but inside it was constructed out of wood. Everything around him was spotless and in pristine condition, with not a sign of wear in sight. In fact, that was one of the reasons why Sunny felt so unnerved. He had not realized it before, but the world was supposed to show signs of the ruthless passage of time and display subtle imperfections. Even in the most well-maintained places, there were small flaws, scuffs, scratches, faded colors. But everything in the Eternal City seemed brand new and absolutely spotless. That alone was enough to make his skin crawl, as if the world around him was not real. The dissonance was eerie. Not paying attention to the bridge connecting the wharf to the city just yet, Sunny concentrated on the interior of the gigantic structure itself. Just as he had perceived before, it was entirely empty, with no movement and no living shadows anywhere in sight or hidden from view. That's good, I guess. As Sunny turned to face the brilliant lights of the Eternal City, the bow of the night garden pierced the veil of the invisible barrier behind him. After thousands of years, the living ship returned to the place where it had been born. Chapter 26, 26 Shop's Cradle. As the night garden passed through the invisible barrier, it continued to glide across the turbulent waters that covered the infinite expanse of black glass. Great waves rose as its immense mass displaced myriad tons of water, crashing into the towering walls of the wharf and escaping into the wide canals of the Eternal City. Standing at the edge of the titanic structure's open gate, Sunny observed the wrath of the elements in silence. The living ship slowly drew closer. As it did, the wharf, which had seemed improbably enormous before, suddenly did not feel so big anymore. Sunny saw the branches of the trees that grew on the surface decks of the night garden sway as it passed him, slowly entering the awaiting berth. He could not help but feel amazed at the precision with which Jet had steered the wide breadth of the titanic ship into the gate of the great wharf. There was barely a few dozen meters between the tall sides of the night garden and the walls of the berth, and that gap seemed minuscule in comparison to its gargantuan size. The ship continued to sail past him for a long while as it entered the wharf, seemingly endless. Eventually, however, Sunny saw the stern of the night garden, which meant that countless kilometers away, its bow had reached the end of the horseshoe-shaped berth, resting against its barrier. Finally, the living ship came to a halt, swaying gently on the tumultuous currents of water. What now? They had intended to find a way to repair the night garden here, but the great citadel did not exactly come with an instruction manual. Let alone the wharf where the demon of repose had built her ship once, thousands of years ago. Sunny did not have to worry, though. Soon after the night garden came to a rest inside the colossal berth. The wharf came alive. The rest might have just felt a strange, almost palpable energy permeate the air, but Sunny could sense far more. In his eyes, which could peer into the nature of things, the titanic structure lit up like a radiant star. That was because an impossible amount of soul essence was flowing through it, the raging currents infusing every centimeter of the stone walls and the wooden scaffolds with a daunting, exuberant vitality. Various areas of the wharf slowly awakened from their long slumber, igniting with shimmering light. Wow! Sunny sensed the ground beneath him tremble. Then, the vast vertical plane of the huge gate he was standing on began to move with a powerful shiver. At the same time, the other side of the gate moved as well. Seemingly slowly because of its prodigious size, but breathtakingly rapid in reality, the gates of the wharf closed. Sunny, who had unwittingly caught a ride on one of its wings, barely managed to keep his balance when the two sides shut with a deafening thunderclap, cutting out the night garden's path of retreat. Of course, if there was a need to make an escape, the Titanic ship could simply ram the gates with the indestructible immensity of its stern, causing mayhem and devastation on an unimaginable scale. But Sunny hoped that it would not come to that. Nothing happened for a minute or two, outwardly, at least. Then, Sunny heard the roaring rustle of flowing water echoing between the sides of the living ship and the walls of its berth. That was the turbulent water inside the wharf draining away through invisible channels. Its level slowly dropped, and the night garden lowered with it. Sunny had expected some mechanism to catch and secure it in place, and there was indeed a mechanism, of sorts. As he watched in wonder, the wooden interior of the colossal wharf blossomed with myriad flowers and leaves. Then, enormous branches stretched outward, gently catching the night garden and fusing with its hull. Soon enough, the water was entirely gone, revealing the floor of the berth. The night garden was resting on it, supported by the colossal branches that prevented it from tilting to the side, like a tree that returned to the forest. The branches, however, were not there simply for support. As Sunny watched, his eyes widening a little, the powerful currents of soul essence he had observed before flowed through them into the living ship, nourishing it. There seemed to be some kind of sorcery at work, guiding them in fleeting patterns and dictating what effect they had on the weathered expanse of the night garden. The wharf was not merely replenishing its reserves of essence. Under its nurturing influence, the scars marring the hull of the living ship began to close, and countless damaged parts hidden in its cavernous interior began to be mended. Although Sunny could not perceive it, he was sure that the process of restoration and rejuvenation was happening to the mystical part of the night garden, too, the very sorcery that made it function. So, in the end, he and his companions did not have to learn how to operate the wharf of the Eternal City, or what to do to repair the living ship. Just like the night garden, the wharf itself was a living thing, and so it could mend the Titanic vessel all by itself. The process would probably take quite a while to complete, but it was having an effect already. Sunny let out a relieved sigh. That's one thing I don't need to worry about anymore. In fact, the restoration of the night garden alone was enough to make this expedition worth it. It was one of the few great citadels of humanity, after all, and one that offered the human domain a unique and vital advantage, not to mention serving as home for millions of people. But of course, Sunny was not going to be satisfied with just that. As the process of restoration began, his gaze left the vast expanse of the night garden and traveled to the far side of the wharf, where a bridge connecting it to the rest of the Eternal City was hidden. Somewhere out there, the Dutchman was already leading its army of wraiths to conquer the sunken city. The mysterious third contender was on the move, as well. The lineage of Storm God waited to be claimed. The fragment of Weaver's forbidden lineage did, as well. And myriad treasures of the immortal abode on top of that. Exhaling slowly, Sunny closed his eyes for a moment and smiled. Let's conquer hell, then. He paused for a few seconds, then added in a less solemn tone, one more hell, I mean. Chapter 26, 27, Runic Array. By the time Sunny reached the other side of the blossoming berth, Jet was already there, clad in her fitting black armor and leaning on her scythe. Her icy cold eyes peered at the long bridge connecting the wharf to the Eternal City, radiating a sense of deadly cold. Sunny appeared out of the shadows next to her, looking in the same direction. Where are Neve, Etha, and Bloodwave? She glanced at him briefly. Guarding the ship. We stationed all available awakened throughout the interior, with masters spread out to defend the key areas. The Saints are protecting the surface decks. Etha is on the bridge, Neve is at the bow, while Bloodwave is on the stern. The three of them should be able to contend against anything that might get past us, or at least stall it long enough for you to arrive. Sunny nodded, burning a bit of his essence to substitute the lacking oxygen with it. How is their breathing? Jet smiled faintly. They are fine while aboard the night garden, beyond its aegis. They'll probably suffocate. However, these are Saints of Night we are talking about. They have memories to deal with the lack of breathing air in spades. So you don't have to worry about them. Sunny studied her for a moment. What about you two? Jet gave him a stare. I am dead, what do I need air for? Sunny coughed. Jet usually breathed like any normal human, when she was not low on essence, at least, and her body metabolized oxygen like any other body would. However, it seemed that her special constitution gave her an alternative, just like Sunny's supreme rank did. There was enough oxygen in the air around them to speak normally, at least. That was a pleasant surprise. She raised an eyebrow. So, what's the plan? Sunny studied the bridge for a while, then pointed to a barely visible area of rippling air on the other side of it. Do you see that? Let's take a look first, then decide what our next steps will be. Summoning the jade mantle, he reached into the shadows and pulled a black odachi out of it. Then, placing its blade on his shoulder, Sunny walked toward the Eternal City with confident steps. Jet followed. As they walked across the long bridge, black water reeled and raged below them, glistening with the reflections of the silver light. It was still eerily quiet and peaceful around them, though, with no movement whatsoever. Sunny had expected to be carving a path through a sea of abominations by now, but surprisingly enough, nothing had attacked them yet. His shadow sense also had no trouble enveloping everything around him. Up to the end of the bridge, that was. There, his perception grew vague and mudded, as if something was suppressing it. Strange, Sunny frowned. What is that? At some point, the smooth stone surface beneath their feet became uneven. Crouching, he wiped away droplets of water and studied it closely. Thin lines were carved into the bridge, following a strange pattern. After inspecting them for a while, Sunny raised an eyebrow. Runic array? Indeed, there were countless runes carved into the stone bridge, forming a complicated enchantment. Sunny was not as knowledgeable about runic sorcery as Cassie was, but he did know the basics. There was no need to test his modest mastery, though, since he could simply ask the master. Cassie? They continued on their way, observing the endless weave of mysterious runes. Eventually, Cassie saw enough to offer her opinion. This is an auxiliary enchantment, way beyond what I could accomplish, but still only a small part of a larger array. Sunny tilted his head a little. What does it do? There was a long pause, and then Cassie's voice resounded in his mind. It was quiet and distorted, as if reaching him from a great distance, but still discernible. It maintains the existence of these runes, as well as of the main enchantment that is situated somewhere else. Well, rather, it prevents the innate sorcery of the Eternal City from erasing the runes by restoring the surfaces they are carved into to a pristine condition. Sunny narrowed his eyes. What does the main enchantment do, then? Cassie's quiet, melodious laughter resounded in his head. That I do not know. I would have to read it first, wouldn't I? Sunny sighed. By then, they had almost reached the end of the bridge. Stopping, he remained motionless for a bit and then raised his head to study the anomaly they had noticed from the walls of the wharf. Jet let out a whistle. I'll be damned. Sunny tended to agree. There, in front of them, a subtle rippling of the air betrayed the existence of an invisible barrier. There was another dome inside the aegis protecting the Eternal City, covering most of the city. It was very much like the shadow dome he had created to see if the night garden could submerge into the water. Almost as vast as the primary one, but not quite, acting as a second layer of protection. Here, the foundation of the Eternal City was exposed, towering above the restless waters as dark cliffs, and on those cliffs, enormous runes were carved into the stone, extending in both directions as far as the eye could see, almost as if they encircled the entire city. There was something quite familiar about how those runes were carved into the base of the Eternal City, as well. The way they looked was almost exactly the same as Daron's message on the Great Steel looked, only on a much larger scale. This is the main enchantment. I think I know what its purpose is. Sunny remained silent for a long while, looking at the rippling barrier of the secondary dome. He smiled darkly. I think I know as well. Jet gave him a questioning look. Looking up at the endless mass of water looming over their heads, Sunny said, the first barrier is created by innate sorcery of the Eternal City, divine sorcery of the demon of repose. Its purpose is to keep things out. Then he looked down at the great runes carved into the ancient stone. The second barrier is a complicated runic array, much like the runic array that protected Twilight. It was created by the Serpent King. His expression darkened, and its purpose is to keep things in. Chapter 26:28 A Warm Welcome. Jet studied the wall of subtly rippling air in front of them and the pristine streets beyond it, then rested her scythe on her shoulders in a relaxed pose. Well, that explains why nothing has attacked us yet. She approached the barrier created by the Serpent King, stopping only a few centimeters away from it, then took a few steps along its nearly invisible surface. Seems like he was really wary of what hides inside this city, huh? Sunny shrugged. I guess. Jet remained silent for a few moments, then asked in a calm tone, more importantly, if this barrier prevents things from escaping the Eternal City. Wouldn't we get trapped if we pass through it as well? That was what Sunny was thinking about too. He frowned. Nightwalker escaped it before, so there must be a way, or maybe a condition sorting those who can leave and those who can't. He sighed and shook his head. It does not matter anyway. Anything that Daron created, I can destroy. It might take some time, though, if we do need to destroy this barrier in order to escape. Not to mention that I would not feel right getting rid of it before whatever he was wary of is dealt with, or at least contained in some way. Jet looked at him with dark amusement. Oh, what makes you so confident in your ability? Sunny simply shrugged. The fact that destroying something is always easier than creating it. Both Daron and Sunny were supreme, and both were powerful sorcerers. So, with all other things being equal, he was confident in his ability to dismantle the runic array Daron had created, given time. Jet looked back at the invisible barrier. Guess we are going inside then. Sunny grimaced. Well, yes, but first we might want to. W8, what are you doing? Before he could even finish the sentence, Jet took a step forward and passed through the barrier. Then, she turned around and looked at him with a smile. What? Sunny stared at her aghast. What do you mean, what? How could you just go and enter a mysterious magic barrier designed to trap living beings for all eternity? She shrugged. Didn't you say that you can easily destroy it? Sunny suppressed the impulse to grab his head. I say a lot of things. She laughed. That you do. She fell silent, studied the surrounding buildings for a few moments, then sighed and took a step back. Sunny tensed, but Jet seemed to pass through the barrier and return to the bridge with no issue. Still resting her arms on the shaft of the scythe, she rolled her shoulders and shook her head. My guess would be that the Serpent King was unwilling to let the immortals who had populated the Eternal City escape into the Twilight Sea. After all, there is no worse combination than immortality and corruption, so this barrier probably prevents anything that died and was restored by the city from leaving its boundary. Sunny took a few deep breaths. What if your theory turned out to be wrong? Jet shrugged, then I would have asked you to get me out. Better yet, I'd ask Neve to aim those scary cannons you so graciously crafted for me at the runes carved into the foundation of this place, and blast a few dozen of them off the face of the earth. I am pretty sure that would have dealt with this runic array, too. Sunny sighed. I guess that works. With that, he walked past Jet and entered the barrier, too. As he passed it, an unpleasant feeling momentarily overwhelmed his senses. It was as if something cold and unfeeling was inspecting the depths of his being, searching for an unknown sign. Then, it brushed against Weaver's lineage and recoiled, retreating in fright. Sunny found himself standing near the mouth of a wide street. On both sides of him, ornate buildings rose into the darkness, with black water glistening with reflections of silver light as it rolled above him where the sky was supposed to be. The street was clean and empty, with beautiful sculptures lining the facades of the nearest buildings. Jet crossed the barrier for the second time and looked around. It doesn't seem so bad, actually. Sunny took a few steps forward, then frowned and looked at the entrance of one of the buildings. His shadow sense was still somewhat suppressed, but he could feel a presence there. Come out. There were a few seconds of silence, and then he heard the sound of light steps. A young man walked out of the buildings, walking toward them unhurriedly. At first glance, he was just barely past the age when one would become a sleeper, wearing a free tunic woven out of flowing, luxurious fabric. His features were soft and harmonious, beautiful enough to mistake him for a saint, and his glistening hair was held in place by an exquisitely decorated band of silver. He did not seem armed, and a faint smile was playing on his lips. Walking to the middle of the street, the beautiful youth stopped and turned, looking at them with a strange, curious expression. Jet quietly removed her scythe from her shoulders, grasping it tightly. Oh, hell! Sunny almost took a step back. Because when he peered into the soul of the striking young man, what met him was a vast ocean of vile, boundless darkness. The youth opened his mouth, as if wishing to welcome them to the eternal city. What escaped his mouth, however, were no words. Instead, it was an avalanche of grotesque, pulsating, hungry flesh. A dozen long tendrils ending with sharp spikes shot toward Sunny with such speed that he barely had time to react. Still, he managed to put his odachi in the path, only to feel it shatter from the impact, not offering the fleshy tendrils any resistance. A split second later, the spikes were about to pierce his head. Sunny dissolved into shadows, leaving them whipping furiously through the air. The stone plates of the wide street exploded into a hurricane of sharp shards, and the nearest facade collapsed into a cloud of dust when one of the tendrils brushed against it in passing. Jet's scythe flashed, severing another. She moved with graceful ease, dodging the lethal attack by a hair's breadth. In the next moment, Sunny stepped from the shadows behind the monstrous youth and calmly beheaded him with the reformed blade of his odachi. Red blood spluttered on the stone rubble, and the corpse of the young man fell to his knees while his head rolled a few steps, dragging the limp tentacles behind it. Curses! Sunny watched as the headless corpse slowly toppled to the ground. Jet did not relax, glancing at him briefly. What's with that expression? He hesitated for a moment. It's because there was no new shade in his soul sea. I don't think that thing is dead. Just as he said those words, the headless body stirred and floated into an upright position. The grotesque tendrils protruding from the mouth of the severed head, meanwhile, twitched and moved, raising it a dozen meters above the ground like long, horrid legs. The youth's eyes peered at Sunny with the same innocent, mild curiosity. He shivered. Damnation! Chapter 26-29 Corrupted Immortal. There were deadly beings out there, in the dreadful reaches of the ruthless and broken world. And then there was the Lord of Shadows, Sunless, the Sovereign of Death. Among those who were just one step behind him, Soul Reaper Jet was perhaps the most lethal. She was definitely the most feared, and for a good reason. Few could survive her insidious aspect and deathly resolve. So, it was no exaggeration to say that when the two of them decided to fight side by side, there was hardly a more deadly duo than the Lord of Shadows and Soul Reaper. And yet, they failed to kill the eerie abomination that had welcomed them to the Eternal City. The battle was swift, but furious. Several blocks of the sunken city had been reduced to rubble as Sunny and Jet fought the monstrous youth. Or, rather, the grotesque abomination that wore the exquisite face of a human youth. The ancient buildings toppled, and the stone canvas of the roads exploded into an avalanche of jagged shards. The silence of the empty streets was vanquished by the roaring clamor of a terrifying battle, and the beautiful landscape of the ancient city was replaced by a scene of total devastation. Curse it! Sunny dashed back, barely evading another fleshy tentacle. The breathtaking statue he had hidden behind was split in two, severed by the spike at the end of the tendril so cleanly that the cut seemed like no more than a thin crack for a few moments. This is a bit tough. Jet had spun her ghostly scythe, slicing several tendrils, then allowed the mist blade to assume the form of a graceful lucerne and used its long spike to pin the nearest severed tentacle to the cobblestones. It was just in time, despite being separated from the main body of the abomination, the fleshy tentacles continued to move, trying to slither across the rubble toward her. What the hell do we do? Sunny cursed again. The eldritch horror was strong, about as strong as a great beast would be, making it a walking calamity. Even a supreme like him had to stay alert in a battle with this thing, so it was understandable that Jet was struggling. However, that was no reason for them to be having so much trouble dealing with the grotesque abomination. Sunny could slay a great beast in a heartbeat, and Jet was more than formidable enough to bridge the gap between the ranks. By all accounts, the eerie creature should have been dead by now, and in fact, they had already killed it many times. It was just that the grotesque abomination refused to stay dead. Sunny and Jet had cut, pierced, and crushed its body. They dealt fatal damage to its soul and poisoned it with the death will. The creature was burned to death and shattered after being frozen solid. But no matter what they did, the beautiful youth was restored to his original appearance before too long. Its crushed, severed, burned, shattered body returned to a flawless state, and then turned hideous and horrid once again as it swelled with malformed flesh and burst into a slithering forest of deadly tendrils. It did not take a wise man to realize what was happening. Damn. That damn demon? The fiend they were fighting was powerful, but in and of itself, it was not too terrifying. As evidence, Sunny and Jet were still unscathed despite battling it for several minutes already. The problem, however, was that it was immortal, or rather, that the Eternal City made it immortal. The distinction was subtle, but important. The incredible, inexhaustible vitality that the monstrous youth possessed was not his own power. Rather, it was the manifestation of the sorcery that governed this cursed place. And so, killing him was not a matter of overpowering a great beast. It was a matter of overcoming the sorcery of a demon, and while Sunny had a high opinion of his prowess, that was not a feat that he could accomplish just yet. How did one fight an immortal abomination, then? Dodging another explosion of hungry flesh, Sunny could not help but smile darkly. No, but it's quite ironic, isn't it? Two dead warriors were trying to kill an undying monster. Brandishing his black odachi, he called out to Jet, "We can't kill it." His gaze landed on the shambling, appalling figure of the corrupted immortal. "So, let's subdue it instead." He lunged forward, turning into a torrent of shadows to evade the whipping tendrils, and manifested into a corporeal form right in front of the abomination. His odachi flashed, severing the creature's arms the same time. A current of mist coalesced into a lithe figure behind the immortal, and Jet used her scythe to cut his legs. As the fiend fell to the ground, dozens of black chains burst from it and wrapped themselves around him. Individually, none of them were strong enough to bind him, but all together, they held long enough for more chains to descend on the struggling form and bury it under the mass of inky black metal. Soon, there was nothing but a small hill of black links towering where the horrid youth once stood, trembling slightly like a macabre cocoon. Sunny stared at it somberly. A large swath of the Eternal City around them was entirely decimated. But the ornate buildings were already restoring themselves, too. Shattered statues coalesced into their original, elegant forms. Toppled pillars rose from the rubble and assembled themselves. The rubble floated into the air and returned to its previous shape. The buildings grew from the devastated ruin like flowers, and the paving of the street smoothed itself out. Before too long, Sunny and Jet found themselves standing on a beautiful plaza. Their surroundings were spotless and undamaged, with only the cocoon of black chains and their heavy breathing proving that the battle had happened. Jet stared at the small hill of chains and then looked at Sunny with a somber expression. "Hey!" He raised an eyebrow. "What?" She pointed to the black cocoon with the blade of her war scythe. "That was just one of them, right?" Sunny nodded slowly, prompting her to give him a dark smile. "And you said that there were thousands, or maybe even millions of these things within the city." He hesitated for a few moments, suppressing a shiver. What could he say? Sunny sighed. "Sounds about right." As the person who had invited Jet to this nightmarish place, he was starting to feel a tiny bit guilty. Chapter 26:30. This much Sunny did not want to admit it, but he was troubled. The battle had been intense, and the enemy was powerful. But that was not the reason for his unease. The fact that the nightmare creature had turned out to be immortal wasn't, either. Even the knowledge that there was a vast horde of these undying fiends populating the Eternal City was not the reason why he felt so somber. No. The real reason why Sunny was troubled was that he could not make sense of the monstrous youth. There was something quite strange about this nightmare creature, to the point that he was not even sure if he was correct to call it one. First, Sunny did not see what he usually saw when peering into the souls of abominations. There was the vile darkness of corruption, true, but it did not possess the usual nodes that served as sources of the spreading, tumorous infection. So he could not even guess the class of the creature, only tell that it was roughly of the great rank. Second, even Cassie could not tell what the monstrous fiend was. All she could say after peering at its essence was a few cryptic words. It is. Like a part of a greater whole hiding inside an usurped vessel. Then, after falling silent for a while, she added in a hesitant tone, but the greater whole it is a part of is itself incomplete, longing to be mended. The fact that Cassie's dormant ability could not draw knowledge about the eldritch horror was already a cause for concern. Her words describing what little she did glimpse were even more worrisome. A part of a greater whole, usurped vessel, incomplete. What the hell did it mean? And what the hell was the corrupted immortal, really? Sunny sighed. The cocoon of black chains continued to stir subtly, since the horrid fiend was still struggling to break free. Sunny could keep it bound without too much trouble. But he could only do so by maintaining the manifested shadows personally. Making the chains permanent would weaken them, which would allow the monstrous youth to escape. Which meant that while he could contain this particular abomination, or maybe even 1,000 of them, he could not contain them all. He could not even contain most of them, which was a problem. He grimaced and looked at the black underside of the rolling sea above them, with silver light reflecting from its restless surface. Suddenly, it occurred to him that this was a kind of black sky, as well. Ah, this is going to be quite a spectacle. Jet wore a somber expression, her icy gaze hiding a hint of some dark emotion. She lingered for a while, looked at her scythe briefly, and then said in a neutral tone, "We can still retreat, you know." Sunny slowly shook his head. "No, there's nowhere to retreat." He looked away from the pile of black chains and turned to her. "It might seem like we can escape to safer waters, but that is an illusion. There is nowhere safe in this world. In two worlds, even. Anywhere and everywhere can and will tum into a worse hell. All of existence is a war zone, so if we can't deal even with this much, then what's the point of seeking safety somewhere else?" Jet let out a hollow chuckle. "This much is a city full of immortal great ones, though, with an army of wraiths added as a free bonus. So what are we going to do?" Sunny studied her for a while, then smiled darkly. "For now, I suggest you take a few steps back." Jet frowned. "Why, what are you going to do?" Sunny looked around, noting that he could not see the wharf from behind the tall buildings. "Let me show you, this should be far enough, I think." Saying that, he reached into his soul and summoned something. Not long before that, Aiko made her way to the throne room of the Dark Castle, carrying the latest report. Her boss was lounging on his throne, as usual, looking into the distance with an amused expression. She yawned, then belatedly covered her mouth with her dainty hand. At the moment, Aiko really missed her opulent bedroom on the highest floor of the castle. "Hey, boss, about our investigation into the strange trends on the black market." He waved his hand lazily, interrupting her, and then looked at her with a sly smile. "Oh." Suddenly, Aiko had a very, very bad feeling. Sunny seemed inordinately happy. Why was he so happy? "Hey, Aiko, let me ask you a question. How would you go about conquering a city full of immortal nightmare creatures?" She frowned. "I wouldn't. I'd tum around and run away. No, actually, I would never end up anywhere near such a terrifying place to begin with. Only a complete, irremediable idiot would." "No, really." Her boss blinked a few times with an offended expression on his pale face. "Hey, that's harsh." Aiko suppressed the desire to palm her face. "Wait, that was not a hypothetical question? What the? Where the hell did you find a city full of immortal abominations? And why would you do something like that?" Sunny raised his chin. "No, it wasn't, under the sea, and why? Because there's treasure involved." Aiko was about to say more but froze instead. A moment later, her eyes glistened. Her expression changed subtly. "Treasure, huh, what kind of?" But her boss shook his head. "Nope. Since you're apparently full of prejudice against immortal abominations, I am not taking you with me. Not a chance. Don't even ask." She just stared at him for a moment. "I wasn't going to, though." Her boss nodded. "Great, then, if you really don't want to go, I suggest you vacate the premises. Fast." Aiko stared at him in confusion. At that moment, something eerie happened. 3 more versions of Sunny appeared from the shadows behind her, walking toward the throne. And I mean really fast. Immediately would be best. You can set up a temporary office in the nameless temple. There's a cot in the inner sanctum, I think. Oh, and don't forget to water my tree. This is bad. The various incarnations of her boss very rarely gathered in one place, and every time they did, something terrible happened. Oh no. Not wasting any time, Aiko dashed forward, sprinted past the throne, and jumped out of the window. As she hovered in the lightless sky of the forgotten shore, looking down at the magnificent edifice of the dark castle, the castle suddenly vanished without a trace. Oh no, my bedroom. And just a few moments later, it appeared again somewhere else. To be precise, it appeared on an empty, pristine plaza in the Eternal City. Jet had barely managed to take a few steps back before the black spires of the dark castle suddenly rose from the shadows enveloping the square. Soon enough, a magnificent black fortress appeared out of nowhere between the ornate buildings, casting a deep shadow upon them. Then its gates opened with a chilling groan, and out of the darkness inside, a vast legion of silent shades marched onto the ancient streets. Chapter 26, 31 Invading Force. Sunny pulled Jet into the shadows, bringing them both to stand on the tall walls of the dark castle. Below them, an endless river of darkness was flowing out of its gates, slowly consuming the wide open expanse of the magnificent plaza. That was his Shadow Legion, every shade he had collected over the years, except for a few left to guard his citadel in the burned forest and the sacred shades he could not summon on a whim. Men and nightmare creatures, united in the tranquil embrace of his deathly authority. Those who came from the forgotten shore, the chained isles from the cold reaches of Antarctica, the endless tides of the great river, the sweltering heat of Godgrave, the ash and cinders of the burned forest, and many places beyond those. All of them had come to the Eternal City now, assembling into a vast battle formation in utter silence. Hundreds of thousands of dead warriors, all ready to wage war on the immortal swarm. Some flooded the plaza below, some manned the walls of the dark castle. The castle itself trembled as it stirred, casting a hungry gaze at the beautiful streets beyond. But that was not all. From the shadows to Sunny's left, Saint rose in the fearsome glory of her black armor. From the shadows to his right, Slayer appeared like a ghost. Far below, a towering figure forged from blackened steel and infernal flames stepped from the castle gates, the silver light of the distant spires reflecting dimly from the numerous jagged blades that littered its impenetrable carapace. A gargantuan serpent with onyx scales wrapped itself around one of the towers of the dark castle, letting out a chilling hiss that washed over the world as the war horn of death. A tenebrous steed with flames burning in its crimson eyes ascended the wall to stand beside its master, the ringing of its adamantine hooves echoing across the vast plaza. And finally, the shadows stirred and rose, coalescing into 4 dark figures. When they appeared, the light of the silver spires seemed to dim, and the abyssal darkness pressing down on the Eternal City seemed to grow even darker. A cold wind blew across the plaza, bringing with it the promise of murder and death. Those 4 had the same face as Sunny, each wielding the power of a supreme being. That was the Lord of Shadows and his legion, an insidious and indestructible force capable of washing over entire realms and reducing them to rubble. Now that force had invaded the sunken city of the Demon of Repose. Standing by his side, Jet sighed quietly. Wow! She remained motionless for a few moments, observing the plaza, where there had been only emptiness minutes ago now stood a fearsome castle. Beyond its walls, a vast army of silent shadows was ready for battle. The very atmosphere of the Eternal City had changed, announcing the arrival of a new, terrifying invader. Jet studied Sunny carefully, then shook her head. So this is the power of a sovereign. She had witnessed Nephi's descend into battle, but not the sovereign of death. Beholding his supreme power felt different, though perhaps because the visible manifestation of changing stars' power, despite its unimaginable destructiveness, was personal in nature. This, however, illustrated the essence of what a sovereign was far more demonstrably. A being who wielded authority as a weapon, whose influence spread over the world and subjugated multitudes. A ruler. It was strange to think that she was acquainted with a creature like that. Sunny gave her a confused look. Oh, right, you haven't really seen me get serious, have you? In Jet's defense, no one had really seen the Lord of Shadow wield his supreme power. The Shadow Legion had mostly been confined to the burned forest ever since Sunny became a sovereign, and he was the only human there. Cassie must have witnessed how tyrannical his domain was, but mostly, people had only glimpsed it during that last, fateful battle in Godgrave. Sunny had just barely attained supremacy back then, though, so it hardly counted as a conscious expression of his true strength. Jet shook her head again. No, and how do I put it? Strangely enough, you don't give an impression of someone who wields this kind of terrifying power. To be honest, it is hard to remember that you are a sovereign when you're around. Sunny grinned. Really? Why, thank you, that is by design. Jet raised an eyebrow, prompting him to shrug. Nobody said that a sovereign has to emanate a solemn and unapproachable aura of suffocating dominance, you know? All that zeal and worship Nephis is subjected to. I find it weird. No, thank you. There's a more practical reason why I prefer to act as a fun and easygoing demigod as well. It was because he could not allow anyone to worship him, since doing so would bring the forgotten god closer to awakening. Sunny sighed. Oh, and by the way, there is a reason why I summoned my castle and my army now, and it's not just to make an awesome entrance. Jet smiled faintly. Let me guess, it's because thousands of these corrupted immortals are already rushing at us. Sunny was surprised. How did you know? She looked at the Shadow Legion. Because that is a defensive formation, and the shadows on the walls of the castle are all taking positions as if expecting a siege. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then grimaced. You are right. I can't sense our surroundings very well, but I do feel them approaching, more or less every abomination that has been dwelling on this particular island of the Eternal City. The first ones will arrive in under a minute, I'd say. He glanced down at the cocoon of black chains, which was contained in the courtyard of the dark castle now. So, we have around a minute to decide how to win a battle against these things. Chapter 26, 32 Attrition. Surveying the sprawling legion of muted shades assembled across the plaza beneath them, Sunny drew in a long breath. Time was scarce for careful appraisal or preparation. Yet this initial clash was little more than the opening act to the terrifying war soon to engulf the Eternal City. He let out a slow breath. Honestly, I'm not overly worried about this opening engagement. I think you'll understand why. Jet, after all, was a seasoned commander. In fact, her experience far exceeded his. She had already held senior officer rank during the Southern Campaign, leading diverse government units through a long and distinguished career. Commanding the entire 1st Irregular Company was simply the next step in her ascent. Since then, Sunny had largely faced the dangers of the Dream Realm alone, while Jet's duties multiplied dramatically. He had commanded a segment of the Sword Army at Godgrave, but that fell short next to her extensive leadership background in both civil and military affairs. In the Age of Nightmares, the lines between those realms were blurred. He couldn't have asked for a more capable counselor. She inclined her head slightly. The Eternal City is immense, split into islands by potent currents. We've just landed, so the nightmare beings we face now are only those trapped on this specific island at our arrival. Her gaze grew grave. The other denizens will have sensed us by now. If not, the noise of battle will betray our presence soon enough. Before long, countless foes will descend upon us from all sides, threatening to encircle our troops or cut off their route to the Night Garden. A faint smile crossed Sunny's lips. What's your recommendation, then? Jet paused briefly, weighing her words before answering in a measured tone. This is no ordinary fight. Besides the ruling entity, 2 separate invaders contest the city. The terrain complicates matters, too. Normally, I'd advise fortifying our position and letting the enemy grind themselves down against our defenses, but that's off the table now. Her eyes scanned the horizon, calculating. We must push forward, seize ground, and engage these unsettling immortals in a tactical game of pursuit and evasion. Above all, our advance must be steady and swift. We need a quick victory. There are 2 likely disasters if we fail, neither offering a hopeful outcome. Sunny's smile darkened. He gave a solemn nod. Right. Should the Dutchman fall, the immortals currently pinned by the Wraith forces will flood down upon us, doubling the overwhelming enemy numbers. But if the Wraiths take control, who can predict the horrors awaiting us? At minimum, they'll claim the treasures we seek first. I have a feeling they'll only grow more powerful from there. His gaze drifted toward a distant lighthouse casting a radiant beam, and he exhaled. This perilous race is far from over. We're still fighting against the clock. In more ways than one. Although they had only briefly reviewed their situation, the window for planning was nearly closed. These are strategic questions, Jet said, sizing him up with a keen look. But first, we need to address tactics. How do you fight something that simply cannot die? That was indeed the crux. Sunny lowered his eyes to the shadow chains cocooned below. After a moment's quiet, his voice was calm. My shades can't be killed either, not through normal methods. Even if destroyed, they eventually regenerate, though they require time to recover. The Eternal City's immortals revive faster, it seems. A shadow crossed his features. Between their destruction and revival, they are vulnerable. That's the moment we must seize to contain them. Provided we find a reliable way to trap them, it all boils down to arithmetic. We must incapacitate them faster than they obliterate my shades. Movement near the plaza entrances drew his attention. He sighed. This means no swift victory or crushing defeat. It will be a war of attrition. We have to exploit every advantage and implement tactics that inflict maximal enemy losses while keeping our own low. Only then can we claim the Eternal City instead of becoming its prey. Jet stretched her shoulders with a smirk. That's precisely where I landed, too. As for the finer points, she glanced across the plaza to where a broad avenue and numerous narrow alleys funneled into the open space. Well, I suppose we'll have to sort those out as events unfold. Her tone shifted, somber and tense, because at that moment, a faint figure emerged at the mouth of a shadowed alley. Then another and another. Soon, a small gathering formed on the plaza's edge, as if the city's youth had come to browse a street market. All were young and stunningly beautiful, clad in light, flowing garments. Their flawless faces and sparkling eyes revealed no trace of the corruption lurking beneath. None carried weapons. Yet their serene, inquisitive gazes sent a chill down Sunny's spine. He inhaled deeply, then locked eyes on the distant immortals with cold resolve. Chapter 26, 33 Rules of Engagement. How paradoxical. The immortals lingered at the edge of the expansive square, their flawless, youthful visages swallowed by the oppressive shadows cast by the towering spires of the Eternal City. Only their eyes shimmered, frigid silver stars, mirroring the glow of the magnificent towers. They appeared to watch the Shadow Legion with amused curiosity. Yet that was a deceptive facade. Sunny now recognized that their grins were but elaborate disguises, masks these abominations donned to mimic humanity. But there was not a trace of humanity within them. With a clearer gaze, Sunny observed details that had escaped him amid the chaotic battle against the demon, who had greeted them upon entering the city. From time to time, something writhed beneath their supple skin as if desperate to break free, and their stunning faces briefly contorted into grotesque snarls. Previously, Sunny had believed these entities cloaked their dreadful natures beneath human guise. Now, he understood it was the other way around. They appeared human involuntarily. In truth, these radiant immortals strove endlessly to transform into monsters. Yet every time their bodies started to warp into loathsome aberrations, the very enchantment that granted them eternal life forced their flesh back to its former beauty. Thus, they were not fiends masquerading as humans. Rather, they were creatures eternally imprisoned within human shells against their own will. An eternal torment. This unsettling contradiction sent a chill down Sunny's spine, and given that the skin of these fallen immortals literally writhed and twitched, he felt only greater unease. Though these ethereal youths seemed fascinated by the Shadow Legion, they were in fact biding their time, awaiting reinforcements. What began as a handful of figures swelled into a throng, and that throng blossomed into a vast horde. The mass surged across the plaza like an unstoppable tide. Sunny drew a steadying breath. Here we go. His mind raced in a whirl. How should he confront these abominations? What strategy could secure victory while maximizing advantage for both himself and the Shadow Legion? After a moment's contemplation, the answer surfaced swiftly. Ironically, it was almost insultingly straightforward. In the early days of his awakening, Sunny had depended primarily on his combat skill and tactical intuition to survive. His technique, physical capability, and mental focus dictated the course of his fights. But as time passed, and both he and his foes grew stronger, his triumphs increasingly stemmed from cleverness and the power of his soul's arsenal. Skill and martial prowess retained their foundational importance, but many victories came from manipulating obscure enchantments tied to seemingly inconsequential memories in surprising ways. Lately, the outcomes hinged even more on arcane forces. Who wielded greater strength? Whose magic was more adaptable? Whose understanding was keener? In battles between godlike entities, the very essence of their nature often determined the fight. Facing the wave of corrupted immortals, however, Sunny realized he had come full circle. Since claiming the Eternal City would boil down to a grueling war of endurance, he had to limit casualties. To do that, he must return to fundamentals. There was no mystery in passing this trial, only conventional warfare. His greatest edge lay in the Shadow Legion's discipline, a coordinated fighting force, unlike the dreadful but disorganized mob of fallen immortals. Therefore, each shade had to fight with the precision and artistry of exalted warriors, moving seamlessly as a single unit. Beyond that, classical military principles were paramount. He would have to guard against flanking maneuvers, exploit terrain advantages, seize or improvise fortifications to reduce losses, and master even the simplest battlefield tactics like formations. It was a far cry from the conceptual clashes of rival aspects, yet it was a familiar battlefield. Sunny adjusted his mindset with remarkable speed. Only moments remained before the corrupted immortals struck the Shadow Legion's formation. And in that brief time, Sunny resolved his course. Given how critical fine control of each shade was, and despite his prior success with Mind Weave, he needed even greater command. So, inhaling deeply, he summoned one final shade. The Rat King rested deep within the shadowed recesses of his soul, freeing Sunny to call forth another sacred shadow. As the fell immortals lunged forward, their bodies undulating and exploding into streams of shredding flesh, a colossal silhouette materialized above the square. A gigantic ebony moth unfurled its immense wings, resting atop the principal tower of the dark castle, dominating the ramparts beneath. Sunny had conjured the shadow of Puppeteer Moth, the spirit of doubt. Gazing over the plaza with its vast obsidian eyes, countless delicate strands of spectral black silk radiated outward like a spider's web, so fine as to be nearly invisible. Each filament embedded itself in the back of a shade, tethering them all to the puppeteer. Simultaneously, one of Sunny's avatars dissolved into shadow and entwined itself with the sacred shade, sharing its senses. Ah! A shudder coursed through Sunny as the overwhelming sensation of merging with a sacred shadow flooded him. It was alien, immense, beyond full comprehension. Yet he grasped the link between the puppeteer and his army. In this way, Sunny secured nearly perfect mastery over his immortal legion. Chapter 26, 34 Gathering Data. A writhing mass of ravenous, serpentine flesh crashed headlong into the forefront of the Shadow Legion. The sprawling, once pristine plaza erupted into a torrent of flying stone fragments, only to be instantaneously knit back together, then smashed apart anew in endless, violent cycles. Each fallen immortal wielded the might of a great one, warping reality itself at whim through their blasphemous resolve. Yet their adversaries were no less formidable. At the vanguard of this titanic clash, the spectral ranks of the Black Millipedes and the Ember Queen surged like an obsidian wave, unleashing a relentless onslaught against the monstrous invaders. Bound to the puppeteer by strands of ethereal black silk, and through the puppeteer to Sunny himself, the Millipedes moved with uncanny unity. In an instant, Sunny sensed and directed countless segmented abominations. Armed with myriad razor-sharp limbs and a desperate frenzy of jagged mandibles, he tore savagely at the flesh of the immortal horde. Prisoners of the Eternal City were undone and reformed in rapid succession. Endless shades fell, absorbed once more into the shadowy depths of Sunny's soul. Then, the tide of Millipedes shifted tactically. No longer did they surge forth as a wild tempest. Instead, they formed an impenetrable bulwark of gleaming black chitin. Those among them imbued by higher-tier entities rose above this stout rampart, hurling streams of corrosive jet at the advancing immortals. For a brief span, acrid smoke swallowed the plaza whole. Then, jagged gaps appeared in the chitin barrier as it was shattered, and chaos resumed its brutal rhythm. Sunny surveyed the conflict through myriad eyes, including his 4 pairs of piercing ones. "I'm noticing something unusual," Jet spoke evenly, her voice oddly serene despite the carnage unfolding. Sunny arched an eyebrow. "Go on." Her gaze swept over Saint, Slayer, Nightmare, the colossal serpent coiled about a dark castle turret, and the hulking fiend below. "You're holding back." A wry grin surfaced on Sunny's face. "I'm gauging a baseline to measure how quickly these shades fall before such foes. Once I know, future battles will be better strategized." She frowned, concern shadowing her features. "Are your casualties justified?" He winced. "That's yet to be determined." Though hungry for vital data, Sunny was cautious. Sacrificing too many shades was unacceptable, especially the Ember Queen and her elite warriors. So, as the chitin wall neared collapse, he shifted to the next phase. 3 of his manifestations emerged from the shadows, merging with him, amplifying his strength. Ah, this feels right. The peak of his power since the climactic showdown at Godgrave surged within him, and for a fleeting moment, Sunny felt whole again. Reveling in this fierce vitality coursing through his veins, he redirected his focus. With the reuniting of his 4 embodiments, 4 of the curse's chains fused in tandem. The surge in power was immediate and overwhelming. He paused, stunned. "Ah, now I understand." The absence of light enchantment was activating. Designed to empower him amid the deepest shadows, its effect was maximized here, in darkness denser than any sunlight had ever touched, at the Stormsea's abyssal depths. Perhaps nowhere was shadow more profound than the shadow realm itself. Briefly absorbing the enormity of his resinous might, Sunny inhaled deliberately and unleashed 2 of the curse's core enchantments, Shadow Flame and Mercy of Shadow. Immediately, the boon he enjoyed flowed into the champion shades of the Black Millipede tribe. Simultaneously, his lethal resolve radiated even more fiercely through their ranks. The tempo of battle shifted accordingly. Far below, the pace at which his shades fell escalated sharply, but so too did the rate at which the fallen immortals were annihilated, though not a critical setback, as they revived swiftly. Sunny's brow furrowed. The effect was potent, but only because relatively few nightmare immortals surrounded the city's fringes. Deeper within the Eternal City's labyrinthine streets, clashes would swell, dulling the curse's relative impact. Still, this insight held value. It clarified which conflicts to avoid and which to force. Jet exhaled softly. "Done gathering intel?" Sunny lingered a heartbeat, then sighed. "For now." It seemed Slayer had awaited those words. Almost instantly, she nocked an arrow, its tip glowing with a fierce, blinding light. At once, Saint transformed into a shadow torrent, rushing into the fray. Nightmare bounded skyward, while Serpent slithered down like a flowing river of obsidian scales. Fiend vanished into the shadows beneath them, stepping through the gloom to reappear just beyond the swarming legion of shadow millipedes. Before he could fully disappear, Sunny's voice rang out, edged with urgency. "Don't devour them." His initial plan to contain the fallen immortals had included feeding them to either fiend or mimic. Yet the dread evoked by the Eternal City's denizens made him hesitate. Swallowing one might taint his shadows irreparably. Watching the Shadow Legion ready themselves, Jet's tone was steady. "So, shall we join the fray too?" Sunny met her gaze with a smile. "Of course, missing a moment like this, unthinkable." Chapter 26, 35 Hard Work. The silent ranks of the Shadow Legion stirred under the walls of the dark castle. The cadence of the battle changed as the black flood moved forward, flowing across the shattered ground. The titanic figures of Goliath and the defiled Seeker lumbered above the black tide of dead soldiers, making the plaza shake with each step. The myriad threads of ethereal black silk trembled, forming a vast spiderweb. The fallen immortals were still engaged in a battle against the Ember Queen and her millipede swarm. Individually, each of them was more powerful than an average shade under Sunny's command. However, in this battle at least, the numerical advantage was on his side. So, the rulers of the Eternal City rapidly found themselves flanked. Bestial shades of Godgrave had flanked them from the left, while the Shadow Wolves and the Obsidian Wasps had flanked them from the right. At the same time, the Shadow of Daron led the shades of human saints into a frontal assault to support the Ember Queen. Clad in the armor forged by the shadow of the King of Swords, the shadow of the King of Twilight descended upon the immortals of the Eternal City like a storm. His polearm carved a bloody path through the mass of slivering flesh, causing the thunderous roars of destructive impacts to roll across the battlefield. It was somewhat ironic, but in this battle between great and supreme beings, those who were only a step away from becoming deities, the mundane laws of strategy were just as important as mystical matters. The inhabitants of the Eternal City might have been immortals, but they still could not overcome the dire disadvantage of being attacked from the flank. Attacked from several directions at the same time, they began to falter. A few seconds later, a blinding explosion bloomed among the fallen immortals, turning hundreds of them to dust. That was Slayer's arrow finding its mark. Fiend emerged from the shadows of the battlefield, towering above it like a steel colossus forged in the depths of hell. A plume of red flame escaped from his maw, turning a vast area in front of him into a blazing inferno, and his razor-sharp claws severed countless bodies in half. Saint rose from a vast torrent of darkness. Despite towering more than 10 meters above ground, she moved with her usual grace. The weight of her firm steps, however, was crushing enough to send cracks running through the stone plates covering the plaza. Serpent plunged into the grotesque mass of fallen immortals, rampaging among them like a formless, ever-changing spirit of death. It took whatever shape was most suitable for destroying the adversary, and remained in its own serpentine form when there was no better choice. Nightmare tore their monstrous flesh with his horns, hooves, and fangs. Jet observed the awesome spectacle of the distressing battle with a calm gaze. She sighed quietly and then jumped onto the parapet of the dark castle's rampart. The wind sent her raven-black hair dancing, and wisps of chilling mist surrounded her lithe figure. "Have you come up with a way to actually contain these fiends yet?" Sunny gave her a neutral look. "I'm working on it." She grinned and raised a fist into the air. "Work hard." With that, she turned into mist and disappeared from view, as if dispelled by the wind. Soon enough, a frightening wraith of icy mist appeared among the fallen immortals, severing their repulsive bodies with a ghostly scythe. Sunny let out a satisfied sigh. "Well then, it's time for me to go too." He took a few steps back, lowered his body, and then dashed forward. Racing the parapet of the battlements, he jumped and soared into the sky. Half a dozen moments later, Sunny plummeted to the ground like a dark comet, falling into the very middle of the immortal swarm. His impact made the entire island quake, and a violent explosion tore everything around him to shreds. A devastating shockwave rolled outward, breaking the bodies of undying abominations and sending them to the ground. Those who were near the explosion were simply reduced to ash. When the dust settled, there was a vast crater in the spot where Sunny had landed, surrounded by a wide, empty area. Standing in the middle of that chaos and watching calmly as the swirling flakes of ash slowly coalesced into human bodies, he smiled. "See, I am working on it hard." The helmet of the jade mantle hid his face, and a black shield wove itself out of shadows on his arm. "Serpent!" The colossal shadow slithered his way and rippled, then turned into a black sword that fell into his hand. Having suffered from how rapid and lethal the flesh tendrils of a fallen immortal were, Sunny had abandoned his usual odachi in favor of a one-handed sword and a shield. He was proficient in this form of combat as well. Naturally, he just did not use it often. Now that he did, however, Sunny felt a strong and unexplainable impulse to strike the rim of his shield twice. "I think I am starting to understand why Saint does it." He was surrounded by the immortal fiends by then. Before, one of them had been enough to make Sunny sweat. Now, there were dozens of them around him, and behind them, hundreds more. But Sunny was not the same as he had been then. At the moment, he was enhanced by 3 of his shadows and wielded 4 links of the curse on top of that. The jade mantle and its underworld armament, enchantment, strengthened the shadowbound charm, as the absence of light enchantment of the charm empowered Sunny. The sword he wielded, meanwhile, was the manifestation of a supreme titan, serpent, his slaying blade. So, his strength had become more unfathomably ferocious, making it feel like the world was straining to contain him. Sunny smiled. "Come, today I will make you regret being immortal." Brandishing his sword, he lunged forward. Chapter 26, 36 Containment Issue. Sunny had dismissed the marvelous mimic from the Forgotten Shore while 4 of his incarnations were inside, and then summoned it to the Eternal City. That was how 5 of his avatars ended up at the bottom of the storm sea at the same time. He called upon the Shadow Legion and summoned the puppeteer to gain a flawless measure of control over his shades. Mind Weave allowed him to issue countless commands at the same time, so he could control all of his shades individually. But at the end of the day, he was still issuing orders. With the Great Moth controlling the shades like marionettes, though, Sunny could do more. Instead of giving endless commands to make his shades do what he wanted there to, he only needed to command one. And as long as an incarnation of his was Rapek around the puppeteer, the entire Shadow Legion became no different from an extension of his body. That meant that he was not limited to giving orders anymore. He could control his shades like he did his body. The cohesion of the Shadow Legion was therefore nearly flawless now, and more than that, every shade, even those of mindless beasts, could fight with the same skill and technique Sunny possessed. Needless to say, his mastery of shadow dance was instrumental in controlling thousands of varied bodies skillfully. Armed with these advantages, Sunny engaged the fallen immortals of the Eternal City in battle. Their crushing collective will washed over him and was repelled by his own with the help of the curse. But that was merely the boring part. The necessary part, now, however, was his time to have fun. No, really, what is wrong with me? Is this my idea of fun? Encased in the fearsome carapace of the Jade Mantle, wielding the Soul Serpent, and empowered by the curse, Sunny plunged into the swarm of monstrous, immortal abominations. His shield was broken under the avalanche of fleshy tendrils, but instantly restored itself as Sunny manifested more shadows into its form. His slaying blade cut the fallen immortals down one after another, but failed to kill them. His armor remained unscathed, for now, both protecting his body and empowering it through the curse. Sunny struggled a little with not getting drunk on his fierce strength. In that moment, he truly felt like a demigod. His power had transcended the mundane, forcing the world to bend and change shape around his movements. Naturally, there was a wall standing in his way. That wall was the will of his enemies. But while Sunny could not demolish it completely, he could overcome it enough to not feel too restrained. The will technique he had been developing for a long while now helped him to achieve that. So, yes, he was having fun. The battle was a little exhilarating. It had been a long time since he used that much of his power, and even more since he had been matched this well against an adversary. His legion was battling the mob of detestable immortals all around him, and he was barely staying alive while cutting down his foes. It was in that narrow gap between triumph and the cold defeat of death that the thrill of a battle lay. Best of all, his enemies were immortal, so he could kill them as many times as he wanted. Naturally, the fact that they were immortal was also infinitely troubling. What exactly must I do here? Deflecting a lightning-quick tendril of repugnant flesh with his shield, Sunny pierced the body of a fallen immortal and sliced it apart. A split second later, he was already moving to avoid the next lethal strike while raising his sword to deliver a rapid downward slash. He was doing well in the battle against the fallen immortals, and the Shadow Legion was confidently overcoming them as well. But these were eternal beings. After all, no matter how many times they were destroyed, they would endlessly rise from the dead. If nothing changed, the scales of battle would begin to favor them soon, and eventually they would swallow both him and his shades. He needed to find a way to contain them. The first idea Sunny had was to feed the undying fiends to either fiend or mimic. However, he was wary of that method since it could poison and destroy his shadows. With how indestructible these nightmare creatures were, there was no telling what would happen if one of them was consumed. Luckily, there were other potential solutions as well. The simplest one was to toss the fallen immortals into the Shadow Realm. After all, Immortality was not an inherent trait of these fiends. It was the eternal city that kept reviving them. So, moving them to somewhere else was supposed to solve the problem, especially if that place was the realm of death. However, there were two problems with this idea. First, Sunny would have to drag every nightmare creature into the shadow lantern personally by pulling them into the shadows. Second, he was not sure that it was even possible. Something told Sunny that the barrier created by Daron would prevent the fallen immortals from leaving the Eternal City, even in that unconventional way. What else, then? He could potentially use the puppeteer to take the immortals under control. And yet, that was not guaranteed to work either. After all, the Great Moth was merely a shadow of the spirit of doubt. It did not possess a will of its own, so subjugating creatures of the great rank was unlikely to work. Apart from that, the Eternal City could simply return the immortals to a state prior to subjugation. The rightful source is N0V3L, FI RTAP E. Net, well then. Sunny continued to fight, dividing his mind between countless shades and his own body. There was one way that could work, even if it demanded more effort to implement. Yes, that should do the trick. He smiled darkly. Before Sunny could subdue the fallen immortals in that way, though, they had to be thoroughly defeated. The Shadow Legion had its work cut out for it. Chapter 26, 37 Immortal Creatures. A world-shaking roar thundered above the battlefield, and Sunny felt cold terror shackle his limbs like a vice. His movements slowed, and the foundation of his will seemed to crumble. Instantly, tendrils of flesh moved faster than lightning and shot past his defenses to pierce his limbs, jerking him in 4 different directions to pull his body apart. Gritting his teeth, Sunny steeled his mind and shook off the mental attack that had weakened him. Was it even a mental attack if it affected his very spirit and strained his muscles? Instead of being pulled apart, he overpowered the 4 immortals who were trying to quarter him into the dark embrace of shadows. There, his vast and shapeless form tore their abominable shadows apart, scattering them across the boundless darkness. A moment later, he assumed a physical shape once more, rising from the bloodied rubble with a cold expression on his hidden face. The breached surface of the jade mantle was already repairing itself, and drops of crimson blood were falling from his sword. What was that roar? Casting his senses into the depths of the Eternal City, he felt a massive shadow barreling toward the plaza. Then, a second roar crashed into the Shadow Legion, and an enormous tiger with glistening silver fur and golden stripes leaped into the mass of fallen immortals, its bestial eyes shining with a beautiful glow. In the next moment, the flesh on the back of the giant tiger rippled and bulged with repugnant growths, which then exploded into a forest of deadly tendrils. The tendrils shot forward, piercing numerous shades and tearing them apart. Sunny's gaze turned somber. So, the Eternal City was not populated by immortal humans alone. It seemed like there had been immortal creatures here as well, and all of them were now twisted by corruption. The abominable beast plunged into the battle formation of the Shadow Legion, shattering it. With every leap, the graceful figure of the silver tiger grew more monstrous and misshapen, slowly transforming it into a nightmarish mass of slithering flesh. Before the abominations could deal too much damage, however, an enormous hand forged of blackened metal rose from the darkness and grabbed its neck, slicing it open. As a waterfall of blood poured to the ground, fiend emerged from the shadows. Raising the giant tiger into the air, the obliterating tendrils scraped against his mental carapace without being able to pierce it, and as infernal flames ignited in his eyes, wisps of smoke escaped through the tears in the abomination's fur. Sunny focused on repairing the battle formation of the Shadow Legion, feeling a little disappointed that he could not deal with the abominable tiger himself. Well, he could, in theory. After all, the damn thing was just as immortal as its human kin, so all he had to do was command Fiend to retreat. But that would be a bit too unhinged a decision, even for him. Raising his shield, Sunny moved forward. Slowly at first, then faster and faster, the Shadow Legion gained an upper hand over the disorganized mob of fallen immortals. Despite all their great power, the denizens of the Eternal City seemed more like mindless beasts than people. So, They failed to overcome the flawless cohesion and discipline of the silent shades. Of course, their inferior numbers played the decisive role. Eventually, Sunny gained complete control of the battlefield. The grotesque creatures were still refusing to die, but at some point, he managed to divide and isolate them from each other. Once that happened, the losses of the Shadow Legion almost ceased. When the fallen immortals were imprisoned in a ruthless loop of being killed, reviving, and immediately being slain again, he proceeded to the next step. The actions of the Shades changed. Instead of cutting the fallen immortals down, the Shadow Legion attempted to restrain them. At first, Sunny failed to contain many of the abominations, causing more shades to be destroyed. Containing a nightmare creature was much harder than killing it after all. But eventually, he succeeded. Using the puppeteer and his legion of shades, Sunny slowly managed to restrain each of the corrupted immortals. That was how the first battle he fought in the Eternal City ended. Sunny stood among the rubble, breathing heavily. The plaza around him was completely destroyed, and all the ornate buildings around it had turned to ruins. The dark castle towered behind him, casting a deep shadow on the scene of utter devastation. Soon enough, though, the plaza returned to its spotless beauty, and the ornate buildings assembled themselves from the rubble. The black waters of the storm sea rolled far above his head, glistening with reflected light. Dismissing his helmet, Sunny inhaled deeply and wiped the sweat off his brow. Jet appeared in a gust of cold wind, making him shiver. She seemed unscathed, if a little tired. "Ah, I am worried." Fighting an immortal opponent was already bad enough, but it was woefully worse for Jet. After all, she needed a constant influx of soul essence to stay alive. Since they could not really kill these abominations, she could not receive any essence either. All she could do was waste it without getting anything back. Would Jet even survive a prolonged confrontation for the Eternal City? Sunny sighed. Looking around, at the silent figures of shades who were struggling to hold the abominable immortals down, Jet asked in a grim tone, "What now?" Sunny hesitated for a short while, then answered evenly, "Now, we show these hellspawn creatures a different, far more cruel hell." With that, his shadows flowed off his body to the ground, and then assumed their corporeal forms. The fifth incarnation stepped out of the shadows, as well, having left the puppeteer. There was the sound of adamantine hooves ringing on the stone, and Nightmare approached them, blood dripping from its steel fangs. Sunny inhaled deeply, and then looked at his steed. "Sing them a lullaby, Nightmare." With that, all 5 of Sunny's avatars turned into shadows and wrapped themselves around the black stallion. Nightmare's crimson eyes ignited with terrifying flames. Chapter 26, 38 A Maze of Dreadful Dreams. The fallen immortals of the Eternal City could not be destroyed, but they had to be contained. So, of all the measures available to Sunny, Nightmare and his Dream Curse seemed like the best choice. Dream Curse Ability Description. This shadow is a master of a lesser dream domain. It is capable of lulling living beings to sleep and imprisoning their souls in a labyrinth of nightmares. The souls destroyed within the nightmare maze feed the shadow. The more powerful the shadow grows, the faster and further the dream curse spreads. It was an insidious and terrifying power, made only more eerie by how closely it resembled some traits of the nightmare spell. It was also what made Nightmare a terror. No 2 terrors were alike, but there were similarities between all of them. Just like tyrants were usually distinguished by their ability to rule lesser creatures and control territories, terrors were distinguished by their ability to influence the world and spread. They were more akin to frightening phenomena than singular beings, and it was that escalating nature of their influence that made them so perilous. Curiously enough, most titans did not seem to possess a similar kind of spreading influence, and while some were followed by swarms of nightmare creatures, they did not really rule or care to rule them. The abominations were simply drawn to them like crows that followed slaughtering armies, while titans usually regarded them with indifferent disinterest. They were aloof and solitary creatures that seemed to exist in a world of their own. Strangely, that seemed like a downgrade compared to the vast swarms of detestable minions that served tyrants or the exponentially expanding influence of terrors. And yet, nobody who had ever faced a titan on a battlefield would think them weaker than beings of a lesser class. The process of terrors evolving to Tians was shrouded in mystery and largely unknown. But there was a reason why becoming a Titan was the final and most difficult step that a creature could take on the path of evolution. There was also a reason why another, less frequently used word to describe Titans was calamities. That said, Titans were exceedingly rare. And while terrors were rare as well, Sunny had suffered far more while encountering the few he did meet. Some of the most harrowing foes he had ever clashed with were terrors. The Soul Devourer, the terror of the Crimson Spire, the terror of Low 49, Skinwalker, that odious thieving bird, and Nightmare. The dream curse could spread like a plague, both consuming his prey and making the tenebrous steed stronger. It was insidiously effective, as well, capable of subduing even creatures that were far stronger than its source. That was how Sunny had collected an army of great nightmare creatures in Godgrave and dropped a cursed devil on Mordred's head. Dreadfully of all, the dream curse was subtle. Its victims did not even know that they were under attack until they were lulled to sleep and locked in an inescapable labyrinth of nightmares. And by then, it was already too late. That was the reason why Nightmare could prey on abominations of higher ranks than him. Even if the dream curse failed to lull a creature to sleep at first, he could continue to subtly influence them until their defenses were weakened and they could not resist anymore. However, there was a limit even to that insidious power, naturally. Nightmare was merely a transcendent terror, after all. It had taken Sunny and him close to 2 years to gradually assemble the swarm of great nightmare creatures in Godgrave, and it had not been an easy feat either. The fallen immortals from this district of the Eternal City alone were greater in number than those abominations, and each of them was furiously powerful. There would be numerous more before the expedition was over, and Sunny did not have years to slowly subdue them all. So, he was not entirely confident that Nightmare would be able to lull them all to sleep. Even if he could, there was no guarantee that his steed would be able to contain these monsters in the maze of nightmares indefinitely. Sunny himself had escaped that maze once, after all, shattering its walls during his battle against Nightmare. Those walls were made from the nightmares that served the Black Stallion. Nightmare planted their seeds into the hearts of living beings and then harvested them, turning them into his minions. The fallen immortals would endure quite a few, no doubt, but they would dream their own nightmares as well. In the end, Nightmare would have to subjugate the dreams of ancient immortals faster than his minions were destroyed, building his own legion of nightmares, terrifying enough to contain them. Subduing the grotesque abominations and keeping them subdued, these were the two problems facing Sunny, and he was not sure that a transcendent terror could manage both, at least not in a timely manner. But while Nightmare had not evolved to a new rank since Godgrave, Sunny had. He had grown stronger in numerous aspects apart from rank, as well. And 5 of his incarnations were here. With 5 supreme shadows augmenting Nightmare, he had a good chance of solving at least the first problem, infecting the restrained immortals with the dream curse. From that point onward, though, Nightmare would be on his own. No one but the Dark Destrier himself could keep his victims lost in the labyrinth of harrowing dreams. Come on, Nightmare. While many shades struggled to restrain the fallen immortals, Nightmare lowered his head and cast his terrifying, crimson gaze at them. Sunny could not see the dream curse spreading, and he could not even sense it. But the world around them suddenly felt dark and terrifying, and an eerie chill seemed to permeate the air. Far above, perched atop the dark castle, the puppeteer moved its antennae, as if wary of something. Jet glanced around with a slight frown, her gorgeous face growing a little paler. Time seemed to stretch, flowing slowly. But then, eventually, there was a subtle change to the strange and eerie scene in front of them. Just a few meters away from Nightmare, a gorgeous youth was sprawled on the ground, held firmly in place by black chains and the mandibles of several obsidian wasps. Despite his calm and benevolent expression, the immortal was straining to free himself forcefully, the stone around him cracking and mending itself without stop. Gradually, though, his struggles seemed to grow less intense. His gaze grew dimmer, and his eyelids grew heavy. The young man blinked a few times, his eyes remaining closer for a bit longer each time. And then they did not open. His struggles ceased. He was asleep, Sunny let out a relieved sigh. It seems to be working. After that fist success, numerous more followed as well. Soon enough, an eerie silence enveloped the plaza. The shades were standing without movement, and on the ground between them, the distressing immortals of the eternal city were sleeping peacefully, the black currents of the storm sea glistening with silver light in the sky above them. Or possibly not so peacefully at all. Chapter 26:39 Deep Sleep. Sunny and Jet stood side by side, observing the magnificent plaza with incredulous expressions. The shades had retreated to form a defensive formation around the dark castle, and the vast open expanse around them was littered with gorgeous men and women who lay on the cold stone, quick asleep. There was no sign of the recent devastation left anywhere in sight, and none of the sleeping youths bore even a single wound. It seemed as if they were fairies who had simply fallen asleep after making merry throughout the night. Sunny had deactivated the 5 links of the curse, for now, so that its passive enchantment could do its work. The enhanced the rate with which his shades were mended by his soul, and since quite a number of them had been vanquished in the battle, he needed to get them back as soon as possible. Jet remained silent for a while, then cast a sideways glance at Nightmare, who stood nearby. Her expression was neutral. Elle rode atop that thing, huh? Sunny shrugged. Sure, he's a horse though, so why not? Nightmare snorted in response and raised his head a little. Jet stared at Sunny for a moment. A horse? I see, he's a horse. How did you get this kind of horse anyway? He scratched the tip of his nose. Well, funnily enough. Made a deal with an insane immortal to spend a night in a creepy castle. To fix my broken heart. That's how Nightmare and I first met. Jet blinked a couple of times, prompting him to smile faintly. One thing led to another. And I killed him, and now he's my horse. She inhaled deeply, then shook her head and glanced away. Elle already thought so after Godgrave, but your horse is terrifying. I guess it makes sense, though. Who else would use a transcendent terror as a steed if not the Lord of Shadows? Sunny chuckled. Says the dead woman who sails around on a living ship made by a demon from a heart god's branch. And I'd imagine that countless people would. It's just that few people can. In truth, he was not in the mood for jokes. Sunny was not particularly tired, but defeating these immortal abominations had not lessened his apprehension one bit. This battle was merely a prelude to the true hardship. Now that they had established a foothold in the Eternal City, the actual conquest would soon begin. Jet studied the sleeping immortals. So, what do we do with them now? I don't suppose we can just leave them to nap here. Sunny was asking himself the same question as well. He hesitated for a few moments, then commanded Mimic to open its gates. As the colossal gates began to move, the shades did as well. Picking up the motionless bodies of the immortals, they turned back and carried them into the great dark maw of the marvelous Mimic. Jet observed them with a dubious expression. Are you sure that this is a good idea? Sunny hesitated. He was not trying to feed the immortals to Mimic, merely store them in its spacious halls. Still, it could prove perilous. If Nightmare failed to keep the abominations asleep, they would wake up inside the dark castle, giving it the worst case of indigestion in history. Not to mention opening Sunny to a deadly attack from the rear. It also prevented him from dismissing Mimic, since doing so would carry the sleeping immortals straight to the lightless depths of his souls. Sunny did not know what would happen then and wasn't particularly interested in finding out. He sighed. Lamb not sure, however. This is the best terrible idea I've got. It is safer than leaving them in the open, at least. Jet contemplated for a moment, then shrugged. Well, if you say so. While the shades carried the grotesque creatures inside, Sunny and Jet spent some time examining their sleeping enemies. He attempted to carry one into the Shadow Realm, and, just as expected, felt a powerful sorcery, preventing the immortal from leaving the boundary of the Eternal City. Daron would not have left any loopholes, I bet. Jet had been studying the immortals as well in the meantime. After a while, she frowned. Noticing her troubled expression, Sunny asked, Did you discover something? She remained silent for a few moments. They don't have soul cores. He tilted his head a little. Indeed, 2639 deep sleep. Sunny himself had noted that the vile darkness hiding in the souls of the corrupted immortals did not have the usual nodes. However, he had no idea what that meant, or rather, too many ideas to consider anyone seriously. What do you think that means? Perhaps Jet could come up with a good theory. She did not answer immediately, looking at the sleeping immortal with a concerned expression. Then she asked him an unexpected question. "Sonny, do you know when a mushroom dies?" He blinked a few times. What? What kind of question is that? The question seemed preposterous, but of course his flaw forced him to give an honest answer, and that, in turn, forced him to consider the question seriously. When he did, he realized that he did not really know. No idea, actually. When it's harvested? No, when it's cooked, when it's eaten? Jet glanced back at the immortal. Those are all good answers. But actually, mushrooms never really die because they're never really alive to begin with, not in our understanding at least, because mushrooms are not organisms. They're merely organs. The real organism is the mycelium that is hidden underground, so when we're picking mushrooms, we're just taking its fruit. You can say that a tree died, but you wouldn't say that an apple did, would you? Sunny stared at her with a peculiar expression. I guess not. But Jet, are you all right? Is the lack of oxygen getting to your brain, perhaps? Why the hell are you telling me this? Actually, he already had an idea of what she was trying to say. He did not like the implications, though. Jet sighed. This is the impression I get from these abominations, that they're not really abominations, just little parts of a far larger one. That would explain why they don't have soul cores, because there are no souls in their bodies, just fragments of a soul. Sunny remained silent for a long while before answering. First of all, can we move on from the mushroom metaphor, please? It's giving me the creeps. He grimaced and then added reluctantly, so anyway, if these are merely mushroom fruit, then where's the mushroom tree? Instead of answering, Jet simply turned to the center of the eternal city. There, a colossal structure towered above the radiant spires. Chapter 26, 40 Battle Plan. The structure at the heart of the eternal city resembled a soaring, monolithic palace with sharp spires piercing the darkness of the underwater chasm. These spires, however, did not emanate radiant silver light. Instead, they were black and lifeless, making the palace seem like a jagged mass of darkness. There were several structures in the eternal city that stood out among the rest: the wharf, the lighthouse, the clock tower. But the palace was the largest of them all, sprawled across an entire island and set under the highest point of the invisible dome protecting the city from the crushing weight of water. Jet glanced at the dark spires looming in the distance, then shrugged. Lamb willing to bet that the most important thing in the city is hidden there. The Dutchman is probably moving in that direction as well. She lingered for a moment. So, what is the plan? Sunny contemplated for a while. Well, now that the night garden is being repaired, we have two main goals left. Secure the source of the storm god's lineage and find what I am looking for. The former is located in the lighthouse, while the latter, the palace, is a good bet. There's also the building that looks like an armory, as well as several other interesting landmarks. The problem is that they are situated in different directions. He smiled darkly. Another problem is that this city is populated by a vast horde of immortal great ones. In fact, the city is what makes them immortal. Ideally, we should conquer this entire place, but that does not seem like a realistic goal at the moment. Unless we find a way to destroy the sorcery making the city eternal, that is. Granted, the same sorcery seems to be preventing the Stormsea from crushing it into dust, so there's that. Sunny shook his head. We should go for the lighthouse and the palace. If an opportunity to conquer the city presents itself in the process, we might consider it then. These are long-term goals, though. As for right now, Jet glanced at him and asked in a relaxed tone, "Survive?" He nodded. Yes. At the moment, far more immortals than the ones we dealt with are moving toward us, and when they arrive, we might not be able to defeat them all. Jet smiled. We can't allow them to corner us on this island, right? If several swarms descend upon us here, even your shadow wraiths won't be able to withstand the assault. We'll be buried under an avalanche of flesh. Sunny hated to admit it, but Jet was right. They had suffered numerous casualties while enjoying a great numerical advantage. Without it, even the Shadow Legion would struggle to win. Worse still, Even if they repelled the second wave of immortals, there would be a third one and the fourth, each more overwhelming than the previous one. The shades would not be truly destroyed, but if Sunny was not careful, all of them would be vanquished one after another, leaving him to face a city full of indestructible great nightmare creatures alone. So, what do you suggest? He had his own considerations, but not using Jet and her rich experience would be foolish. She lingered for a few seconds, then said in an even tone, "If we can't allow ourselves to be cornered, we must attack. Advance to the neighboring islands, stretch out the line of combat contact, and let our superior numbers shine." Sunny smiled. "That was my thinking as well. We should cross to the 3 islands connected to this one by bridges, find easily reinforced positions, and repel the second wave of immortals." He fell silent and closed his eyes for a moment. Things will get difficult from there because we'll be nearing the inner ring of the city. Those 3 islands are connected to numerous more, and from different directions as well, so we will be flanked while repelling frontal assaults. It is hard to predict what will happen exactly, though, because we don't know enough about the Eternal City yet. Jet nodded. Advance, conquer territory, establish reinforced positions, rinse and repeat. The lighthouse is similar to the wharf, though both are situated on the outskirts of the city, while the palace is standing dead in the center. Which one are we going to go for first? Sunny grimaced. The lighthouse was easier to reach, since they could simply move along the outer perimeter of the Eternal City to get there. The palace, however, if the Dutchman was indeed carving a path to it, then they needed to arrive before the Wraith army. He remained silent for a while, then asked, "How long do you think the night garden will need to stay at the wharf to be repaired?" Jet hesitated. "I am not sure. We can set sail at any moment, though, either to escape or to circle the city and make landfall at a different point. Letter 1D1 C letter 1D18 letter 1D0 5 letter 1D0 0 letter 1D1B letter 1D07 small kappa letter 1D0 F letter 1D0 da novel fire." Net Sunny contemplated silently, feeling the pain of his flaw growing more and more intense. He still had not answered Jet's question, after all. Eventually, he said, "Then let's go after the lighthouse and the palace at the same time." He glanced at the distant spires of the palace somberly. "The Shadow Legion will launch an invasion into the depths of the Eternal City, slowly making its way to the central island. The Night Garden, meanwhile, will sail along the edges of the dome and bring us directly to the lighthouse." Sunny glanced at Jet with a concerned determination. "If everything goes well, or rather, if we'll make it go well, we will launch a second offensive toward the palace, this time from the lighthouse. Then we will see who gets to it first." Jet sighed. "Sounds like a plan. I have just one question, though." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "What?" She grinned. "Are you sure that we don't want to just get the hell out of here?" Sunny stared at her with an incredulous expression for a while. "Of course, we want to. Do you think that fighting immortal nightmare creatures on the bottom of the sea is how I want to spend my days? Did I not mention that I hate water?" He grimaced. "However, reality does not always cater to our wishes. So, let's wage a war on this cursed city and conquer it." Jet smiled lazily. Oh, and by the way, yes." She patted Sunny on the shoulder. "I do think that deep down, that is how you want to spend your days." Sunny scoffed. "Joke's on her, I'm not that deep." Chapter 26:41 Marathon Battle, the gears of war were turning. In the northern reaches of the Eternal City, the Dutchman and its Wraith army were engaged in a fierce battle against the corrupted immortals, slowly pushing their way toward the palace. In the southernmost part of the city, the Shadow Legion had conquered a foothold and was now preparing to advance. Far in the east, the gargantuan clock tower oversaw the silent streets. In the west, the lighthouse shone with brilliant silver light. Sunny felt a sense of urgency as he commanded his shades to march north. This is not at all like the burned forest. His campaign to conquer the outskirts of the burned forest had been a slow affair. Fierce skirmishes had been followed by swift retreats and prolonged periods of relative peace. Sunny would dismiss the remaining shades and evade the pursuing black millipedes alone, waiting for his growing legion to restore itself and wage another battle. It had been like a dreadful game of cat and mouse. The battle for the Eternal City was going to be different. Soon enough, the Shadow Legion was going to clash with the fallen immortals once again, and once it did, there would be no pause and no reprieve from the daunting violence of war until it was all over, one way or another. That marathon battle was going to be far more strategic and involve far more moving parts, as well, so he expected to suffer unimaginable mental strain and truly put mind-weave to the test, exploring its very limits. Sunny did not feel wary or apprehensive, though. He did not feel particularly excited or on edge, either. Instead, he was calm and collected, full of focus and grounded determination. After all, war was nothing new to him after all these years. Time is running out. At the moment, his 5 incarnations had split up, and so did the Shadow Legion. There were 3 islands bordering the one connected to the wharf. Therefore, one of his incarnations was retreating back to the Night Garden with Jet. They were going to sail along the edges of the Eternal City and make landfall directly at the lighthouse. The second incarnation was augmenting the puppeteer atop the Dark Castle, and the remaining 3 were accompanying different contingents of the Shadow Legion, each moving toward one of the island bridges. The first contingent was led by Saint, who was supported by Fiend. The third contingent was led by Slayer, with Serpent keeping her company. The second contingent was a bit special, since that one was the smallest and led directly by Sunny and the puppeteer Moth. This is going to be interesting. Sunny's consciousness split between the countless shades of his legions, spread across 3 advancing forces, with the puppeteer serving as the focal point of the entire army. Intangible strings of black silk spread in the sky above the Eternal City, visible only to Sunny. The Saint army reached the edge of the island first. Out there, the ornate buildings receded, opening to a vast emptiness. Far below, raging currents crashed into the basalt foundation of the city, foaming as they rushed with awful speed. A wide bridge arched as it spanned 6 kilometers that separated the 2 islands, and on the other side, the fallen immortals were already moving between buildings. Sunny observed the vast chasm and the dark water seething at its bottom, wondering if the Eternal City had always been separated into islands, or if it had shattered while plummeting from the black skies to the bottom of the sea. In any case, falling down seemed like a bad idea. It was not that creatures of the caliber present in the Eternal City would be severely damaged in the fall or had no ways of climbing back up, but rather the fact that the elevation difference would give their enemies a fatal advantage. More than that, he could vaguely sense movement in the water. There had to be some kind of abominable beings dwelling at the bottom of the Eternal City, and from the looks of it, they were different from the corrupted immortals. The beautiful youths seemed to be wary of the edges of the islands at least, which made him feel reluctant to dive into the dark waters himself. How curious! What could these immortal fiends fear? Sunny hoped to never find out. In any case, that did not matter at the moment. The shape of the bridge itself dictated the nature of the battle. Since it was arched, the side that controlled its crest would possess a minor advantage. It would face the enemy from an elevated position, while the enemy would have to fight on an upward slope. So, Saint and her soldiers had to occupy the crest as soon as possible. That could be accomplished easily enough. As the first of the immortals rushed across the bridge, the massive figure of Fiend dove into the shadows. Usually, using Shadow Step was a swift ordeal. All one had to do was enter the shadows and step out of them. However, due to Fiend's prodigious size, the simple act of submerging his towering body into the embrace of shadows took some time. He still rose from the shadows on the crest of the bridge before the immortals, though. The infernal colossus of blackened steel met them with a torrent of flames, incinerating their horrid bodies. By the time they were revived, Saints and her shades had already caught up to him, building an orderly formation and advancing at a steady march. At the forefront of the Saint army were the shadows of Godgrave and a large number of monstrous millipedes, their long bodies encased in impenetrable black chitin. Once Saint took control of the crest of the wide bridge, the strategy of her army became simple. She built an indestructible bulwark and allowed the enemies to crush themselves against it. Saint stood in front of her soldiers, clad in fearsome jade armor and wielding her usual round shield. Fiend was beside her, as well, with his indestructible steel body. Behind them was a wall of black chitin, with the monstrous shadows of Godgrave serving as the fangs of the largely defensive formation. Saints regarded the approaching immortals with her usual air of indifference, and then struck the rim of her shield twice. Fiend let out a thunderous roar, and behind him, countless millipedes clicked their mandibles, causing a loud rumbling to roll across the bridge. In the next moment, an avalanche of abhorrent flesh collided against the formation of Saint's army, and all hell broke loose. Chapter 26, 42 Three Bridges. At the same time as the Saint army entered the battle for the Western Bridge, the Slayer army reached the eastern span of the chasm. Here, the landscape was rather similar, except for the fact that the Great Bridge was flat as opposed to arched and not quite as wide. The battle was very different, though. As the torrent of fallen immortals entered the bridge, rushing across its surface like a harrowing tide, a cold wind blew across the chasm. Then, something glistened in the air. It was a snowflake. One at first, then one more, then an endless number of them. In a strange tum of events on that day, snow fell at the bottom of the storm sea. The winds howled, reaching a frightening speed and intensity, and a violent blizzard enveloped the world in its frigid embrace. The temperature plummeted, and the milky white veil of snow obscured everything in sight. The snowstorm, of course, was summoned by the shadow of the winter beast. Somewhat weakened, but largely indifferent to the hurricane winds and the lethal cold, the fallen immortals continued moving forward. One of them had almost reached the middle points of the bridge when a black arrow suddenly fell from above, pinning him to the stone. The fiend struggled to break free, tearing his ghastly flesh in the process. A moment later, another arrow appeared noiselessly from the snow, severing his body in half. And then, as other fallen immortals overtook the bleeding body, massive silhouettes suddenly dove at them from the snow. Those were the shadow wolves, tearing the abhorrent abominations apart with their enormous maws. Drowned by the howling of the wind, a quiet rustle followed them. Soon enough, the figures of the obsidian wasps rushed between the giant wolves, joining the massacre. And then, finally, eerily beautiful ember patterns ignited in the veil of snow, stretching high into the air. They heralded the arrival of the Ember Queen's slayer was standing on her enormous head, already knocking another arrow, and a great tide of the black millipedes flowed past her to join the fight. Among them was another millipede queen, this one seemingly forged from glistening onyx. It was Serpent, who had assumed that form for the moment. The dark surface of the bridge was swiftly covered by snow, and the snow was swiftly painted red by the blood of the hideous immortals. But that was not all. Unseen in the blizzard, two currents of shadows extended on both sides of the bridge, spanning its length. Soon, they solidified into glistening obsidian, becoming bridges of their own. Their smooth surface was immediately hidden by the segmented carapaces of numerous millipedes, who were rushing forward to attack the fallen immortals from the flanks. Saint commanded the forces of the Shadow Legion in the west, while Slayer commanded them in the east. That only left the middle bridge. The scene taking place there was no less stunning, albeit far more bizarre. Out there in front of the bridge, the ornate buildings collapsed, raising a vast cloud of dust. And in that dust, a strange, colossal silhouette revealed itself, moving slowly toward the chasm. Soon, the gargantuan figure reached the bridge, revealing itself to be a towering, imposing dark castle. The castle moved across the rubble on 8 towering segmented legs, akin to a gargantuan spider. A titanic moth was perched on its tallest tower, and countless strands of black silk extended from it east and west, bloating out the sky of the eternal city like an ethereal spider web. That was the marvelous Mimic, of course. Both Mimic and the puppeteer were currently augmented by one avatar of Sunny, and every shade of the Shadow Legion capable of ranged attacks was currently manning the castle's walls. The shadows of Daron and the human saints were there, as well, while Goliath, the defiled seeker of truth, and the remnant of the Jade Queen were escorting it. The dark castle stepped onto the Great Bridge, instantly blocking its entire width, and continued moving forward. Soon enough, the defenders of its walls unleashed a devastating barrage of ranged attacks on the attacking immortals, reducing them to tom shreds of slithering flesh. 3 battles raged at the same time, and on each of the 3 bridges, the forces of the Shadow Legion were slowly advancing. There was a fourth battle happening at the same time, as well, hidden from view. Out there in the throne room of the dark castle, a deep shadow rested beneath the obsidian throne. It was Nightmare, having returned to its shapeless form. At the moment, the fallen immortals infected by his dream curse were locked in the maze of nightmares, shattering them one after another. At the same time, the seeds Nightmare had planted in them were growing, giving birth to new terrifying dreams. The tenebrous steed had to not only keep his prey contained within the maze and spread the dream curse to those of the immortals who were still awake, but also battle and subjugate each of the Nubum nightmares, and do so faster than his prior minions were being destroyed. As well, the fury of that terrible battle was in no way inferior to what was happening in reality, and maybe even more dreadful. Gods, Sunny and Jet had just reached the wharf by then. Standing on its walls, they looked back at the beautiful vista of the Eternal City. Jet took a deep breath. It was hard to see the details of the three battles from where they were standing, but what little they could see was already unimaginable enough. She remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. "Why do I feel like I'm missing all the fun?" Hearing her own words, Jet shook her head. "Damn. We haven't known each other that long, but I already feel as if I've spent too much time with you." Sunny grinned. He opened his mouth, wanting to answer, but at that moment, a distant rumble distracted them both. Looking east, they saw something stunning. Out there, far away, the colossal shape of the clock tower was crumbling. The immense structure was breaking apart and folding in on itself, enormous chunks of stone falling down in clouds of dust and debris. The scale of this destruction was simply daunting. Sunny frowned. His own forces were nowhere near the western reaches of the Eternal City, and the Dutchman was far in the north. That only left the mysterious third contender. That thing, whatever it was, must have caused this scene. His frown deepened, because fun things are happening. Turning away, Sunny headed toward the night garden. "Let's go, there's no time to waste." Chapter 26, 43 Healing Process. The beauty and tranquility of the blooming wharf were in stark contrast with the horrid carnage of the battle taking place on the other side of the island, especially for Sunny, whose consciousness was split between both. Walking to the inner edge of the wall with determined steps, he jumped off, plummeted about 100 meters, and landed softly on the bow of the night garden. Neve was standing guard there, listening to the distant clamor of the devastating battle with a grim expression. Sunny's arrival seemed to alleviate some of his worry, and when Jet joined them, most of his tension disappeared. Glancing at the walls of the wharf, Neve exhaled slowly. "What the hell is happening there?" Sunny gave him a brief look. "A dead army is battling an immortal army. It's quite hideous." With that, he looked around and asked, "A better question is what's happening here. This wharf was supposed to repair the night garden. How is that going?" Neve hesitated for a moment. Etha would be able to answer better, since he is in the runic hall, but in short, Nightwalker was right. The night garden is indeed being mended, although we are not quite sure what it means just yet. Sunny had already been reasonably confident of that fact, but it was good to receive a confirmation. As Jet studied her ship with curiosity, he asked, "So, how long do you think it will take?" Neve raised an eyebrow. "Probably quite some time. Days. Maybe weeks. Why?" Sunny grimaced. "Because we were hoping to take the night garden on a small voyage. The situation in the city is difficult, so having it at our disposal would be of great help." It was truly a blessing that the living ship was safe from the horrid abominations populating the Eternal City already, if not for Daron and his runic array. Sunny shuddered to imagine what would have happened once they drew close to the sunken ruin. There was a good reason why the Serpent King had not only built a barrier around the city, but also left a warning to anyone wishing to explore it. Jet smiled. By difficult, he means that there's a myriad of abominable immortals, the Dutchman and its army of wraiths, and also something else entirely, which might be even more dreadful. The Lord of Shadows has unleashed his legion, and there are 3 battles between great and supreme beings happening at the same time. Oh, and that is just the beginning of the end of this expedition. She sighed. "We want to take the night garden directly to the lighthouse, though, where the lineage of the storm god is hidden. So, can it sail? And more importantly, should we interrupt the mending process?" Neve studied them both silently for a short while, then nodded. TT can sail, and it doesn't matter whether we do or not. It was Sunny's turn to be surprised. It doesn't matter? Neve nodded calmly. You must keep in mind that the Night Garden is not a mundane ship. It is not merely an enchanted ship, either. Instead, it is a living ship. So, the reality of how it is being repaired is different from how we would usually imagine it. He pointed at the deck beneath their feet. The wharf is not literally repairing its broken parts, like one would a mundane vessel. Rather, it is as if the wharf infused the Night Garden with a great torrent of vitality. That vitality, in turn, fueled the ability of the Night Garden to mend itself, much like a living being would heal naturally. So although we say that it is being repaired, in truth it is more like it's healing. He shrugged. So it doesn't matter that much if we stay docked or not. The process has already been initiated, so it will continue even if the Night Garden leaves the wharf. Sunny looked at him for a while, then looked at Jet. Then, he smiled. That's what I want to hear. The process of healing would probably reach its conclusion faster if the Night Garden remained in the blossoming birth. But it could continue unseen even if the living ship dove back into the crushing darkness of the storm sea. This was truly great news, not only because it allowed Sunny to use the living ship in the battle for the Eternal City, but also because it gave them an opportunity to retreat without worry. Even if other goals of the expedition ended up not being achieved, the Night Garden would benefit. So, Sunny did not have to feel too worried anymore. Let us cast off then. He looked at them with a smile, hesitated for a moment, and then added in a nonchalant tone, "How do we do that, by the way?" As it turned out, leaving the berth was just as easy as entering it. The Night Garden was currently connected to the wharf by the branches that supported its weight. Its hull and the berth had become a single whole, and therefore, the sorcery of the living ship expanded to contain the sorcery empowering the Titanic wharf as well. So, the person controlling the Night Garden could control the wharf, too. Granted, there was no instruction manual on how to do it. Nevertheless, Etha had been able to learn how to activate the simplest functions after a short period of experimentation. Soon enough, Sunny heard the sound of rushing water and saw great waterfalls spilling into the vast reservoir of the berth. The water level rose slowly, and as it did, the wharf slowly retracted its branches one by one, separating itself from the living ship. Finally, the great gates of the colossal wharf opened, and the dark expanse of water revealed itself once more. The Night Garden slowly glided out of the berth and reached the edges of the dome protecting the Eternal City. Then, turning its bow, it took course toward the lighthouse. Chapter 26, 44 Suffering from Success. The Battle of the Three Bridges had started from a stunning explosion of violence, and as it progressed, the carnage only grew more dreadful. Facing the fallen immortals of the Eternal City, Sunny felt as if he was finally experiencing what it was like to face him and his Shadow Legion. Needless to say, that made him quite uncomfortable. It did not matter, really, how powerful his shades were or how finely he controlled their movements. The personal skill and valor of his shadows did not matter either. No matter how well they fought and how many enemies they killed, the fallen immortals inevitably returned to life and dove back into combat, their hideous flesh bulging with lethal tendrils and morphing into terrible maws. The shades themselves could not be destroyed, but it took them much longer to return to the battlefield after being vanquished. So, time was not on Sunny's side. With a subtle shudder, he fully realized that his eventual defeat was inevitable. Sooner or later, the citizens of the Eternal City would completely obliterate the Shadow Legion and consume him. There was simply no escape. If he played by the rules, of course, which Sunny had no intention of doing. Why follow the rules and lose when he could cheat and win? It's still a little disturbing, though. His own intent and ability to deal with the immortal prisoners of the Eternal City were a stark reminder that Sunny was not invincible, either. His shades were indestructible, true, but only until he met a being disinclined to follow the rules as well. Immortality is really a curse. Or at least it could become one. On each of the three bridges, his shades were trying to achieve the same result through different means. Saints and her soldiers had built an impregnable wall and steadily weathered the flood of hungry flesh. Slayer and her beasts hunted down the enemies in the snow, while the defenders of the Dark Castle unleashed a storm of ranged attacks on the ghastly abominations, but their end goal was the same: minimize their losses and gradually restrain the enemy until the dream curse takes hold. Defense, offense, and a combination of both. T small cap h e source of this letter 1D04, ONT, ENT, small cap IS, NOV I letter FF46 IRE. Net on the western bridge, the black millipedes had flanked the fallen immortals, who were now caught between them and Slayer's main force. The murderous Shadow herself had spent her quiver of powerful enchanted arrows and leaped into battle, assuming the form of a bizarre beast whose colossal body and long tail were covered by impenetrable scales, and who could tum into an armored ball. The scales turned out to be all but indestructible. The tendrils of the fallen immortals, at least, failed to pierce them, while the immortals themselves were easily crushed by the rolling beast or tom apart by its sharp claws after it unfurled its giant body. Serpent moved in their midst as well, shifting between various forms. On the middle bridge, the Dark Castle was steadily moving forward. Mimic was merely a transcendent shadow, but it was currently augmented by one of Sunny's incarnations. So, its walls had tuned durable enough to withstand the glancing attacks of the fallen immortals, even if just barely. Most of the abominations were tommed to shreds by the ranged attacks of the defenders before reaching the castle, but in the end, many of them inevitably began to scale the walls. Reaching the battlements, they were met by the shadows of Daron and the human saints, cut down and swallowed by black chains. In front of the marching castle, on the bridge, the defiled seeker of truth expelled clouds of deadly miasma. The remnant of the Jade Queen breathed out torrents of caustic volcanic ash, while Goliath gazed upon the rushing abominations, washing everything it beheld in immolating heat. On the eastern bridge, a wall of black chitin was refusing to buckle under an avalanche of hungry flesh. The Usuras of Condemnation and the bestial horrors of Godrave advanced through the breaches in the phalanx of monstrous millipedes, crushing and severing the bodies of the fallen immortals. Fiend rampaged in front of the defensive formation, serving as its vanguard. Saints herself, meanwhile, had carved a bloody path to advance forward. Surrounded by grotesque horrors of the Eternal City from all sides, she calmly activated the Shield of Nothing and descended upon the abominable creatures, moving under a veil of true darkness. Sunny and the puppeteer controlled all three armies, tensely observing the changing currents of the battle. This is a problem. The fallen immortals were powerful, and there were a lot of them. Not all of these abominations had been humans once. Either there were bestial horrors among them, as well, each like a moving abyss of abhorrent, murderous flesh. However, Sunny had managed to bridge the divide between the Shadow Legion and the dwellers of the Eternal City with skill, strategy, and cohesion of his silent troops. The problem, however, was in the nature of this battle. Killing the enemies only slowed them down a little, and to truly deal with them, they had to be restrained and eventually infected by the dream curse. But while temporarily destroying the body of a fallen immortal was a task that an individual shade could accomplish, restraining them required continuous efforts of at least a couple of shades. Which meant that with each adversary Sunny neutralized, the number of his soldiers diminished even if none of them were vanquished. Something had to change, and soon it did, just as Saint was finally forced to move back on the eastern bridge. A powerful explosion rocked it, and dozens of immortals in front of her were tommed to pieces. A moment later, another explosion bloomed, and a powerful shockwave sent the enemy reeling. That was the Night Garden, sailing at the edge of the invisible barrier that protected the Eternal City while circling it from the east. As they left the wharf and passed the island, a perfect view of the eastern bridge and the battle happening on it opened to the right of the living ship, which meant that its starboard cannons had a direct line of fire and could unleash a devastating bombardment on the attacking immortals. There were no firing crews and ascended officers on deck to fuel the cannons with essence and load them, though. So instead, Sunny loaded and aimed the cannons himself, summoning countless black hands from the shadows then charged the cannonballs with his own supreme essence. As a series of explosions erased swathes of the advancing abominations from the Great Bridge, Saint and her army advanced swiftly. Chapter 26, 45 The More You Learn. The bombardment of the Night Garden descended on the northern span of the Great Bridge, carving bloody paths in the tide of hideous flesh. A bloody haze drifted above the vast chasm, and pieces of tom bodies rained down. Saint retreated just in time to avoid being swept away in the lethal barrage, sliding back on the slick stone while plunging her sword into it to arrest her momentum. A split second later, she regained her balance and lunged forward, cutting down one of the fallen immortals who had escaped the first salvo of the Night Garden. Due to her monumental height, she looked like a towering statue from a distance. Fiend was at least 4 times higher. At that moment, however, his fearsome figure suddenly shrank, becoming only a head taller than her. His mass remained the same, though, so when he lunged forward to join Saint, the Great Bridge trembled and trembled. Together, they massacred the vanguard of the immortal swarm. Fire and darkness intertwined like a primal inferno, reminding Sunny of the ancient murals depicting the flames of desire burning in the everlasting void. N letter 1D07W small cap N OVELCH, a PT, letter 1D07RS are published on N0 Vel Fire. Small cap N ET, the Shadow Legion advanced. With the Night Garden bombarding the bridge, it was as if the roots of the immortal swarm had been cut. The grotesque nightmare creatures were still swiftly rising from the dead, but since the massive cannonballs continued to decimate them, fewer managed to reach the line of battle contact intact. And because of that, the balance of power between them and the Silent Shades shifted. With fewer enemies to deal with, Saint and her army were able to restrain them faster, and once they gained that advantage, their progress snowballed. Standing on the deck of the Night Garden, Neve observed the distant battle with a stunned expression. This was his first time witnessing the Shadow Legion, or any sovereign going all out, for that matter, so he was reasonably taken aback. Eventually, he said in a low voice, "So this is your true power." Sunny, who had been busy loading and firing 12 massive cannons of his own creation, gave him a sideways glance. "Technically, this is 1/3 of 5/7 of my true power, but it is close enough, I guess." Slowly, Neve's gaze turned subtly bitter. Looking away from the furious battle raging on the distant bridge, he sighed. "In the past, I've often wondered how things would have been different if the House of Night had managed to produce a sovereign. What would have happened if Nightwalker was still here?" Sunny smiled faintly. "I think you got it all wrong. Great clans do not produce sovereigns, it's the opposite. Sovereigns produce great clans." So, in a sense, the House of Night was the most impressive of the great clans, because you achieved that title without being supported by a supreme. Neve shook his head. "We were still wiped out in the end. Even if we weren't, we were destined to fade into obscurity as valor and song conquered everything." He remained silent for a while, then looked at Sunny and asked, "What does it feel like, to wield the power akin to a deity?" Jet, who was leaning against a wooden beam nearby, smiled. "Yes, what does it feel like?" Sunny did not answer immediately, concentrating on his countless shades, the shadows he was manifesting and firing the cannons. Eventually, he said, "I guess it makes you feel small." It was not the answer they expected, so both seemed surprised. "Small?" Sunny nodded. "You are both saints, so you should understand. The more powerful you become and the more you learn, the more painfully you understand just how weak and ignorant you are. However, there is solace in anonymity. As a mundane person, you know that there are billions of people who are no different from you. As an awakened, there are hundreds of thousands, at least 100 as a saint, but there are only a few sovereigns. So being weak and ignorant feels much more personal." He paused for a second and then chuckled. "Ah, but don't misunderstand, it's not all bad. In fact, being a demigod feels great. To be honest, my youth was quite miserable. Every day I struggled just to survive. Now, I wouldn't even know how to die. Killing me is strictly a theoretical possibility." Having witnessed the state of the immortal dwellers of the Eternal City, however, Sunny was not as comforted by being nearly unkillable as before. On the bridge, Saint and her army were steadily making their way to the new island. With the support of the Night Garden, the pressure on her and her troops reduced by a large margin, so large, in fact, that Sunny could shift some of these forces elsewhere. So, he sent Fiend and fresh reinforcements to the other two bridges. Most importantly, he released Saint from the embrace of his shadow and sent that incarnation to augment the marvelous mimic as well. With 3 of his avatars concentrated on the middle bridge, he could unleash the power of the curse and weaken the fallen immortals there better. These bridges were a perfect battlefield for the weakening curse. In fact, because only a limited number of enemies could attack his forces simultaneously there. That allowed him to concentrate the debilitating sorcery of the Shadowbound charm on the foremost enemies, thus maximizing its effectiveness. With reinforcements arriving from the eastern bridge, the situation on the other two had shifted, too. Slowly at first, then exponentially faster, the scales of battle started to tip in Sunny's favor. Once he gained an advantage, it only continued to grow. And before too long, the 3 battles reached their conclusion. Saint, Slayer, and the marvelous Mimic had crossed the bridges and entered the 3 islands, leading the Shadow Legion onto their shores. Of course, the conclusion of the battle for the 3 bridges did not mean that all combat ceased. The islands were teeming with horrid, immortal abominations, so the battle continued, even if its intensity lessened. It had simply entered a new phase. Chapter 26:46 Shadow Commander. The Night Garden had left the wharf, so Sunny saw no need to keep a presence on the island connected to it. Having cleansed it from the abominable immortals, the Shadow Legion abandoned the territory it had previously conquered and advanced northward to 3 neighboring districts of the Eternal City. Each of the 3 islands was larger and more densely developed than the Wharf Island, and populated by more abominations as well. The immortals dwelling there seemed slightly more powerful, with more champions akin to the abhorrent silver tiger hiding in their midst. One of the islands seemed like a residential area. One resembled a leisure district, with vibrant shops and theaters scattered among peaceful alleys, while the last one was mostly taken up by an exquisite park. Beautiful trees rustled quietly in the nebulous darkness, their silver leaves glistening in the rays of falling light. Ponds and winding canals rested under the black abyss of the watery sky above, and tall hills rose above the landscape, cascading toward the promenades built along the edges of the island. Saint and her army invaded the leisure district. Slayer led her bestial force into the residential one, while the marvelous Mimic entered the park. Each of the 3 forces was met with its own set of challenges, dictated both by its composition and the terrain of the 3 battlefields. The nature of the battle kept changing, and Sunny had to adapt swiftly. His legion was facing a far greater number of enemies now, so its numerical advantage did not play a large role anymore. The dream curse was not spreading among the restrained immortals fast enough, either, and Sunny did not have enough shades to keep restraining them indefinitely. So, he had to keep releasing captured enemies despite knowing that they would attack him again. Additionally, the 3 islands were not only larger and more populous than the first one, they were also connected to more districts of the Eternal City, which meant that many new abominations were already trickling across the wide chasms dividing them. Worse still, they were not arriving only from the north, but threatening to flank Sunny's forces on the residential and leisure islands. Things did not look too good for the Shadow Legion. However, the most important change in the cadence of the battle was a positive one. Sunny had not noticed it during the battle for the Wharf Island, since it was relatively short and had been fought on a smaller scale than these 3 terrifying collisions. But even the sorcery of the Eternal City was not omnipotent. The fallen immortals of this sunken hell could not be destroyed, indeed. Even if they were torn apart or burned to ash, the Eternal City would restore their youthful bodies to pristine condition endlessly, no matter how many times they perished. However, the time it took the immortals of the Eternal City to be revived varied. At first, it only took them mere seconds to rise again, but if the same nightmare creature was killed repeatedly, that time slowly increased. Already, some of the immortals whom the Shadow Legion had fought on the bridges spent entire minutes remaining dead. That was still incomparable to the silent shades of the Shadow Legion, since the more powerful of them needed entire days to return to the battlefield. However, it introduced an entirely new dynamic to the battle for the Eternal City, giving Sunny more tools to work with. The fallen immortals seemed to be slowly growing wary of the Shadow Legion as a result, not because they feared being destroyed by the Shades, but because they feared remaining dead for too long and surrendering their chance to eviscerate the adversary to someone else. So, the intestine of the combat lessened, somewhat, and it would probably keep changing as Sunny killed more nightmare creatures over and over again, slowing down their revival process. In these circumstances, the ruthless economy of battle had become even more important, forcing Sunny to concentrate on a particular aspect of warfare: the use of siege engineering and fortifications. Like a general commanding an army. Well, an actual general commanding an actual army, rather. He had to conquer optimal positions on each of the 3 islands, entrench his forces, and slowly chip away at the swarm of immortal abominations. That was his priority at the moment. Luckily, Sunny possessed a unique advantage as far as fortifying battle positions went. In the Leisure District, Saint and her army fought their way to a large structure that made him shudder, in secret, because of its similarity to the Colosseum of the Kingdom of Hope. It was a vast theater built in an elliptical shape, with towering walls with open arches and lavish spectator seats descending toward a wide track that circled the arena. A hippodrome, if he was not mistaken. The open nature of its walls made the hippodrome a hardly defensible position, even if its great size and overall shape made it perfect for establishing a stronghold. As Saint and her warriors poured into the ancient theater, the shadows around it stirred and flowed upward. They filled the wide portals cut into the walls of the hippodrome and then solidified, closing them. At the same time, a layer of manifested shadows reinforced the stone walls, making them harder to destroy. Wide battlements with protruding bastions were established on top of the walls, and an inclined palisade of sharp spikes rose from its base, making approach more difficult. Sunny was already straining himself to maintain the countless chains that bound the captured immortals, so he simply manifested these shadows permanently. That made them far less potent and far more brittle, but by overlaying multiple layers of manifested shadows on top of each other, he was able to vastly improve the resilience of the hippodrome. Remembering the many sieges he had ever participated in, Sunny implemented every measure he could realize in a short amount of time to make the ancient theater as difficult to conquer as possible. Soon, a dark fortress towered above the leisure districts, bristling with countless black spikes. Saint stood atop its walls, shrouded in a mantle of darkness. Similar things were happening on the Park Island and the Residential Island as well. Chapter 26, 47 Learning Curve. On the Residential Island, the blizzard summoned by the shadow of the winter beast had swallowed the lively streets, the private estates, and the groves surrounding ornate palatial manors. There was no easily defensible position here, so Sunny had to create one himself. Slayer and her bestial army had taken control of the roofs, with aerial bridges made from shadows connecting them like a web. The obsidian wasps were able to fly, even if they were vulnerable when taking to the air, so they were both highly mobile and unpredictable, giving her a vital advantage. Serpent, meanwhile, was supremely adaptable, capable of supporting any strategy. And then there was the Ember Queen, naturally, the shadow of a great tyrant who was not only fearsome in battle, but also capable of commanding the black millipedes and extremely elusive. On the central island, the marvelous mimic and its defenders had made it to the top of a tall hill, settling there like a natural fortress. Sunny covered his castle in a carapace of manifested shadows, as well as if dressing it in a suit of armor. There were few terrain features to make use of here, but there was hardly a more tried and tested combination than a steep slope and the walls of a fortress. The only thing he was lacking was a deep moat, but even then, the hill bordered a deep lake on one side. Granted, the immortals of the Eternal City were not going to drown even if they fell into its water. But every advantage, no matter how small, mattered. Here they come. The forces entrenched themselves as best they could, preparing to be besieged. There was no trick Sunny could use, none that was worth the effort, at least, so he fully concentrated on his countless bodies, wanting to make the most of his combat skill and intelligence. It was quite fascinating, really. With the mind weave enhancing his mental prowess, and the puppeteer serving as the conduit of his will, Sunny had gained nearly flawless control over his shades. That meant that he could not only take full advantage of the rich legacy of tactical warfare accumulated by humanity over the ages, but also perform strategies that mundane generals had never even dreamed of. After all, Sunny had not simply gained the ability to command his dead warriors with the same level of responsiveness as mundane soldiers would have shown. Instead, he could directly control each of his shades. So, in fact, the level of cohesion he could achieve was far beyond anything mundane armies had even been capable of. On the most basic level, that was expressed in how well the shades supported each other in combat. The entire Shadow Legion was fighting like one vast, terrifying creature. It was as if Sunny had indeed become a demon with a myriad heads and a myriad deadly hands, sowing death and destruction anywhere he went. Naturally, that made each of the shades far more lethal, while at the same time drastically reducing the losses of the Shadow Legion. On a more elevated level, the unnatural cohesion between the countless shades allowed Sunny to perform strategic maneuvers that had not even been invented yet, since they were simply impossible for armies bound by the limitations of mundane warfare. The fact that he had been able to carve a bloody path to the advantageous locations and fortify them under constant harassment by the fallen immortals was already proof of that. But really, Sunny had not even begun to explore the new horizon of possibilities open to him now, and understandably so. After all, it was not easy to invent an entirely new framework of military doctrines based on a set of realities that could be applied solely to him. The knowledge of military strategy Sunny possessed was the result of thousands of years of accumulated insights and breakthroughs made by genius tacticians, so he could not be expected to accomplish that much in a single day. He was certainly trying, though, driven by desperation and necessity. I do feel like I'm a little out of my depth, which was ironic considering that he was at the bottom of the deepest ocean in the universe. Sunny had commanded a small group of elite soldiers before, as well as a large contingent of the Sword Army in Godgrave. He had also led the Shadow Legion into battle, but never in such an involved and complicated manner. So, he was both struggling and learning a lot with every second of his endless, intensely violent and harrowing battle. 3 tides of dreadful abominations descended upon the positions of the Shadow Legion. The violence was unimaginable. Sunny had been disturbed by the monstrous, sinister nature of the first immortal they had met in the Eternal City. Now that this one nightmare creature was replaced by a ceaseless flood of hideous, misshapen horrors, he could not even bother to be repulsed. But nevertheless, he was getting better at commanding his silent army with every moment. With every attack his soldiers received or delivered, Sunny was learning how to wield his power better. His vast mind spun frenetically, absorbing new information and coming to new conclusions. And as a result, the position of the Shadow Legion was slowly improving. On the Leisure Island, the tide of immortals was washing over the walls of the Hippodrome. On the Park Island, the defenders of the Dark Castle had established a killing field on the slopes of the hill. On the Residential Island, Slayer and her beasts were repelling the enemies who leaped or climbed onto the roofs of the few central blocks. And all the while, Nightmare continued to spread the dream curse among the fallen immortals. The tenebrous steed was fighting his own battle, as well. The maze of nightmares was being destroyed and rebuilt again, slowly expanding as more and more powerful creatures were imprisoned in it. Sunny just hoped that it would endure until the expedition to the Eternal City was over. Sweet dreams, bastards. The source of Small Cap IS content is naviFire. Small Capen ET, Chapter 26, 48 Inherent Inclinations. How are things going there? The Night Garden had moved past the battle on the bridge and was now sailing around an unknown island. The deafening cannonade had ceased, and only the distant echoes of the fierce battle were breaking the tense silence. Sunny was on the bow of the living ship, accompanied by Neve and Jet. Giving the latter a brief look, he sighed. Better than expected, worse than I would have wanted. Despite his best efforts, the Shadow Legion was still suffering casualties. If there was a consolation, though, it was that for every shade that was vanquished, several immortals were infected by the dream curse. The measures Sunny had taken and the fortifications he had built were doing their job. He could not tell if this was enough, though. It seemed like he would be able to conquer the 3 islands in due time while suffering relatively few losses. But would that rate of attrition be acceptable in the long term? There was no way to tell, yet, since the battle for the Eternal City was only starting. Sunny closed his eyes and rubbed his face, feeling as if his mind was on the verge of melting. As I mentioned already, I have established fortified strongholds on each of the 3 islands, for now. Currently, the locals are laying siege to them. Once that chaos subsides a little, I will probably try to accomplish a few secondary goals to gain more advantages. Jet raised an eyebrow. Secondary goals? Like what? He hesitated for a few seconds. I was thinking of trying to destroy one of the bridges. I'll need to find out what hides in the water, as well. The Eternal City used to drift in space, too, so I am sure that there is some kind of underground communications here. I'll need to explore them to see if there are tunnels that can be used to move around the islands rapidly. Oh, but most of all, Sunny turned his head slightly, looking north. When we were approaching the city, I noticed a building that glanced like it might be an armory. It will be great to go on a small excursion and see if I can arm my shades better there. After a short silence, Neve suddenly said in a neutral tone, "I don't think that you'll find weapons in that building." Sunny looked at him steadily. "Why?" Neve lingered for a bit, then shrugged. "The locals don't seem like militant people." Sunny blinked a couple of times. He was currently engaged in 3 distressing battles with swarms of rabid locals, so how were they not militant? On the other hand, he somewhat understood what Neve meant. The Saint of Night still explained himself, though. "From what I've seen, this place was meant to be a sanctuary. A place of peace and prosperity where even death held no power. In other words, the people living here were not supposed to suffer. Plus, didn't you mention that the Eternal City used to exist in space? An armory suggests the existence of a military force and a need for weapons. Who would the inhabitants of the Eternal City even fight in space?" Sunny stared at him silently. Neve was making a lot of sense, to his disappointment. Jet spoke at that moment. "Still, that does not mean that there are no weapons in the Eternal City." When Sunny looked at her with a silent question in his eyes, he smiled and shrugged. "Well, think about it. If weapons were not used for war, then why would they be used?" He tilted his head a little. Was that a trick question? Where did people wield weapons except for the battlefield, training schools, or— His eyes glistened a little. "Sports," Jet nodded. "Yeah, people might become immortal, but some things never change." Sunny hesitated for a moment. Indeed, all he had to do to come up with this answer was ask himself where he had used weapons most often outside the usual battles. And the answer was simple: it was in the dreamscape. People were wired to enjoy conflict and competition, so sports thrived even in war-torn societies, but especially so in those that experienced long periods of peace. In the waking world, the most popular sport was dueling, and since battles between awakened were too perilous, it mostly took place in the dreamscape. Sunny knew better than most how popular these duels were, since he had suffered a lot of unintentional fame as mongrel. The same could be said about all cultures throughout Earth's history. The dream realm had not been an exception, either. The immortals of the Eternal City would have been even more susceptible to the excitement offered by sports competitions, since they could not even kill each other. War had been impossible here, or at least meaningless, but the deeply rooted need to experience strife all people shared would have remained. But how am I supposed to find where? Where sports competitions? Sunny fell silent. Wait a minute. Hadn't he already found one such place? The Hippodrome? Jet nodded. Chariot races were quite popular in ancient times. I would imagine something similar would have been happening here, as well, considering your description of the local hippodrome. Of course, the races themselves would have been different, with not only people, but also beasts and monsters participating, and everyone in the arena being immortal. Gods, I would have bought a ticket if I could. Sunny stared at her for a moment. Instead of answering, he simply commanded his incarnation in the hippodrome to separate itself from Saint, assume a tangible form, and descend to the floor of the arena. Sunny extended his shadow sense into the ground and immediately sensed hollow spaces there. There was a whole network of service spaces under the hippodrome, rooms for the athletes, stables, training halls, lounges, and equipment storages as well. Once Sunny sensed what was hidden inside, his eyes glistened. Ah! He lingered for a bit, then looked at Jet with a bright smile. I think I've found the first part of that treasure. Chapter 26, 49 Ancient Equipment. Without wasting any time, Sunny stepped through the shadow and found himself in a spacious corridor under the arena of the hippodrome. Jet must have been correct in her assumption that mythical beasts had participated in the chariot races held in the Eternal City. The corridor was wide, with high ceilings, and the gates leading to various halls were quite large as well. Sunny could easily imagine a lumbering creature, like the abominable silver tiger he had fought recently, walking on this path on its way to the arena. For a moment, his spirit of exploration flared up, making him space out while imagining the exciting games that had happened in the hippodrome. But Sunny was too preoccupied by something else to let himself go on a mental tangent, not to mention the fact that he was simultaneously controlling countless shades engaged in a furious battle. Walking over to a particular gate, he pushed it open. Inside was a vast hall that must have served as a storage warehouse. The wares stored here were not of a mundane kind, though. Instead, hundreds of suits of intricate armor were displayed on wooden mannequins. The walls were lined with stands that bristled with all kinds of fearsome weapons: spears, swords, axes, mauls, tridents, bows and arrows, javelins, glaives, halberds. Anything he could imagine. What was more, those were not ordinary suits of armor or ordinary weapons. Sunny had forged enough of them to know quality when he saw it. Each was worthy of being worn or wielded by a transcendent being, at least. A few, those that were displayed on ornate pedestals, were even fit for a supreme. Both the armor and the weapons were enchanted, as well. Sunny could see a flowing weave of runes etched into the glistening steel, and although he could not tell what enchantments the runes created, he sensed dire power emanating from the ancient blades. Everything here had been preserved in pristine condition, just like everything else in the Eternal City. At least 1,000 sets of armor and twice as many weapons were stored in this hall alone. It was an arsenal that put the armories of great clans to shame. Sunny was suddenly regretful that there were so few human shades in the Shadow Legion. Should he have killed more people, maybe? Number, probably not. But even if he could not bestow these armaments on most of his shades, there were plenty of warriors in the human domain who could benefit greatly from receiving such potent tools. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then walked over to a pedestal that stood in the very center of the armory, illuminated by an enchanted lantern. There, an imposing suit of lamellar armor that seemed to have been forged from beautiful nacre scales was resting on a mannequin, its head crowned by a laurel wreath. A fearsome spear rested nearby. This set especially radiated a feeling of history and dire power. It had probably belonged to an immortal champion of the eternal arena. Sunny could not help but think that it would suit the Shadow of Daron quite well, at least during this expedition. It's a pity, though. Most of the shades Sunny commanded belonged to nightmare creatures, so these beautiful weapons and suits of armor were useless to them. He still sent the entire arsenal into his soul sea, though. From there, the best equipment could be summoned to the human shade's slayer, meanwhile, would receive full quivers of deadly enchanted arrows. Sunny could not help but think that there had to be a similar arsenal meant for great beasts somewhere in the hippodrome, too. He searched it with his shadow sense, but did not discover anything that resembled gargantuan suits of armor. There was a different point of interest, though. Stepping through the shadows, Sunny found himself in a different vast hall. There, enormous pools of something that looked like mercury were cut into the stone floor, surrounded by runic circles. Sunny studied the pools for a while, wondering what purpose they served. He looked around the hall, then considered the layout of the underground complex hidden under the arena. Then he walked over to one of the runic circles and stared at the runes. Form, shape, boundary, hell, I can't make sense of it. He did have an odd suspicion, though, one that he felt had a good chance of reflecting the truth. Eventually, Sunny stepped back and summoned one of the shades that were guarding the battlements into the underground hall. Soon, an enormous leopard appeared in front of him, towering at least a dozen meters above the floor. Unlike some of the shades, this one was not clad in armor forged by the shadow of the King of Swords, so it was a perfect choice to conduct an experiment. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then commanded the leopard to enter one of the pools. The mercury rippled as the massive beast submerged itself into the pool. Shades did not need to breathe, of course, and the liquid metal did not seem dangerous. Still, Sunny called the leopard back before too long. As the giant shade rose from the mercury, torrents of liquid metal flowed down its black fur. However, not all of that metal returned into the pool. Instead, a layer of it solidified around the body of the leopard. Sunny's eyes trembled a little. By the time the giant beast stepped back onto the cold stones, it was encased in polished armor. The mercury did not just solidify around it. Instead, it was shaped and guided to tum into an actual suit of armor that was perfectly suited for the body of the bestial shade, protecting all its vital spots while leaving enough open areas not to compromise its mobility. It was incredibly resilient, too, capable of withstanding most of transcendent blades at least, or corrupted claws. Great nightmare creatures would not find it easy to break this armor either. As Sunny looked at the heavily armored black leopard, his eyes glistened. That's what I'm talking about. Chapter 26, 50, Commerce and Culture. While the three strongholds of the Shadow Legion were besieged by the flood of grotesque flesh, the Night Garden continued sailing toward the distant lighthouse. Sunny had already begun arming his shades, but it was going to take some time to exhaust the pools of liquid metal and equip as many of them as he could. He moved the shades that had already received shiny new coats of enchanted armor to the front line, though, so the rate at which the Shadow Legion was suffering casualties was already reducing. It's amazing, really. At the moment, Sunny and Jet were with the Saints of Night on the bridge of the living ship. He was showing them one of the weapons from the arsenal of the Hippodrome. I knew that there would be something of value in the Eternal City, but I might have underestimated just how much of a treasure trove this place is. It was inhabited by truly powerful beings, after all, and unlike most other places in the Dream Realm, everything here had been perfectly preserved. The Hippodrome alone can increase the overall strength of humanity by a noticeable margin. Bloodwave nodded somberly, then said in his low voice, 1,000 sets of transcendent armor. All of House of Night only possessed a tenth of that, not to mention supreme relics. There were more powerful memories out there now that the number of saints had increased, but it was still an incredible discovery. Even if the artifacts found in the Eternal City were not memories, and were therefore more cumbersome to use, they were a precious commodity. Not only because of their power, but also because of the fact that they were enchanted, and the fact that these enchantments had come from a previously unknown tradition. Just like Anank's mantle had helped Sunny develop his weaving, the runic enchantments of these ancient relics could help human enchanters learn more about sorcery, and therefore push their craft further. Jet whistled, then asked, "Where else do you think we'll be able to find something valuable?" The Hippodrome was an unexpected find, but there were bound to be other similar places in the Eternal City. Neve contemplated for a while, then said tentatively, "Stores? There had to be stores selling enchanted items. Even immortals would have enjoyed luxury. It would be even better to find workshops where the items were crafted." At that moment, the usually quiet Etha suddenly spoke. "Museums." He glanced at Sunny and Jet, then added quietly, "People who lived in this city were made immortal, but they had all come from somewhere. The wealth of history they had witnessed must have been immeasurable, and they would have brought mementos of that history here. Since they lived lives of opulence and luxury, knowing no need, they would have enjoyed culture more than commerce." He smiled. "Who knows what we will find in their museums? Relic of the Age of Gods, mythical weapons that decided the fate of entire realms. That is what one imagines when thinking about an immortal abode." Sunny blinked a couple of times. "Museums, huh?" Etha's suggestion was quite plausible, not to mention enticing. Just then, an especially powerful nightmare creature clashed with Slayer, and Sunny got distracted for a while. When the nightmarish horror was finally subdued, he shivered. The more time Sunny spent in the Eternal City, the more a particular question gnawed at him. Glancing at the Saints of Night, he exhaled slowly and then asked, "Now that I've enjoyed the sights of this lovely city, I wanted to ask, how the hell did Nightwalker escape from here as a sleeper?" Neve and Etha, in turn, looked at Bloodwave, the oldest of them, as well as the person who seemed to have known the legendary founder of the House of Night personally. Bloodwave remained silent for a while, then sighed. "That is Nightwalker you are talking about, the first of the Night Guides. That bastard could find any path and go anywhere he wanted, and nothing could stop him, let alone bar his way." It sounded like Nightwalker had possessed an aspect that had to do with getting places. It also sounded like Bloodwave had not been very fond of the mysterious founder of their clan, for some reason. Etha wore a neutral expression, while Neve's emotions could not be read. Sunny sighed. "Well, I'm in no position to judge. Did you know? I once killed a great devil as a sleeper." They chuckled politely, prompting his expression to fall. "Ah, it is just not the same without Kai." Soon enough, he winced and raised a hand to shield his eyes. The closer they got to the lighthouse, the brighter their surroundings became. Most of the Eternal City was shrouded in nebulous darkness, with areas bathed in stark silver light. It was a city of endless night, alien to the concept of sunshine. As they approached the lighthouse, however, it was simple to mistake the deep darkness of the undersea for daylight, and Sunny suspected that it would become even brighter as they got closer still. The lighthouse, just like the wharf, was isolated from the rest of the city, standing some distance away from the nearest island. It was a magnificent tower that loomed above the landscape, almost reaching the sloping edge of the invisible dome. Brilliant light spilled from it, suffusing the clouds of vapor surrounding its base with blinding, soft radiance. Sunny had felt nothing when nearing the wharf, but the sight of the lighthouse filled him with awe and dread in equal proportions. He hesitated. "I am not sure that we should take the night garden close to the tower." Jet gave him a brief look and nodded. "There is no dock anyway. We will stop at a safe distance away." Neve seemed to agree as well. "How will we get to ground, though?" That was indeed a good question. Sunny looked at the turbulent expanse of glistening water and winced. "I guess we're going for a swim."